Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 551-600. Chapter 551. Luo Cheng's words were extremely hurtful, and the young man also felt ashamed and angry. Yes, it doesn't have the aura of Hongmeng. The ordinary Hongmeng Qi can't help him at all, which is also its extraordinary point. When looking at the completion, there was a trace of greed in his eyes. This young man from Earth actually possesses the legendary primordial spirit of Hongmeng. As long as he kills him by himself, then his primordial Qi will become an ownerless thing. Once chaos and Hongmeng merge, it will not be difficult to achieve nirvana. The biggest obstacle in front of him is this young man. 9 transformations of the true spirit, raised you for many years, it's time to make a little contribution. His smile gradually solidified, and the aura of chaos leapt into the palm of his hand, slapped on the ground, and rolled up gusts of wind and waves. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help frowning. Can't go on like this. This was the only thought in his mind. He had already listened to Ji Yuyu before the teacher said that this hideous destructive power is extremely powerful. Once you let yourself face them, you will have no chance of winning. If 1 or 2 is fine, there are thousands of true spirits. Hongmeng's law of suppression is out. Shinado, it's time for you to act. Luo Cheng laughed, waving the corner of his skirt beside him, and ran towards the distance. He stopped in the air and outlined endless laws. In this law, there is actually a hint of Hongmeng. It was not until this time that the completion was surprised to find out that this Shinai duo actually controlled the Qi of chaos. Because she swallowed a little of her own Hongmeng, she is extremely powerful at this moment. Going to the real spirit 9 changes, when the flowers bloom and fall, I only love the twilight and the twilight, but I don't see the past hehe, real spirit, now. The young man did not stop at all, and continued to push his own laws. As time passed, the energy around him became stronger and stronger. In fact, he could have been released long ago, but for the sake of insurance, he never did. He wants to ensure the strength of his strength. These real names are actually raised by him. With a thorough understanding of their various basics, during the summoning period, as long as the power exerted by oneself is stronger, they can be made stronger. This is no accident. The accumulation of years and months has made this dead planet completely draw its territory. No one can get close, not even some high-level officials of celebrity families. If it is the reason, it is precisely because this hideousness is extremely domineering. Once they feel that someone is aggressing, they will attack at any cost. Fortunately, before the completion, there was the aura of Hongmeng, so these true spirits could not get close. The movements of the youth's subordinates finally stopped, as if a god came into the world, without a trace of fireworks, his fingers lightly twisted, bringing a subtle power, and at this moment, he fell around everywhere. The air of the universe was instantly penetrated, and there were bursts of violent sounds around this place. Sanlai Duo glanced at Luo Cheng helplessly. She couldn't blame her. The real name here has to be recognized as the master, and the realm of this youth is much higher than that of Los Angeles, so this is the current embarrassing situation. If the strength of the completion is stronger, you can ignore all this and continue to kill. Ha ha ha, an existence like an ant is not worthy of having a primordial spirit tilde. Luo Chen had a black line on his face, but he didn't know what to say. In short, there are 100,000 grass mud horses galloping in my heart, what's the matter? His primordial aura also seemed to have lost its effect, posing little threat to them. Young man, don't let the wind flash your tongue. It's not clear who is stronger or weaker. Isn't it too impatient to come to a conclusion so quickly? He raised his brows and looked at the young man with provocation. Afterwards, he sent a voice transmission to the 2 guys behind him. Although Alado River's strength was good when he was young, it was a battle after all. When it came to life and death, Los Angeles would never let them take too much risk. Of course, Ji Yu and Alaldo understood when they were young, but they felt a little bit uneasy in their hearts. They are the seniors, and they should carry this kind of thing. After thinking about it, I can only feel that they are old. Perhaps this world is no longer suitable for them, the world of young people. Seeing them leave, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Only in this way could he let him go and fight. What is the enemy? Just a mountain, waiting for him to climb. And this young man is about the same age as him, so he might be able to fight. With this thought in his heart, he pushed his strength to the extreme and slapped the ground suddenly. This momentary eruption caused the ferocious creature that had just appeared to be turned into ashes. This change made the young man look horrified. He knew the strength of these guys, but he didn't expect that in Luo Cheng's hands, he couldn't hold a single move. He couldn't help but start to reflect on whether he had been practicing hard for so many years, was it useful? This kind of thought flashed by in a flash, and you can't bring these inexplicable things into your mind. His master once taught him that on the path of cultivation, if he encounters someone who is better than himself, he should never think about being afraid, but should face it bravely and face his own shortcomings to climb that insurmountable mountain. XXX. Only in this way is the mentality possessed by a truly successful person. Diaresis, you are very strong. The young man said coldly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes, and then launched a more violent attack. And those true spirits that are crawling out are getting faster and faster, and their breath is getting stronger and stronger. Luokung even felt a hint of threat from this. At this stage, the only people who can threaten him are the so-called leapfrog powerhouses. In this way, the real name that is about to be unearthed is likely to have reached the leap level. Gulatin, since you got enlightenment, you haven't achieved anything yet, why don't you show your strength now? Luokung laughed, and a behemoth appeared beside him. This, impressively, is Guru Dunwa. Draculaden was helped by Alado, and his strength at this moment has reached a star level. Although there is still some gap with these guys in front of me, but the problem is not big, everything can make up for it. Followed by Mewtwo, Celebi, who? A series of elves all came out. This is not a one-man battle, and it is impossible to win with just one person. Luo Cheng has already seen the truth of this world, so he can only rush forward. These evil things if the West is not destroyed now, it will only harm other people in the future. Since I have this strength, I can't add these things to stay. Seeing so many elves appear, the young man's face gradually solidified. The strength of each of these elves is extremely terrifying, and he heard that these elves can control the law. Although chaos can suppress them, the aura of primordial aura that can be completed can also suppress him. The combination of these two is fatal to him. He would rather not oppress others than be oppressed himself. Chapter 552. This seems to be equal, but in fact it is not. When your strength is suppressed, the power you exert can't be compared with your state at all. Luo Chen also understands this truth very well, but here he is the man standing at the top. The primordial spirit of Hongmeng suppresses everything, so he can ignore everything. You're still obsessed. Luo Chen looked at him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared beside the youth. The aura of Hongmeng was extremely mysterious, but also strange and elusive, and the young man was instantly stunned. He didn't even notice the abnormality, and he faced him with a big mouth. This slap made his face aching pain, not because of the strength of the completion, but because he felt ashamed. The realm of his own has reached the moon level. Such a powerful existence will be crushed by something like an ant. After all, it's really shameful. I want you to die. The young man was close to madness, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a little different from the Mew families. Their long sword was inclined towards the 3-foot green edge, soft and murderous. On the Mujia side, it is rigid with softness, not softness in the world. Want me to die? You don't even look at your own strength. As soon as the words fell, the Mother Chi appeared, completely covering the youth. You must also have an inherent domain. The chaotic energy just now is very good. I like it very much. If you can contribute to me, I can spare you a dog's life. This sentence seems to be said by the young man before. Now he has spoken. The completed realm formed by Hongmeng Purple Chi superimposed his writing wheel eyes into countless times, with huge double pupils on his head, unparalleled power, disintegrating everything in the youth. Before he could even react, he was swept away by the falling dust. It's really embarrassing to let you live for so long, so now you should die. Ridiculous, naked sarcasm. If there is a crack in the ground, the young man can't wait to get down, but he knows it's impossible. The coercion brought by the Hongmeng Purple Chi is really terrifying. He can completely control him without generating any power. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Hongmeng Mother Chi is impossible. He roared in his heart, but he couldn't resist. A sneer appeared at the corner of Luokan's mouth. What kind of power is this? It's very simple. This is Hongmeng blessed by Sherinian. Hongmeng's Mother Chi itself is an existence that suppresses everything, and with the unstoppable writing wheel eye of the law of heaven and earth, he is even more like a duck to water, and his power is exerted to the extreme. This is the spirit a strong man should possess. Want to know the reason? Luo Chen looked at him coldly, and then launched an attack. This time is different from before. His purpose is to completely let him die. Only death can make him truly fear. Shrouded by the god of death, the young man's face was terrifying. He still couldn't believe that he would be killed by an ant. There is even a little bit of hope in my heart. If it is completed and unable to kill him, wouldn't it be a good thing? But he understood that Luokan would never give him such an opportunity. Boom! The violent force attacked, and he only felt a rustling sound on his face, as if countless slaps were slapped on it. He blushed. The celebrity family had already lost all faith by him. He didn't refute a little bit, and quietly watched himself being crushed. The reality is so cold and cruel that no one can stop it, this terrifying fact. If you resist like this, you might still have a chance to survive. It's a pity that such a genius has died in such an inexplicable way. I really feel sad for the celebrity family, Luo Chen said sarcastically. After being completed like this, he was desperate in his heart, finally unable to resist. A stone in his heart fell, crashing to the ground. The most outstanding genius of the famous family has fallen. Died in the hands of an unknown young man. It may be a bit embarrassing to say it, but this is the truth. Immediately afterwards, Luo Cheng focused his attention on these hideous creatures. Their faces were terrifying, and their bodies exuded terrifying power, but their boss was dead, so what kind of waves could they make? Seeing them being destroyed, Luo Cheng let out a calm sigh of relief, and finally solved these guys. If they always existed, I don't know how much trouble they would bring to him. Ji Yu Yushi and Alaldo came forward. They looked at all this and still had lingering fears. At the same time, they also sighed with emotion that this young man's strength has improved too fast, and he has reached this level without a sound. It's amazing, but it's irresistible. What should I do with the things here? Naturally, these real names were in his mouth. If they were not destroyed, the entire galaxy would be harmed. Destroy them with your primordial aura. Only primordial can bring real pressure to them. Elalud smiled miserably, and then said. Hearing this, Luo Chen felt a little strange. Isn't it said that Elalud also has the aura of Hongmeng? The matter has come to this point, aren't you going to tell me about it? Looking at her eyes, there is a touch of strength. This is Sherinian. Luo Chen looked at himself. Alaldo sighed helplessly, and then said, it's a little embarrassing for you to say this. Elalud was a little speechless. Do you have to force her to tell the truth? This matter is really difficult to explain, but it has come to this point. What can he do if he doesn't say anything? Make Ji Yu Yushi doubt himself. To make this young man also believe her. Since you want to know, then I might as well tell you. The Qi of Hongmeng itself is the mysterious and unpredictable power of heaven and earth. It transcends the universe, transcends time and space, and transcends the self. As for why this thing is so strong, the reason is very simple. It can allow a person to break through the limit and achieve the real peak. But this is a good thing in itself, but something happened in Elalud's body. The primordial energy in his body is not pure. and he even said that if he encounters a little storm, something will happen. If you are lucky, you just lose control, if you are unlucky, you will kill. Even though she has tried her best to cover it up. But what about this? What should come will always come, and once she encounters Hongmeng's mother Qi, what she will face is not only losing control, but even draining all the power in her body. If possible, she would rather not have this Hongmeng, and just want to be herself. Hearing this news, Ji Yuyushi and Luokan were both stunned. The purple Qi of Hongmeng was out of control in their bodies. This was not a good thing. After all, everyone knew the power of this Qi of Hongmeng. If something really happened, it would be really troublesome. If you want, I can help you purify, Luokan said with a frown, and then he thought of a question. Purification is not a big problem, but after this, there will be no more cosmic laws condensed in your body. Chapter 553. The words have already been said for this sake, so if Luokan doesn't talk about it, he will continue to talk, only helpless. Ji Yuyushi was hesitant. He is the Lord of Chaos, and Elalud is his own woman. If she can no longer control a trace of cosmic energy, the gap with him will grow bigger and bigger. Elalud was silent. Luokan has also been silent. This matter itself is not very reliable, and now it seems that it is even more impossible. It's okay, I can accept it. Surprisingly, Elalud actually agreed, even Ji Yuyushi couldn't help being surprised. Luokan looked at Ji Yuyushi, as if he wanted to get certainty from his eyes. Hey, this is her own choice. If I still have the power, maybe I can help him purify the laws of the universe. Ji Yuyushi smiled bitterly. Because of his incompetence, the people around him suffered. Luo Chen nodded and sat cross-legged. Opposite him, it was Elalud. Her face was calm and ready. Senior Alaldo, are you really ready? Once you start, you won't be able to stop. I hope you can think about it carefully. Luo Chen looked at her seriously and said. I've made all the preparations myself. Come on, this kind of thing always has to be faced. I don't want to live this kind of life again, and even if I lose the origin of the universe, you can be fine. Life. Having said that, she took a deep look at Ji Yuyushi. Ji Yuyushi simply didn't look at her, avoiding these eyes. Luokan shook his head. He stood in the middle of this matter. It was really hard to decide. At the beginning, it was Elalud who was resurrected by himself, but now he wants to take her origin away, as if making her a new person. Although the words are ugly, the truth is like this. Indisputable. Go back when I purify your body. At that time, you will not be able to fight, and if I don't help you, you may have an accident later. Maybe you don't know, in this family of people, in the middle, the primordial aura that everyone controls. A word that awakened the dreamer, whether it was Elalud or Ji Yuyushi, they were all frightened by this sentence. The power of laws is infinite. A person constantly discovers his own laws in the process of growing up, so that his strength reaches a new peak. This is cultivation. But the Qi of Hongmeng is born to be proud of the world, and the laws of the universe can't do anything about it. In addition, their realm is high, Elalud really can't help. Luokan knows this very well. I have the primordial spirit of Hongmeng, so I am not afraid, but they are different. Ji Yuyushi is responding to the law of heaven and earth, and Elalud has modeled power. In this way, it naturally forms a suppression. In the process of peeling off the cocoon with strength, Alaldo seemed to have become a cocoon. She was constantly struggling, her eyes were full of bloodshots, and she was enjoying the process of torture. Since it is uncomfortable, why do you say it is enjoyment? There must be a reason for this. In any case, Fallout would never allow such a thing to happen. She will be fine, right? Ji Yuyushi frowned, and he also had some understanding of power purification. Don't worry, I'm using Hongmeng Purple Qi now. It doesn't matter if he is the Lord of Chaos. Hearing this sentence, Ji Yuyushi felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he was also the Lord of Chaos. Although it is only his predecessor, it can also mean that he is powerful. Okay, be careful, don't let anything happen. The process of enjoying the torture is coming to an end. Luokan smiled wryly, this is because he is worried about him. In his words, Ji Yushi was too cautious. Does he know what Hongmeng Purple Chi is? Obviously, he doesn't understand that the scope of his confidant is still in the aura of Hongmeng. This Hongmeng in its initial state. The strength is condensing, climbing around Readaloud, and finally enjoying the process of torture. It's finally coming to an end. At this moment, Readaloud is struggling to break free. She can't help herself now, she can only rely on herself. Even if life and death are eliminated, you must not interfere. This is the rule of Hongmeng Mother Chi. At this moment, an eye appeared on the horizon. She was so familiar, so kind, Luo Chen couldn't help but want to go up and hug, but was blocked by an invisible force. Hongmeng, it's finally here, I see who dares to laugh at us in the future. The voice in his ear seemed to be bursting with firecrackers, buzzing in Luo Cheng's ears. Luo Chen's heart moved, and he hurriedly moved forward. With a smile on his face, he looked at him, you must be the behemoth of Hongmeng. The guy couldn't help being shocked, then he smiled slightly and looked at Luo Chen. XXX. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. You little doll, you have some understanding. Hearing this, Luo Chen didn't know what to say anymore, Nima was so obvious. Let me ask, who else in the world is so big that just one eye covers the whole world? You're very good, you're used to using this primordial energy. The primordial beast looked at him, his body was slowly getting smaller, and Mo Chen didn't know what to say when he saw this scene. He himself is a huge guy, no matter how he changes now, he can't resist the power from the source. But fortunately, it looks much better than before. This is what makes him most satisfied. Thank you for your generous help, Senior. The aura of Hongmeng is very powerful, and I feel the benefits of it. For some reason, he could no longer feel the aura of Alado and Ji Yushi. 0. It must be the reason of this behemoth. Likewise, in front of the two of them, Los Angeles disappeared for no reason. If it weren't for the lingering trace of Hongmeng, I'm afraid they would all panic. Under the bottom of the sky, with Hongmeng as the respect, all the other techniques are ghosts, and they can't be on the table. Looking at the universe, how many people can fight with this old man? Apart from the true God of the universe, I, Hongmeng, have really never been afraid of anyone. In sigh, but also as if to show off. After all, she was a junior, Luo Cheng was not easy to speak beside her, and kept looking at her silently. Do you know the origin of that guy outside? The vision of the behemoth of Hongmeng suddenly fell on Chung Chung, and the sudden change shocked Luokan's body. Who? He asked subconsciously. Hongmeng smiled coldly, and a huge screen appeared in front of him, that was Ji Yushi. For some reason, Luo Cheng had a bad premonition in his heart. I always feel that the Hongmeng behemoth has no good intentions. Maybe you don't know, at that time, his master was also a powerful existence, but later because of the change of time, he had to leave the world. Left the world, not death. There must be an idea in your heart, every person, every elf, or every life, they will age and die. Yi. Chapter 554. But what I want to tell you is that if you really think so, then you are wrong. When your strength reaches beyond the universe, you may see the realm of creation in your eyes. I can only say that your eyes are narrow and you cannot see the outside world. The real strong people are not afraid of everything, they are not afraid of any challenges, they are not afraid of any difficulties. Passionate about everything. His master used to be of the same class as me. I admire him very much, but he has such great courage, dare to break through himself, dare to shatter the void. At this moment, he might have thrown me out of the sky. Back then, I fought against him for more than 300 years. After that, we both returned in a huff. We both have the same strength. No one can do anything to the other. Strength. Why do I have to say this to you in 107? Because you are my only descendant, and Jiyu Yushi is also his descendant. I hope you can all stand up. I hope you can quickly grow up and take up the new responsibility of this piece of the universe. The precarious world needs passionate young people like you. Wake up quickly. His words, like the tolling of a dust-removing bell, deeply attacked him in his heart, causing Luo Cheng to sigh with emotion. What exactly is going on? And what did he mean by his words? Isn't the universe today very peaceful, and what kind of wars will there be? All of this has laid all kinds of mysteries on him. Only with great strength can he be worthy to explore this unknown world. He was stunned in his heart, then took a deep breath and stepped forward suddenly, keeping up with his pace. Junior is stupid, please ask Senior to give advice. The respectful half made the behemoth of Hongmeng happy. This guy still has a conscience. Do you really want to know? And I tell you, the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. This is not a child's play, it concerns the world. This concerns the whole world, not just you humans and elves. The whole universe will be destroyed. This is not a prophecy, this is true. If I'm not mistaken, you should come from a second-level world of a small plane. You are the future. Luoken's body trembled suddenly. When Jiyu Yushi discovered himself, it was because of the laws of the earth he controlled, and he was also an earthling, so he could detect that the laws were different. But where are you now? This is a vast universe. Is this really a coincidence that this humong beast can see his truth at a glance? Senior, you have superhuman vision. I am from the future of the earth. Because of the critical moment of life and death faced by humans and elves, I have to come here. The Hongmeng behemoth is not angry, and he has nothing to say. After all, if the dust doesn't come, he won't encounter it, and it's even more impossible to give him Hongmeng's mother Qi. Everything has been arranged, even if it is my destiny. She sighed faintly and sighed at the injustice of the world, but what can I do about it? Senior, Luo Chen looked at him with sincere eyes, just like a child studying. Don't call me senior, please call me sister. Is the Hongmeng beast actually a female? Shock. Elder sister. For some reason, these two words sounded particularly awkward, making him seem like he was being tortured. Because of his appearance, the Hongmeng beast was very unhappy, so he glared at him fiercely and smiled. As long as the relationship is brought closer, many things can be done easily. For some reason, seeing this behemoth, Luo Cheng had an impulse in his heart. He wanted to catch the behemoth and use it as his little elf. However, just think about this kind of thing. If I really put it into action, I am afraid I will lose everything. Living until old age learns to grow old, this monstrous beast has a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years at least. In so many years, will he know less? The answer is negative. It is precisely because of this reason that he completely dismissed the idea of falling dust, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare. Lend him 10, no, 100 courage. He dared not do so. He still understands the theory of respecting the teacher and valuing the Tao. Although the behemoth of Hongmeng did not give him any direct instruction, the potential help is absolutely undeniable. Just like this grandiose purple chi, can ordinary people learn it? Can he handle it? Don't even think about this. Only with the permission of the behemoth of Hongmeng, can the mother energy of Hongmeng be used. There's nothing wrong with this sentence. Something like the aura of Hongmeng is really not something you can have if you want to have it. There are so many in this world, why does my sister only like me? Luoken frowned and said. The Hongmeng behemoth was stunned for a moment. He had never seen such a brazen person. He was cheap and sold well. You can't do it. There are many people in this world who want it, but he doesn't have the qualifications. Do you like it or not? The Hongmeng behemoth cast a glance at Luoken and said angrily. Looking at her expression, Luoken was a little stunned, and then he was stunned. Since he was chosen, there must be a reason. He didn't know the exact reason. In the world, all things are the mission. Young man, there is still a long way to go. But giving you this thing will make me a lot easier. I hope you can treat this world kindly and treat the truth, kindness and beauty of this world. After the grandiose beast finished speaking, her body disappeared, and when she felt her breath from a distance, Luo Cheng felt lost, and then smiled. The aura of grandiose is indeed important. Senior, don't worry, since you have given me such a heavy mission, I will never let you down. He doesn't understand, what crisis is there in this world, he doesn't understand, what the aura of Hongmeng represents, he only knows one thing, he has become the savior of the world inexplicably. Could it be that he wants to live here all his life? No, not possible. In any case, he is a person from the modern world, and he came here just for a Protoss. He never imagined that so many strange things happened. From the very beginning, he thought that he was the only one who messed up the order of time and space, but only now did he really realize that he was so naive. In the palm of the hand, Hongmeng shines, and a little Hongmeng is so dazzling that no one can perceive it. What a terrifying power this is. He was the only one to do the next thing. Ji Yushi and Alaldo were incapable of going there, not because they looked down on it. The reason I said before is that they should know their position. It's fine if he can't help, instead he keeps elbowing himself everywhere, making him unable to exert his strength. Chapter 555. It can be avoided as much as possible, just don't let these things happen. He is not afraid of trouble, what he is afraid of is meaningless sacrifice. In a clear, dark and damp place, a young man slowly appeared. He stood on the ground and quietly stared at the two people in the distance, wondering what he was thinking. Go back, I can solve it myself. He didn't say a word about what the other party had just seen. It's not that he is worried about coveting himself, but that he doesn't want to explain that Hongmeng's mother Qi is too mysterious. I don't understand a single word, so I might as well explain it to them in the future. Time flies. Luochen has come to this barren world. He looks into the distance. There is a faint light, obviously, that is the final destination. Celebrity family. According to the account of the twin boys, this family is in control of Hongmeng, but they don't know what level of control they have reached. In any case, they can't compare with their mother Qi. There is a lonely boat in the space, shaking slowly, and there is a young man on it. He has a handsome face and a smile on his face. From time to time, he admires the surroundings and draws the scenery on the side into his eyes. Master, you've been out for a few days, are you really not going back? Far away, the fleet like a long dragon. If you guessed correctly, this young man should be a child of a big family, and the fleet behind is to protect him. It has to be said that this is a luxurious lineup. The young man smiled, and then said, my father loves me very much, but the family is too boring. It's good for me to come out and play, and my father will definitely blame me. Although he said that, the old man felt annoyed. Yes, you are the eldest young master, but what about us? It's good that nothing happened. If something happens, they will definitely be the guards who will be punished. I already told you not to follow me. You guys who are greedy for life and fear of death are so timid. What kind of heroes are you? Why don't you go home? The young master got angry when he saw their appearance, and couldn't help scolding. Hearing this, the old man in the back smiled wryly. The young master is too young, he doesn't know the dangers of the world, and he doesn't know how many enemies the family has. Finally calmed down, the young man let out a sigh of relief, and then continued to drive the boat. The surrounding space was lined up layer by layer, revealing the pure white and flawless source power. On the boat, there was a faint trace of the aura of Hongmeng. Not far away, a young man slowly stopped. He felt this aura a long time ago, and it was menacing. However, it seems that their purpose is not his own, and he can't tell exactly what they are doing. When the young man approached, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the young master of the family just ran away from home, but he didn't know which world he came from. The universe is boundless, even Ji Yushi can't tell how big it is. The only one who can show this is the mysterious and unpredictable giant beast. Looking at this young man, Luo Chen had a bold idea in his heart. The current situation, he doesn't know the enemy or me, even the specific location of the famous family, he doesn't know. Celebrity family is so strong, everyone around must know it. At the same time, he also wondered, could this young man come from a famous family? The thought was fleeting, and then he smiled slightly. Time waits for no one, the youth has arrived. Saying that it was too late, a hongmeng rolled up, and it was about to pull him into a space crack. When the guards in the rear saw this, they couldn't help but look horrified. What happened? How could their son-in-law be taken away directly? XXX. In the space crack, Luo Chen looked at him quietly with a smile. It made Luo Chen feel strange that this young man was not afraid and smiled. This makes him a little weird. Could it be that he has some treasure on his body that can directly crack the space he condensed? Looking at him again, there was actually a faint flow of primordial energy. Celebrity family. This is the only thought in my mind. You belong to a famous family. Luochen frowned and then asked. The young man was neither humble nor arrogant, he straightened his back and nodded in confirmation. Completed with a black line on his face, what exactly is this guy, why is he not afraid of anything? Doesn't he know how many enemies this family has? Dare to be so assertive. I really want to know, what exactly is your reliance that makes you so arrogant? Luo Chen frowned. If it is said that this young man is just bluffing, then this so-called celebrity family is really terrifying. My reliance. The young man laughed and didn't care about Luo Chen at all, maybe he thought he was very powerful. Maybe he forgot one thing, he is being arrested now. I just wanted to ask, are you really not afraid now? Why should I be afraid? Do you dare to kill me? This guy laughed. Obviously, he was pampered in the family, and he didn't understand the poverty of the outside world. I think you need to know one thing. I'm not the elder of your family. I'm an executioner. I kill people without blood. I'm never afraid of anyone. If you offend me, I can let you die at any time, whether you believe it or not, but I have such strength. Luo Chen looked at him coldly, and then said. The spirit of Hongmeng was revealed at this moment, and the young man raised his brows. He could see a clue from this, something was wrong. Could it be that this is not an elder in the family? He clearly remembered one thing. When he was very young, he ran away from home. Later, an elder pretended to be an enemy and arrested him. Like Luo Cheng, he asked him the same question. It's just that the primordial aura on them can't be hidden at all, but this young man in front of him, his primordial aura actually looks extraordinarily powerful. Even surpassed his own father. Who are you? Who are you? He panicked. At this moment, he realized his mistake, but it was too late. The killing intent of the completion has already flowed in. I am afraid that in another moment, I will become a corpse. Explain it yourself, tell everything you know. I might spare your life. Luo Chen yawned, not afraid the enemy is not afraid of death, but is afraid that the enemy will pretend to be mad and be foolish. When encountering such an enemy, no matter who it is, it will feel powerless, and at the end, it can only be killed, and it will end in haste. What Los Angeles needs is not killing. What he wants is information about celebrity families. At this time, it is the most lacking of this thing. If it is not given to him, I am afraid that in this star field, it will be impossible to move an inch. He doesn't want to encounter this kind of thing, it's very troublesome. My father is the patriarch of a famous family, do you dare to touch me? As soon as these words appeared, a smile gradually formed on the corner of Luochen's mouth. Unexpectedly, he was hitting right, and he actually caught such a number one person. Chapter 556. Jungcho has nowhere to go, but you slammed into the door. I want to ask if you are loved by your parents at home. The corner of Luochen's mouth was joking, and then he said. The young man was silent for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. No, the elders in the family don't take care of me at all, and the celebrity family doesn't feel like home to me at all, otherwise what would I do if I ran away from home? I have to say that this young man's reaction is still very fast, and he was able to react in such a short period of time. Would you believe it, just by falling dust? He has made it clear before that he is very favored at home, and the family must be inclined to his resources a lot. From the vain appearance of his steps, it can be seen that he was raised in a medicine jar since he was a child. However, the medicine jar mentioned here is not the kind of medicine that you take when you are sick. It was the kind of home that was fed by countless precious herbs, which pushed his strength to this level. If you are not favored at home, how can you have such treatment? If everyone is here now, how many strong people will there be in this world? I am afraid that the famous family will unite the world long ago. Not favored. Luo Chen raised his brows, then stared at him with endless killing intent in his eyes. It's useless at home, then I think what else can you do? Waste my time. The youth are blinded, damn, how can they be shot? Does it have to be so exciting? I told you, if you kill me, my father will definitely avenge me. You can't escape from the ends of the earth. The more the young man spoke, the more excited he became, to the point where he was speechless. Luo Cheng ignored it. In his opinion, if he didn't give him any pain, he didn't know the truth. Tell me, how do you want to die? Luo Chen's voice was like a law, hovering above the young man's head, causing his body to shake violently. But he couldn't resist this terrifying energy. The young man was already frightened. He had never seen such a terrifying power. In history, this is definitely the most terrifying thing he has ever seen. Brother, spare me, we have something to say, Tilda. The young man smiled and said again. Hearing this, Luo Chen actually laughed. He really didn't know what to say. Such a powerful race actually gave birth to a coward, greedy for life and fear of death. How could such a person become a talent? Thinking of it this way, there is a reason for him to run away from home. First of all, the family is not strong enough to educate him, let alone make him a talent. If you want to grow a person, you must first let her experience all the hardships in the world. I don't know the suffering of the world, how can I understand what others want? Tell me, what do your famous families have? If the news is valuable to me, I may spare you, but if you make me unhappy, my fists don't have eyes. Luokan sneered, then looked at him. My father is a Nirvana powerhouse, and so are a few elders. There are a total of 12 Nirvana powerhouses in the family. But they are not very good. They don't take care of me at all on weekdays. I came out today, and they didn't know. Completion has a black line on his face. You are so stupid, how could others know? But being stupid also has the advantage of being stupid, at least he caught it. Go on. Luokan snorted coldly, then looked at him with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. This killing intent must be carried, otherwise, what you will face in a while will be this guy's unreasonable trouble. Luokan doesn't want to do these unnecessary things, so what he can do now must be done well. Hearing the words of completion, the young man choked up. He had never been tortured like this before. At home, he is also the existence of the favored son of heaven. Although he is not a genius, at least he is the love of the elders. The reason he knew very well was because of his father. I still have 3 older brothers, but 2 of them are dead, and 1 older brother is now in retreat, sprinting to the realm of the powerhouse in the universe. It should be out in a few days. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but take a hint of pride. Maybe it was because of the character he had cultivated since he was a child. Forget it, just lead the way. Luokan was a little speechless. What can he do when he encounters such a fool? Hearing that he can go back, the young man couldn't help being excited. As long as he returns to the family, what is the person in front of him? I am afraid that without his own father taking action, a group of elders will let him be subdued. But he may have forgotten one thing, his realm seems to be higher than this guy. But he has been suppressed by him all the time, and he can't even exert any strength. In the space, gusts of overcast wind came. Luo Cheng frowned, I don't know why. From here he felt a trace of unease. Sure enough, in the next moment, a long sword suddenly attacked, and the purpose was the top of his head. His body slowly slid and subconsciously blocked this young man in front of him. Needless to say, this long sword scared to take it back immediately. Diaresis, if you don't want him to die, then let me get out of the way. Luo Chen looked around coldly. Although he didn't know where the enemy was, he was still fearless, because he was not afraid. Now that there are such hostages in hand, these slave-like things don't dare to keep silent at all, and they don't even dare to show a little breath. Brother young master has some despair on his face. He didn't expect these guys to be so useless, but for his own safety, he didn't say much. As long as he returned to the family, everything would be fine. Is he still comparable to the elders? In the dark, an old man and a group of guards looked at each other, and they didn't know what to do. Under his own eyes, the young master was taken away like this. It's really a slap in the face. All TND, don't touch Lao Su. If you hurt a hair on your body, Lao Su will let you all live forever. You should know my strength. So don't provoke my patience. Get Zhao as the strongest person in the sun's hands. He is under a lot of pressure. As long as the sun has a little problem, he will face death. Now I just ask this young man to be merciful. However, he already understood one thing. In any case, he would not be able to escape punishment if he went back this time. The sun escaped silently, and he had not protected him well enough to let him be taken away. He is not weak, at least a domain-level powerhouse. Since he is sitting beside the young master, he will definitely not be weak. Just looking at it now, this strength is not enough at all. Young master is too playful, and things can easily happen. If there is nothing wrong this time, you must report to the patriarch and let a more powerful elder protect him. And I should go back to my family and do what I can. Protecting the young master is really tiring, and it is no longer acceptable to normal people. Chapter 557. He would be scorned at every turn by the younger brother, but he couldn't refute it. Once it made him unhappy, the consequences would be extremely serious. Knowing what he was doing, he also knew what he was going to face. At this moment, Luo Chen has continued to walk forward, and he is still holding brother young master in his hand, holding on tightly, as if he is afraid of running away. Among them, the elder also discovered something. This young man's strength seemed to be wrong, and when he looked closely, he was horrified. This is the aura of Hongmeng. Where did the youth's primordial aura come from? He couldn't believe that outside the celebrity family, there were still idle people who could control Hongmeng. And at this time, the appearance of two people appeared in his mind. That was the twin boys. Could it be them? Did you reveal the secret to controlling the aura of Hongmeng? It's very possible. It's just that he didn't dare to accept the truth of this fact. It was too cruel. The two were kicked out by the patriarch at the beginning, and now thousands of years have passed. I don't know how they lived outside. Back then, the clan elders decided to keep the two of them alive, but now it seems that they were wrong. If they knew this, they should have been completely killed, so that they would not have the slightest chance to resist. Let them have the opportunity to reveal such important information. Just think about it, even if the aura of Hongmeng reveals the method of control. In the law of the universe, there is no Hongmeng, and if you want to control it, you can get a place with Hongmeng Qi. It's just that these places are extremely difficult to find and difficult for ordinary people to touch. When he looked at the young master, he was surprised to discover another thing. The young man seemed to be stronger than the young man, but why was the young man able to hold him effortlessly? This is a question worth thinking about, but I don't know how to start. Maybe it's the son-in-law of his own family. He doesn't know how to fight at all. Sora has the strength of the moon level, but he can't display a little bit of strength. What is it that is not weak? There were also elders and clan chiefs who responded to this problem and asked the son to practice with other juniors, but this plan was suppressed by the clan chief alone. Just kidding, as the patriarch, is it possible that you can't educate your son well? But he was really wrong. It wasn't that he didn't teach good questions, but that he was too busy to take care of it at all. With the passage of time, the young master has grown up, but his Shinshin can no longer be recovered. He originally wanted him to practice again, but the patriarch was worried and kept suppressing this matter. He used his own strength to find a lot of cultivation resources for him, forcibly pushing him to this point. If this is a joke, then Luokan is a miracle. No one can believe that from a commoner, he has grown to such a level by relying on an elf. He never thought that it was the young man's problem, because in his opinion, what if he had control over Hongmeng? Without proper cultivation techniques, he was still just a waste. When he looked at Luokan's shoulder again, he was frightened by the terrifying look in his eyes. That was Shinei Duo, and Shinei Duo knew the traces of the people behind him. After all, he is relying on the law to survive, and now he has swallowed a little of Luokan's grandmother, and Luokan needs to give him some absorption every day, so now she is extremely sensitive to the induction of space and the induction of laws. Where there was a little bit of something wrong, he could catch it instantly, and instantly found out. As for why he didn't tell Luokan, there was a reason. Luokan didn't do anything to them before, so he must have his own ideas. Ling, she will not make an assertion. Of course Luokan knew that someone was following behind him, but he didn't say anything. For these people, he felt sympathy, but also ashamed. He couldn't help but sigh. Everyone is doing things, why are they divided into high and low? This reminded him of the sixth elder. The sixth elder is really a good person. No matter who he treats, he maintains an absolute mentality and everyone is equal. This is his philosophy of life. Don't let anyone be treated unequally, or this is his personality charm. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand how the master can be friends with the servant, but it is achieved in him. In ordinary places, the servant only treats the master only. It would be fear, and in the sixth elder, the so-called servants are no longer servants, they are just the best partners. XXX. A person, he does not want to be born as a slave, they also have their own dreams, but because of life, because of helplessness, they have to abandon their dignity and become a lowly figure. This is a very hurtful thing. There were already some crowds in front. To be cautious, Luo Chen used a small method to forcibly change the facial features of the younger brother. Only in this way can he ensure his own safety. He was really worried. To this point, Brother Gongzi is speechless. He is already very handsome, but now he has to be given a facelift. It really doesn't give him face. If he has been living with Luokan, he is afraid that he will be driven crazy, and it is also because of this reason that he has sworn to himself that he will never come out alone again. The servants walk together, so at least there must be someone to take care of them. But because of Luokan, he already has a shadow in his heart, and I'm afraid he doesn't want to come out again in the next life. If Luokan knew about this, I don't know what he would think in his heart. Would he let a person get autism? Well, that's true. This is also a helpless thing. He didn't attack young master, and he didn't hit him, but just frightened him. Could it be possible for him to do anything? There should be an acquaintance of Brother Gongzi in front of him. That is also a handsome young man. Looking at Brother Gongzi's teeth and claws, Luokan knew that something might happen. He raised his slap and suddenly landed on Brother Young Master's head, and then gave him a warning look. Brother Young Master immediately persuaded. And a group of people in the back were following, just saw this scene. They were sad, but they didn't dare to come out to stop it, because they understood that with their strength, they couldn't do anything at all, and I'm afraid they would also implicate the son. They decided that it was impossible to harm the son, but watching the son being humiliated by Luokan, they were extremely embarrassed. The eldest young master in front glanced at Luokan, and then set his gaze on Brother Young Master. He looked at the clothes and felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember anything. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief in this regard. He was afraid that this guy would remember it. If he really found out, it would be bad. Chapter 558. Hey, it's you who stopped. Suddenly, a voice came, and Luo Chen frowned. Isn't this the old gentleman? Is this popular with all the boys now? He wasn't afraid either. he just turned around and looked at him with half-smiley eyes. What do you want to do? Luokan, your smile is so pure that you don't even see any danger. I think you look like a dog, your clothes are good. The eldest young master said with a smile. Luokan has a black line on his face. This man also likes beautiful clothes so much. Damn it, what the hell? Doesn't it mean that only women like it? It's alright, young Master Muzan. Luokan coughed dryly, and then said. Leave the clothes and leave. His eyes weren't Luo Chen, he was embarrassed now. His target was actually the son-in-law of a famous family. Tilda. You're so daring. Brother young master couldn't bear his violent temper, and immediately scolded him. Who the hell is this guy? He actually even wanted my son's clothes, thinking that these guys were like dogs back then. I don't even have the courage to talk to myself. It seems that I have seen people's hearts over time. No, it should be a tiger who fell and Pingyang was bullied by a dog. Although he doesn't look like a son now, he still looks good looking. When he thought of this, he was immediately stunned. He suddenly forgot that Luo Chen had already changed his appearance, so it was normal for this guy not to know him. Seeing Luokan glaring at him, he immediately shut up, but he didn't dare to talk to him, for fear that this guy would throw a tantrum on him. If you want this dress, you can. 100,000 galaxy coins. You're a fool, buy it if you want it, get out if you don't want it. Luokan is not polite at all, just kidding, did he robbery and hit himself? Who is he? Notoriously shameless, how could it be possible to grab something from yourself? Besides, he didn't intend to hurt the son, and when he arrived in the family, he would definitely let him go. If he gave himself a bad reputation, how could this be good? Ha ha. I've never seen such a bold person before. Do you know where this place is, and you dare to clamor with this young master? The young man looked at the completion coldly. He could see it, this handsomely dressed young man, everything is determined by him, and everything is decided by him. In this case, he also has a good plan. The son of the celebrity family is already dumbfounded. It took a full 500,000 galaxy coins to make this suit. I didn't expect it to be so ignorant, and it only sold for 100,000 yuan. Isn't your mother a fool? Well, after all, he is the eldest brother now, and everything depends on him. Master, I'm talking to you right now, please pay attention to your attitude. The young man also looked at Luo Chen coldly and said. This is called talking nicely. Luo Chen wanted to laugh a little. Did they have any misunderstandings about talking nicely? Maybe it's because they are used to being sons. They always use their nostrils to look at people. That's why this happens. Just like the sons of celebrity families, they look down on others and think they are the most powerful, but once their strength is involved, they are definitely cowards and will definitely retreat. Which character are you? I only know that this is the domain of a famous family. You are a little scum. I really don't know where you got the courage to talk to me. You. What kind of onion are you? Luo Chen's mouth was ruthless, and every word he said was quite heart-wrenching. This young man's face was flushed, and it was true. If the person standing here was someone from a famous family, he really didn't know what to do. But where does the two look like a celebrity family? Come over and deal with it later. Let's go first. After all, I'm busy. Without even looking at him, Cheng Cheng directly grabbed the shoulders of the young master of the celebrity family, jumped up, and passed through the crowd. The young man in Wafu was ignored, and immediately became angry. He rushed forward and blocked the place where the completion was completed. Haha, I didn't expect you to be really ignorant. I haven't seen anyone who doesn't cry without seeing the coffin. You're the first. People like you should die, there's nothing to say. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave a look at the people around him. The group of people nodded immediately, and they wrapped the completion and the celebrity son. At this time, the guard of the sun came up, and they were wearing normal clothes. It is the uniform of a famous family. The young man sees this, and his heart is stunned. There was an ominous premonition from above his head, which made him look horrified. Could it be that this guy really belongs to a famous family? Didn't you hear that celebrity families are arrogant and domineering? Why are they so low-key? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. They shouldn't blame themselves. He knew very well in his heart that if he angered the senior members of the celebrity family, what would their entire family be? It is normal to be destroyed in an instant. Celebrity star territory Hong family, you guys are really brave. Do you dare to move people from my celebrity family? Hong's family, Hong Tian met with the cabinet elders. This guy actually recognized the identity of this servant. And this sentence also shocked Luokan. This guy is actually the cabinet elder of a famous family. It seems that he should have been caught just now, so there should be more news. 0. If you let the cabinet elders know about Luo Chen's thoughts, they will probably be so angry that they will hit the tofu with anger, and they want to catch themselves and question the situation of the famous family. Are you sure that you are not a fool? Why are there such naive people in the world? This young man does have this courage, which he firmly believes. After all, in the crowd, he also caught the son, and he was not afraid in front of the son of the Hong family. It's not like little people should have. Hong Tiansai, you are Hong Jinbao's son. The cabinet elder raised his brows. Although he had no status in front of the son, he was still very strong in front of other families. After all, where the prestige of celebrity families is, who is dare to provoke anger? Reporting to the elder, Sammo Hung is indeed my father. Today's matter, I think this is a misunderstanding. I hope the elders will not take it to heart. Another day, I will visit the door and send precious gifts, and I also ask the elders to be kind. As for how they deal with things, Luokan was not interested at all. At this moment, he had left this area, and a planet appeared in front of him. In the gold mine system, it is a space teleportation array on a nearby planet. The space teleportation array can directly reach the place you want to go, and there must be a through train here. After all, the celebrity family is so famous. 100 million. Chapter 559. The unfamiliar crowd, the crowded city, and the endless laughter add a different kind of beauty to the city. And here comes an uninvited guest. He was still holding a person in his hand, and he held it firmly in his hand. He is falling dust. And in his hands, is the eldest son who is admired and revered by thousands of people. He looked up at this city, but he didn't find the teleportation formation. Logically speaking, the teleportation array should be built in a very obvious place, but where does the teleportation array look like? Does it not exist here? As soon as he thought of this, Luo Chen turned his gaze to the younger brother next to him. The younger brother was speechless and had to walk in front and lead the way for Luo Chen. The taste of prisoners is not good to taste. He even wanted to reach the family immediately and let the elders take action to completely kill Luo Chen. Before they knew it, they had come to the center of the city. There were more people here and it was more prosperous. It was the same as the previous gold mine system. The closer to the main star, the more prosperous it was. There is a huge altar here, which is transmission array. Luokan glanced at the formation, then was slightly taken aback. It seems that only nobles can use this formation. If this is the case, it will be troublesome. Why don't you let your brother show his identity? This thought is fleeting. If you let him show his appearance again, then it will not be a good thing for him to face. You must avoid this from happening. With this in mind, he slowly walked into the teleportation formation. Stop. This place is reserved for nobles. If you are a commoner, please go there. A middle-aged man looked at Luokan coldly. After all, this place is rather special. Celebrity families are just like Lao Su. The so-called nobles here are the more powerful races in this star field. When I heard this sentence then, Luo Chen frowned, and when he followed his gaze, he saw a tattered teleportation formation. Thanks for reminding. Now is not the time to do things. Luokan knows in his heart that he doesn't want to leave trouble, so now he should continue to move forward. The body moved slowly, and the foot landed on the teleportation array, and the teleportation had already begun. The main star of the celebrity family is a medium-sized planet. There are hundreds of thousands of clansmen living here. They occupy this planet. Because of their strength, no one dares to say anything. There is an advantage here. It is much better than the previous Golden City. The Golden City has to pay an entry fee to enter the city, which makes ordinary people stop, but the process is free here. Perhaps, this is the gap in the world. Looking at everything he was familiar with, the young master sighed, thinking that his dignified eldest son would be subjected to such humiliation. It was really a kind of torture, but he still understood people and didn't say much. If you want to return to the family quickly, you can of course restore his appearance. There are really few people who don't know him in this place. But will Luokan give him this chance? She's already a prisoner. It's very dangerous here. Even Luo Chen doesn't dare to be too arrogant, absorbs all the purple air of Jihangmeng, and is slowly moving forward, and on her body, there is still a trace of killing intent, ordinary people hard to find. A pair of people walked through the street, all the pedestrians began to give way, and in this side of the line, a chess piece was inserted, and it was written on the top, it was a celebrity family. Because the son-in-law lost contact, so now the family is in a mess. Everyone wanted to find him. After all, in the family, the patriarch spoiled him too much, and finding the son was only good for him, not bad. In the process of moving forward, Luokan has already thought of tactics. He must approach silently, and finally launch a deadly attack. If possible, it would be good to rescue Mewtwo carefully. He couldn't help but think that it was like this when he rescued Elilado before. This is all a coincidence. Why are these two transcendent forces interested in their own elf? This question is worth pondering, and Luokan doesn't want to care about it. Now he just needs to be himself, and other problems. Not so much spirit. A huge building appeared in front of him, and that was the site of the famous family. The building is magnificent, and I don't know how many precious materials are used. This place is not a gold mine, so the resources are not so abundant, so use a little less. As for this question, Luokan has analyzed it. In his opinion, the celebrity family is so powerful, wouldn't anyone stand up to resist? All this is worth thinking about. What can you do if you are strong enough to cause public anger? There are two guards in front of the door. Judging from the breath on their bodies, they should be Cosmos-level powerhouses. This made him stunned. When did it start? This Cosmos-level powerhouse is so worthless, yet came to guard the door. Maybe he doesn't understand the behavior of this big power, and the young master on the side has a smile on his face. As long as he goes in, he has exposed his breath, and he will be discovered directly. At that time, an elder will appear, rescue him, and arrest Luo Chen by the way. He really had enough. He didn't want to suffer this kind of torture anymore. Luokan knew very well about this matter. The little boy's thoughts were very simple. He just wanted to run, but he forgot one thing. He couldn't say a trace of strength. Where did he come from relying on him to break free from the bondage? For the time being, I don't think about it. The problem now is to lurk in first. He looked at the young master in front of him, and then slowly said, "You know it was caught from the earth. Where is that elf from?" Hearing the words of completion, the guy couldn't help frowning, and then slowly said, "The elves caught from the earth. I don't think I have heard of it." Luo Chen has a black line on his face. Well, this guy is a super dude. He doesn't care about anything, but after thinking about it, he knows about this kind of big thing, and it's not good. Then do you know where you normally imprison the prisoners? Luo Chen asked again. Hearing this sentence, Brother Gongzi was silent for a while, and then said, "It should be in Jujutian prison, with 360 layers of formation to guard, not to mention the powerhouses in the universe, even the powerhouses in Nirvana realm dare not go alone." Speaking of which, he had a proud look on his face and looked extremely funny. As for this question, Luokan has already understood that Cheomeng is very likely to be locked in the so-called Jujutian prison. This place. Is it really impossible to break into Nirvana? Not knowing the truth here, he felt lost, then pulled away and came to the door. Then he looked at them respectfully. Hello, two big brothers. I'm here. The guard in front of me, who had sneaked out before, wanted to do something outside, and was afraid that the elders would punish him and asked the two eldest brothers to make it easier. Chapter 560. While talking, he took out 2 galaxy coins from his arms and handed them to the two. Not too worried. Hearing Luokan's words, the 2 guards looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking. Where is the token? One of them kept silent, took the galaxy coin into his arms, and then looked at Luokan coldly. Hearing this sentence, Luo Chen was not nervous but relieved, and then said, "It's too hasty to go out. The token is placed in the room, and I asked the 2 elder brothers to make it easier, and I'll take it when I get in. Here's the token for you to see." As he spoke, he took out a few more galaxy coins and handed them to them. The 2 guards had a faint smile on their faces. It seems that they have encountered a bad guy today, but it's okay. Who let them be glorious goalkeepers? What is a little bit of hard work? Thinking like this in their hearts, they saw Luo Chen took out another handful of galaxy coins. No, no, no. It's only a little bit. The 2 big brothers, please be convenient. Hearing Luokan's words, the 2 guards grinned. They only had 12 galaxy coins for 1 year's offering. They didn't expect to earn more than 10 in the hands of this guy today. They even wanted to have a few more such fools. How nice. XXX. Then they moved out of the way and put Luo Chen and the young man in. To receive money, one must do things. Entering the outer door of the celebrity family, Luokan had to sigh with emotion. This is how the big forces are. No matter where they are, their workmanship is very delicate. Available everywhere. Anyway, here is everything. And, don't worry about safety. This is an absolutely safe place, and it is clear to him that he must take these herbs back when he leaves, and it is also possible to plant them on the earth. Anyway, you can't leave it to the enemy. And he never thought about a peaceful solution. This celebrity family is definitely not a good thing, and they have control of Hongmengqi. In other words, they should be their own subordinates. After all, Hongmengqi's direct superior is Hongmengqi, Mother Gas. And when the primordial energy of Hongmeng was transformed into pure power, it gradually evolved into the purple energy of Hongmeng. This is a well-known thing. The young master couldn't help but glanced at Luokan with contempt. He despised 10,000 in his heart. This guy is really greedy. He wants everything. These things have been here for nearly 1,000 years, but no one has dared to touch them. Even the patriarch didn't say that he would take these things back. He didn't know the purpose of Luokan, but when he heard about the little elves of the earth, he already had a good plan in his heart, and his purpose was very likely to find it the captured earth elf. He now wants to crush the token and let several elders find out, but no matter how hard he tries, he can't crush the thing, which makes him a little creepy. Could it be that Luokan's strength has reached this point, and it can also affect the actions of others? He suddenly thought of one thing. The power in his body seemed to be crushed to death. That is to say, he is no different from an ordinary person now. Even if he burst out with all his strength, he couldn't even pull out a single cold hair that fell to the ground. This is by no means an exaggeration, it is a fact, and I feel sad, thinking that he is also a dignified eldest young master, but it is a shame to be reduced to this level. Come here, hurry up, it's already assembled. At this moment, a voice suddenly came, and Luo Chen's body shook, but the younger brother on the side showed an excited smile. This voice is very familiar. It should be from outside door elder Qingxi. This elder is not particularly fond of him, but at least he is okay. It can be used for me, I must think carefully about this. When Luo Chen heard these words, he hurriedly kicked brother young master's ass, and then quickly ran to the line of sight he was in contact with. I'm not very familiar with the grass and trees here. Luokan needs to get familiar with it first, and now he should be considered a handyman disciple. With this level of identity, he can study this place well. If he finds Cheomung in a short period of time, he will not dare to start. After all, he doesn't know the terrain. The eldest son feels aggrieved. His dignified eldest young master will be ordered by an elder as a handyman disciple, and he will not give face, should he live. Does he want to lose face? Thinking like this in his heart, he was extremely speechless, and then clenched his teeth tightly. Okay. When I go out, I will let you see what is called the eldest young master. What is your group of turtle grandchildren? I only hope that this elder can see his identity, but an elder, in his impression, is not a person who is good at words and expressions. He is very inexperienced in seeing people. Even if he wears this clothes, he can't tell. With Luo Chen, they gradually came to a crowd. There are already hundreds of handyman disciples here. The weakest of them all have second-level venerables. Could it be that this star field is so powerful? From this point of view, the gold mine system that I went to before was ASCUM, no wonder they are so strong. The new recruits he has recruited are actually so strong, and as far as he knows, all the disciples who have just been recruited have to undergo 3 months of handyman training to sharpen their xingsheng. Can't wait. The elder was on the high platform, and Luo Chen was behind the crowd. The elder looked at these people expressionlessly, raised his voice, and said, I hope you understand, what is your identity? What is the purpose of your entry into the celebrity family? Do you want to honor your ancestors for a lifetime, or let people poke them at you? As for the backbone, I won't say more nonsense. Today is the day we choose a career. When I started working as a laborer, I hope that everyone can go all out and make some things the best. Only in this way can you grow up. I hope you understand our good intentions. Of course, there are also many excellent people. Disciple, their strength is not only the second-level venerable. And as far as I know, among them, there are also first-grade disciples. Having said that, he handed his eyes to the young master next to Luo Chen. He is just a power. No matter how you hide it, an old senior like him can still see it at a glance. Luo Chen doesn't care about these things. If he didn't guess if it is wrong, work will be assigned in a while. After all, the handyman disciples are not here to travel. Chapter 561. Now there are still 18 positions in the outer door that need people. I hope everyone can choose what they are interested in, and at the same time, I hope everyone can do their best to do what they should do. Celebrity families are fair, we will not discriminate against anyone, but if someone has any bad thoughts, our celebrity family will never forgive them. Directly annihilate your 9 clans. I hope everyone understands that you are not here to play. You all have your own responsibilities, you all have your own obligations, and you have the right to do your own thing and win glory for your family. After 3 months pass, you can choose, become a true disciple, accept the huge resources of our celebrity family, rely on us to survive. The celebrity family does not need waste. Can you do it? The elder's voice was loud and spread to every corner of the square. If Luo Chen was also one of these poor children, he would be moved. Of course, most of them here are the leaders of some families. They enjoy the resources of the family before they have the opportunity to participate in the assessment and enter the Holy Land in everyone's heart. Luochen didn't understand, what exactly did these people want to do? What does it mean to join celebrities? As far as he knows, this handyman disciple is actually very shameful, because they have no power at all. Whatever the elder asks you to do, you have to do it. If you make the elder unhappy, you will even be killed directly. It's not impossible. In the family, the elders allowed murder. They have the right to kill first and then file. Here, what are the mere ants? Killing is killing, and it's fine to set up any crime. This is the idea of many elders. This also gave everyone a warning, letting them know that the rules of celebrity families are not to be provoked. No matter how arrogant they are outside. But if you say that you are here, you have to behave peacefully and do your duty. No matter what status you were in the past, no matter what status you were in before, no matter where you came from, you must do your own thing well now. Actually, it feels good that this idea falls into the dust. If you look at people with tinted glasses, then such a force will definitely not exist for a long time. Why do you say this? Once it looks like this, it will make people have bad thoughts in their hearts, and even cause civil unrest. In this way, the gains outweighed the losses. Soon there were 18 plaques at the front desk. There were some words on these plaques, which corresponded to the occupations. Luo Chen didn't even think about it, he went to the gardener. In fact, in such a big family, the gardener is very tired, because the flower bed in charge of one person is basically very large. He glared fiercely at the elder brother. The elder brother one feeling helpless, he had to keep up silently and became a gardener. At this time, Luo Chen only thought of one thing, and that is the group of stalkers behind. Will they report their affairs to the patriarch? If this is the case, then this matter will be troublesome. He had to deal with it properly, otherwise he would make a big mistake for himself. When he thought of this, he squeezed out a primordial aura in his hand and threw it directly outside. Because he was a primordial aura, this group of people couldn't find it at all. This Hongmeng Mother Chi seemed to have eyes, and fell beside the guard of the young master. The guard reached out and grabbed the thing, and the news that burst out from it surprised him. If you dare to reveal these things, I am sure that your son will definitely die without a burial, and I have no malicious intentions, I just want to use him to enter your mansion for a while, and by the way, I will hone you all. The character of the son. He still can't do it. A brief sentence, but the old man's heart was shaky. He hoped that what Luo Chen said was true. As long as there is nothing wrong with the son, and he has tempered his temperament, the patriarch will not blame him, and I am afraid he will reward him, but is he really like this? He didn't dare to bet on the son's life. He glanced at the people behind him, and then said, "Go back, who dares to reveal half of what's going on here? I want someone to die." This sentence was filled with panic, and everyone's body shook violently, and then left the place. As long as the young master also returns to the mansion smoothly, then it will basically be fine. In the end, this is just their territory. If the young man dares to do anything wrong and the young master smashes the token at any time, there will be endless elders to attend and kill Luo Chen. He shouldn't be so stupid. I have been struggling in my heart, should I tell the patriarch nay? But after telling me, I will definitely be punished. If so, let them develop freely. Maybe this is really a good thing. Before I knew it, a long time had passed, and the job selection was completed. Luochen looked at the crowd around him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. There were only 11 people who chose gardeners, which can be said to be the least. Because gardeners are very tired, many people are reluctant to come. The elder looked at the 11 people with admiration, then said with a smile, Diaresis look, is this gardener really tired? I might as well say bluntly, when I joined the celebrity family, I was among the gardeners. The early team leader favored me very much, and specially named me the elder of the outer door. Let me manage you naughty newcomers. So everyone came out from here, so don't come here for some small tricks. Now, after he finished speaking, he looked at these 11 people again, still unable to resist the joy in his heart. Only hardship can make a person grow, this sentence is absolute. So he hurriedly said, the salary of garden workers has tripled, 1 galaxy coin a month. It is comparable to some elders. I hope you don't be arrogant. How must be able to relax, achieved garden workers. It's not shameful, but it's an honorable profession. As soon as the words fell, thunderous applause sounded from below. This applause came from the 11 gardeners who were the largest. After all, the elders gave them a raise, and it was 3 times as much. I heard that the treatment of some young elders is only a galaxy coins for a month, so, doesn't it mean that they can tie with the elders? But just think about this kind of thing. Who is the elder? The elders have a noble status, how can they be confused with these uneducated guys? Luo Chen is not very interested in salary and treatment. What he needs is the flexibility of a gardener, because this gardener can basically walk through the entire outer door by himself. Only by climbing up from the outside can he find a clue. At least he thought so. Brother young master has a frustrated look on his face, why don't his servants let someone come to save him? He is about to die. Chapter 562. There is still hope in my heart. Maybe my father is waiting for time to spare. And he may have thought that nothing would happen to him, and he himself understood that in this short period of time, this young man would never attack him. After all, this is their territory. If they start, they will definitely attract the attention of others. In this way, it doesn't do him any good. He thought so in his heart, so he felt a lot more comfortable. After the gardeners were assigned, they were soon taken away by another elder. Coincidentally, today is the moment when the new students are getting started, so they were inexplicably treated as newcomers and brought in. Because celebrity families are not too harsh on this aspect, the number of people each year is a rough statistic, and the so-called assessment is just a test of strength. As long as the strength reaches the second-level certificate, you can enter. Even if you don't even bother to register your name, don't look at the weakness of this second-level venerable. If you plan to unite them, that's an extremely terrifying combat power. Until now, Luo Chen was a little confused. He somehow felt as if he had walked into a wolf's den. But that's okay, at least let him understand that the formation of such a big force is definitely not accidental. They rely on their own efforts and their own courage to grow step by step to this point. Arriving at the site of the park, the elder smiled slightly, looked at the 11 people and said, "You are all our gardeners. I am very happy that you can join here, and with the 11 of you, the gardening at our outer door has a total of 33 people. 1. It can be said that it has the fewest people in the entire outer door, but please don't be discouraged, you have gotten more. The elder has already said before that you can increase your salary by 3 times. I will not go back on this point. If you do well, I can even give you another salary increase. Everything depends on your own fortune. Young people, come on. After 3 months, you can leave the outer door and learn to cultivate. If you can enter the inner door one day, it will be even more glorious." Many of you may not understand, what exactly is the inner door of a celebrity family? I can introduce you now. The inner sect of the celebrity family, the ones with the lowest strength are the moon-level powerhouses, and you are not qualified at all. Do you want her to say this? If everyone had the strength of the moon level, they would have gone to the inner door long ago. Of course, some people are unwilling to go directly. They want to climb step by step, and they want to hone. The work of this handyman is not particularly tiring, so I just experienced it. Soon it was time to allocate the house, and Luo Chen immediately put the son-brother together, and divided them into a room, because there were more of them, and they could have 1 room per person. However, in order to make everyone have a spirit of harmony and unity, the elders deliberately put them in groups of 2. Whether it is pruning and gardening, or when they are staying, they are all in groups of 2. Seeing that Luokan has been freely combined, the elders also didn't say anything. Now it's someone else. In the end there was only 1 person left. That person was no big deal. He shrugged and said that he could do it alone. The elder was a little helpless, and said directly, "You should go with them, a group of 3. Luokan was a little dumbfounded, because the direction he pointed was his face. Nima. Why team up with yourself? He really didn't want to take anyone else with him. If this is the case, I will be afraid to do anything. Okay, now that you have arranged things, go and pack up, get your accommodation ready, come out for dinner on time in the evening, and take office tomorrow. I hope you can perform well, but I want you to remember that in this mansion, don't offend the young master and some nobles, because you can't afford to offend them. Of course, I also know that many of you are from famous nobles. But where is this place? The status of the celebrity family is here. You must see your own ability clearly in everything you do." Seeing her gradually moving away, Luo Chen's brows slightly stretched out. Isn't that just living with 1 more person? What's the big deal? Thinking about this in his heart, he looked at the extra person. That person was also quite aggrieved. What he meant was that he just wanted to be alone, but he didn't expect to be separated. Luokan looked at his hand again, and couldn't help but raise his brows. because he found something. This person seems to be a woman, but she seems to be a woman disguised as a man. Luo Chen wanted to laugh at this discovery, but he didn't expect to meet a girl. From the looks of this girl, she is quite handsome, but her temperament is also high and cold. The thought of living with her in the future makes Luochen feel irritated. Mom, sleeping with a woman? No, it should be cohabitation. He didn't have any opinion anyway, but other girls didn't know about it. Thinking of this, the three of them didn't speak, and silently walked to the room that the elder had arranged for their own people. The location of the room is very good, because there are only a few people here, and the elders who are used to sign up are very fond of them, so this room in a good location is specially arranged for them. When I came to this dormitory, Luochen couldn't help but sigh. This is really a rich man's game. No matter where you look, it is magnificent and resplendent. This is just a place where servants live. What would the residence of the dignitaries and dignitaries look like? This made him a little puzzled, but he didn't say it. After the door was closed, Luo Chen looked at the girl, and then said, I really want to know about your daughter. What are you doing here, the child's family? Wouldn't it be better for you to appear directly as a woman? You have to do this. He frowned at the woman. Hearing this sentence, the woman couldn't help shaking her body, as if she wanted to get some answers from Luo Chen's eyes. Just who is Luo Chen? His psychological quality is far beyond that of ordinary people, even those of the elders. Master, how did you discover the little girl? The girl pouted. He also learned this technique of disguising as a man from a long distance, but he didn't expect to be seen through by this young man at a glance. Hearing this sentence, there was a touch of embarrassment on Luochen's face. Well, he has some special abilities. Of course, he can see clearly, but it is impossible to say this sentence. After all, this is himself. The biggest trump card is also the biggest secret. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't answer, the woman didn't ask any more questions, and then looked forward. There are only 2 beds here. In other words, there are 2 people who must sleep together, which makes him a little speechless. He sleeps in one bed, and the 2 of them sleep in one. He thinks this way. Imagination is always beautiful, but reality is extremely cruel. From today onwards, he and I will sleep on the same bed when you sleep on the floor. Chapter 563. My God, who are these people? Don't you know Lianxiangxiu? She is also a beauty anyway, shouldn't she be nicer to girls? XXX. She puffed out her cheeks and looked at Luochen, as if she wanted to get an answer from his eyes, but would Luochen ignore her? The answer is negative. The woman was in despair. She didn't expect that it would be unfavorable for her to become a teacher, and she would make such a scene. She only sleeps on the ground, she sleeps on the ground, and she is not afraid of. Thinking of this, she tore off the quilt from a bed and spread it on the ground. This was her sleeping place. Luo Chen saw this, with a black line on his face. Nima, what are you talking about? It's actually the quilt on my bed. What should I do if you look like this? Because it's getting colder now, the temperature is not very high. If I don't cover the quilt, I'm afraid I will catch a cold. When he thinks of this, he can't help but feel helpless, and then said, well, you sleep with me, and then the second just accompany him to sleep like this, and return the quilt to me. Woman. This guy is definitely single by virtue of his strength. She is also a big girl after all. How can she decide one thing so frivolously, and spend one night with him and another? Is this guy stupid? Brother Gongzi was a little dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded when he heard Luochen say that this is a girl. This guy is obviously a handsome guy, how could he be a beauty? However, he has read countless women, and he can also see a little of him from the outline of this woman. It should be quite beautiful. And then listen again when it comes to Luochen, I can't help coughing. This woman either sleeps alone, or she doesn't sleep at all. Just like that, how can there be a reason for 2 people to sleep together? Big brother, I don't need it here. I can't cover the quilt here at night. I think, if she sleeps with me, she will catch a cold. You should take care of him. That's it. Said. Luokung is really confused, isn't what he said wrong? Now the weather is already cold, so these guys are taking care of her, just to worry about her catching a cold. This guy is still so ignorant, why does he want to be like this? That's alright, you'll sleep with me in the future. Don't worry, I'm an honest person and won't move around. Here, he has a special mission, so he didn't dare to think about some things, but he was also a little panicked. If this woman really slept with her, would he be unable to control himself, so he gave him. The woman blushed, but she didn't know what to say. Then she gritted her teeth and ordered some soup. Well, I'll sleep with you. If you dare to move, I'll let you be a human with your tail between your lower body. When it came to these 3 words for the lower body, the woman's tone became more serious, so that she was completely dumbfounded. Time passed quickly, and before you knew it, it was time for dinner. The 3 of them traveled together and went to the dining room. This place was different from the gold mine. In short, one word to describe: luxury. The food here is really good, no matter where it is a fairyland on earth. After half an hour of dinner, the 3 of them decided to go back after finishing their dinner. It's only the first day, Luokung shouldn't take too many actions. At this moment, he just wants to gain the trust of the elders first, so that he can survive in a more stable manner. Unconsciously, she came to the accommodation. Looking at the big bed, the woman couldn't help blushing. Will she sleep with him soon? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. But he still looks pretty handsome, just a little silly. The young master smiled but didn't laugh, and he didn't break it. Because Luokung was thinking about other things, he didn't know what they were laughing at. Now that Cheomung was arrested, he was so worried that he couldn't speak. Only when he found Cheomung could he leave safely. When night fell, the young master entered the bed early, and he even used some tricks to block his ears. 0. Because Luokung was worried that he would be bullied here before, so he released a little seal for him, but he didn't know that this guy was actually used to do such an insignificant thing. He didn't want to say it either, because he was probably afraid that he wouldn't be disturbed at night and would not be able to sleep well. 3 times, 5 times and 2. After washing, I went to bed, and the woman also hesitated, and slowly climbed into the bed, making physical contact, which was inevitable. Don't move. Having said that, Luo Chen's back and bones are chilly. Thinking of spending another night like this, he couldn't help crying. What kind of revenge was he looking for? The woman should be afraid of what Luokung will do. At this moment, the woman turned her head and looked at each other, but she didn't have time to stop. This is too coincidental. Luokung breathed a sigh of relief, because the makeup on her face had already fallen off at this moment, and she could even see her clearly. I have to say that this woman has a beautiful appearance. Well, she should be considered a beautiful woman, but it was uploaded from him. Judging from the energy that comes, it should not be cultivated by a small family, but may also belong to a large family, just naughty and playful. 100 million. Chapter 564. Just like that, completion was placed on her body, and a night passed quietly. This night, like torture, he swears in his heart that tomorrow night he will definitely let her sleep on the ground. If I don't give him a chance, even if she freezes to death, it doesn't matter to me. Such a day is too hard, he can't even find a little bit of resistance. Now women are all goblins, there is nothing wrong with this sentence. The woman's figure is very good, and it feels very good to the touch. Pressing on him, the good thing is like sleeping on the soft cotton. Time passes slowly, and Luokung has come to sleep before he knows it. In his dream, he seemed to see a woman. And when he took a closer look, he was immediately dumbfounded. This woman actually looks similar to the woman below him, which makes him extremely terrified. What's this? What's going on? 110 inches man, I'm going to fight you. How dare you humiliate this girl? The woman shouted loudly, staring at Luochen tightly. When he looked at her like this, Luo Chen was stunned. He humiliated her. Didn't he just sleep on a bed? What's the big deal? Seeing that Luo Chen was ignoring herself, the woman stopped talking. She took out a fan and launched a huge wave. Accidentally slapped the ground. At this moment, the grass on the ground cracked. Luo Chen's face was horrified. This woman is actually so strong. Judging from this blow, she definitely reached the level of the moon. How could such a character come here? With a thought, the terrifying Hongmeng Mother Qi appeared directly, forcibly suppressing her. Then a pair of eyes looked at her. Then he said, "I'm very curious, what exactly do you want to do when you enter here with such strength? Don't tell me that there is no purpose. You directly enter the inner door with such strength." Luo Chen looked at her coldly and seemed to be about to do it in the next moment. Like murder. If I'm not mistaken, this should be your dream trip. Your field is very special, and you can actually I forcibly dragged into your dream. The woman was flustered. He thought that the completion was just a star-studded little person, but he didn't expect that he was also an existence pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. This time it was a big loss. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. You kill me, I can't say it. The woman said righteously, and then she was ready to die, so that he could not exert a little bit of his power. This the strength of the guy, at least from the cosmos level. There must be other purposes for such a character to sneak into this family. As for what purpose, she can't say, it all depends on Luochen's choice. Do you have a grudge against a celebrity family? Who do you want to kill here? Otherwise, you wouldn't choose such a broad-minded employee career. You only have to answer yes or no now. Luochen's words were like a law, so that the woman couldn't have any idea of resistance. She nodded directly and said, "So what?" Luochen laughed. It seemed that he had found a partner here. He has hatred against celebrity families, but he doesn't know what kind of hatred it is. In short, the enemy of the enemy is his friend. He will not think that there are too many friends, but that there are too few like-minded people. Why are you laughing? The woman frowned and asked. I think we can cooperate. You should know my strength. My purpose is the same as yours, but I have no hatred with them. I am here just to save people. If possible, I can release it immediately. If you don't agree, I won't do anything to you. After all, the enemy of your enemy is your friend, and you should know how to choose. The woman was silent. At this moment, she didn't know what to do. What was the purpose of this young man? His strength is very strong. Hiding in this place, his purpose is probably not small. If it is a real life and death crisis, maybe he can save his life. She nodded when she thought of this. Okay, I promise you, the woman said, and then added, it's just that I don't have relatives in this place. Should I believe you? It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, but I want to tell you that with just your strength, you are still far from being able to deal with famous families. I'm afraid you won't be able to practice for hundreds of years. I might as well tell you directly, the information I got before is that there are a total of 6 Nirvana experts in this family. And I learned from their son's mouth that there are 18 strong Nirvana hidden here. Depending on your strength, you should know what Nirvana represents. The woman opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but she stopped talking and wanted to. She really didn't know how to say it. Of course, she understands the power of the powerhouses in Nirvana realm. If such powerhouses want to take action, it is up to her. I'm afraid I can't hold a breath. Not to mention her, even this young man can't add up, but from what this young man said, he doesn't seem to think too highly of Nirvana. He even said that he never took the strong man seriously. Could it be that he has other sources of support? Or there are other accomplices? When she thought of this, she asked suspiciously, do you have any other accomplices here? Hearing these words, Cheng Cheng shook his head. The strength of the celebrity family is already the strongest in the universe. It is estimated that not many people are willing to deal with them. Before Ji Yushi and Alaldo wanted to come in to help, but they were rejected by him. They just didn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Then what do you have to rely on? How can I trust you? The woman raised her eyebrows slightly, and then said, Luo Chen almost laughed when he heard this. Since he dared to come, he promised. Full of confidence, this group of people are all controlled by the primordial qi. Once the primordial qi comes out, they will be suppressed to the death. If even the primordial qi cannot be suppressed, it's fine, he still has the primordial purple qi. If there is a problem that Hongmeng Ziqi can't solve, it doesn't matter, he still has a writing wheel. Writing wheel I, as long as it is superimposed on top of Hongmeng purple qi, the energy can be superimposed 100 times, or even 1,000 times. It's not a problem to kill a strong nirvana in seconds, but this exercise takes too long, and there are more than one strong nirvana on the other side. I'm afraid something will happen if this continues. As long as this woman is willing, many problems can be solved easily. Hello, my name is Shi Mengyao, and I'm here to kill Gong Liangyuan from the famous family. He slaughtered our family cleanly back then, and now I'm going to let him try the feeling of death too. The woman understands that it is impossible to seek revenge with her own strength. If the man is willing to help her, then the problem this time will not be big. Gong Liangyuan, his strength is not very strong, he is only a cosmos-level powerhouse. Originally, with his own dream, he could consume it from the state of death, but he did not dare to take risks. Hundreds of years ago, Gong Liangyuan had already it as the peak of the cosmos. Now that hundreds of years have passed, maybe he has already stepped into the realm of nirvana. All of this is not good. Chapter 565. My name is Luokan, I'm from Earth, my friends were arrested, I came here to save people, and I killed them by the way. This sentence carried an arrogant tone, and she couldn't help but laugh elegantly, killing them. It sounds good to say, but can it really be done? They are not turkeys, they are transcendent forces in the universe. As far as she knows, after Ji Yushi escaped from the world in the creative realm of the earth, they once rose up and became the existence that overwhelmed the whole world. Now their status is as firm as Mount Tai, who can shake it? This sentence is not a lie. If you want to remove them, you need more strong strength requires at least the strength of the creation realm, but the creation of the Supreme has not been born for many years, can it really appear? This made them all a little stuck. What would happen if the Supreme Being of creation realm was born in a famous family? And as far as they know, in today's celebrity family, many nirvana powerhouses are impacting the mysterious realm. It is said that there is an unwritten rule in this family of people, whoever reaches the creation realm first will be able to control the entire celebrity family, the entire universe, and the entire world. This is not a lie. Because of his absolute strength, he is not a problem with any enemy. This sounds exaggerated, but it is true. It is precisely because of this that women are so worried. He was afraid that the Supreme Being of creation realm would be born in a famous family. However, Luokan is not afraid of this. How difficult is the creation realm? Ji Yushi told him at the beginning, what realm is this creation realm? To fuse all of one's own origins into the body and turn oneself into the origin, this is the real powerhouse. And this is not the only focus, turning into the source is only one of them. If you want to really control it, you need to let more people use your source, give you enough power to worship, so that you can do whatever you want, so that you can fly to the sky. By relying only on these devotees, you can successfully break through to the realm of creation. However, they haven't realized the secret of this kind of breakthrough, or they simply don't understand how great the ability to create is. They only know how to cultivate blindly. After all, they have never contacted the Supreme Being of creation realm. Ji Yushi once visited a famous family, but at that time he came only on the grounds of a supreme inspection. How dare this family to ask him the secret of this creation? Obviously, the answer is no. It is precisely because of this that the celebrity family is extremely confused about this aspect, and perhaps no one can know the deep meaning of it. Ji Yushi took good care of Luokan, so he specifically told him how to break through creation. This should be some of his high hopes for Luokan. Time flies, and this night has passed. Luo Cheng didn't know what his future would look like. He didn't dare to imagine it, because he didn't dare to create records. Celebrity families are the most hopeful to break through to creation. It's just that when they figure out the right path, I'm afraid it will take thousands of years, so much time. Fallen has already succeeded. How old is Luo Chen? Only tens of hundreds of years old, to achieve this kind of achievement. Reaching the Supreme Realm is not a joke, but there is a problem hidden in it. His current strength is still too weak. Even if he knows this trick, what can he do? Let Luo Cheng choose in his heart the most promising one to achieve creativity. The character, Luo Chen, is by no means ambiguous. He is likely to choose the original sixth elder. He has a broad mind and a broad mind. If he wants to break through the realm of creation, as long as the realm is sufficient, he can even quickly reach his style of publicizing his aspirations. This is faith. With the power of faith, a person can control it correctly. World. This is not just talk. When a person wins the hearts of the people, he gains the world. Only in this way can he gain respect. Maybe some people don't believe it, because they didn't have Gu Yushi's cultivation, plus Luoken's background. It's not so simple. Who is the behemoth of Hongmeng? XXX. The Hongmeng behemoth came from between the laws of heaven and earth, or is it a powerhouse who created the laws of heaven and earth? It can be a close encounter with the Lord of Chaos back then. Now that Hongmeng's mother Qi is in his body, he has full confidence that he can break through to the creative realm, provided that the current troubles are solved first. Otherwise, everything will be difficult. The time flies, the morning has come, and when the day comes, the gardeners have gathered in the square. Luoken was in high spirits, but the woman's spirit was a little dazed. What's the reason? She thought a lot last night, wondering if she could really avenge this revenge. This is a big problem. I can't imagine it. Luo Chen said that he did not have any reinforcements. Could it be that with his strength, he could not turn the tide? To know the strength of Luokeng, at most it is only the universe. Above this, there is still the realm, and the existence of nirvana. According to the previous understanding, among the famous families, it is at least the domain that wants to be the elder of the cabinet. Just how terrifying is this kind of power? The Gyula clan, who dominated for a time, and the Stonemen clan, their ancestors were the realm. The cracks already existed at the beginning, because they did not have the courage to set foot in this realm, which may also be the first of its kind created by this celebrity family. It makes more people have the courage to set foot, because if they don't try, they will be swallowed up. This is a very sad story. No one wants to watch their power be swallowed up. You guys are in charge of the East Park, with a total of 26 acres of land. I hope you can work well. If you do well, you still have the hope of raising your salary. Go ahead. The elder looked at them and said. The faces of the three were calm. They all picked up their tools and headed towards the West Park. Along the way, the three of them were silent. Immediately, when it was completed, he looked at the young master, and said, "What's different about this West Park?" The son was stunned for a moment, then said, "The West Park is basically to cultivate future generations. There are tens of thousands of schoolchildren here. They come from all over the world. Place was sent into the celebrity family to study from an early age. Moreover, after they graduate, they can unconditionally enter the celebrity family and enjoy the resources of the celebrity family." The woman couldn't help but wonder, how did this guy know so much? He couldn't help but think of Luoken's background. Could it be that he also has a grudge against a celebrity family? Of course Luoken knew what she was thinking, so she couldn't help smiling, and then said, "This guy is the son of a famous family. I was caught before. I think it's good to be a spy." The expression on the face, "The son will be caught, what is your mother kidding? Didn't I hear that these big family sons are very afraid of death? They usually stay at home and don't go out." Chapter 566. He thought so, but he was blaming the big families. Many young masters, he didn't want to stay at home, just because there were too many enemies. They didn't have the courage to go out. How can a flower that has not experienced a storm grow? He has been enjoying being in swaddling, he can't be alone, if one day removes his protective umbrella, he will be useless. This is a very hurtful thing. Maybe many people understand that there are too few people to really understand the deep meaning of this. It is even said that ordinary people want to grow up, and they basically practice outside, and the sons of these big families are not good at all. They dare to go out without bringing dozens of bodyguards. If a force wants to develop, it must not offend some people, it must not work. Of course, this young man who was caught is an exception, because he is rather stupid, in short, a fool. His own celebrity family is on the cusp of the storm. He dares to go alone. If he doesn't catch him, others will definitely catch him. Then he will threaten the celebrity family. This kind of thing can definitely happen. Luokan even had a 9-to-9 confidence that he soon arrived in the West Park, where the sound of books was soaring, and it could be seen that the students here were very passionate about learning. Actually, it's not. The family spent a lot of money to send them here. Did they think it's possible not to learn? If it is said that there is a little bit of disrespect for the teacher, it may be directly killed. The celebrity family does this very well. If a person wants to become a talent, how can he grow if he does not beat and beat? Not many people can understand the essence of this. Tell me about the distribution here. Luo Chen looked at Brother Young Master with a smile, and then said. Brother Young Master smiled helplessly, and then introduced it. Through his introduction, Luokan gradually understood the divisions here. Among them, the four main teaching areas are the four main teaching areas. In the southwest, northeast, southeast, and southwest direction is the secondary education area. In the main area, they are basically the descendants of the nobles, while in the secondary education area, they are all sent in by the commoners. The gap between the two sides is definitely incomparable. However, from his words, Luo Chen gradually understood one thing, the so-called Jujutian prison is here. It is also a good thing to let the students take a look at these characters who are imprisoned here often. Luokan is very satisfied with this. It would be even better if he could find some clues from here. But he just came here, and he didn't want to expose it too early. He was here all morning, working diligently. At noon, after eating, his mind became active. Looking at the two people beside him, he smiled evilly, and then said, "Let's go shopping, Tilda." This smile is well hidden. The elders didn't realize it. After all, they will live here for a long time, so I let them go, but the elders didn't know that it was a big mistake. The three walked together and soon arrived at the West Park. The so-called West Park is now out of class. Many students are dressed gorgeously and walk on the road, but they dare not be too public. After all, this is the domain of celebrity families. When they see Luo Chen and others, their faces a smile appeared. I don't dare to bully the nobles, but some slaves, they still have no problem. Come over here. When a voice came out, Luokan couldn't help but be stunned. Are these young masters going to pick something up again? It turns out that all snobbish people are like this. He smiled in his heart, and without thinking too much, he passed by with a few people. I've got my shoes dirty, let me lick them clean. Let's see what you sweep the floor for. This gentleman deliberately provoked, he must have been bullied before. Luokan's temper is about to break out, but because of the pressure over the years, he didn't take these things to heart. It's just that this young man can't bear it anymore. Who is he? In the family, he is one of the best, and all the younger generation respect him. How dare these little brats dare to provoke him on the head? Could it be that you want to die? With that in mind, he stepped forward and punched this guy's face. His strength is on the moon level. The power of Xion's punch is enough to blow up this teaching building, but no one dares to fight here. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen felt a little helpless in his heart. How could he forget this dog thing? You fucking dare to hit me. This young master was in a hurry right away, and hurriedly glanced at a few people around him. The melee will start now. No matter what, celebrity young master is in the same camp as Luokan and the others, and it is absolutely impossible to see him being bullied. The law of Hongmeng was revealed slightly, and it made a few little kids scream. Immediately, just as Luo Chen was about to start, he heard a voice. It was a solemn voice. What should it be? What elder? He just took back all his power and started to do it. He also hid himself so as not to be discovered. As for this Shi Mengyao, she didn't move at all, because in her opinion, Luokung was enough to solve these things. If she did it herself, she might cause unnecessary trouble. Diaresis, you are so brave, you dare to beat someone on campus. Who is your elder? Who is this? Indiscriminately, accusing slaves of cursing. Luo Chen sneered in his heart, is such a teacher worthy of being a teacher? Indiscriminate and blindly protective, this will only make a person more arrogant, not let him grow. Hello, teacher, we are just practicing with this senior. Seemingly knowing that he was wrong, the young master restrained his temper, forcibly suppressed a sigh of relief, and then said that this matter was caused by him, and he must have to do it himself. To solve, for some reason, he seems to feel a truth from here. The so-called tiger fell and Pingyang was bullied by dogs. You have no strength, no status, who will look down on you? He couldn't smile bitterly. If he stood here as a son, they could only call their father's life here. You call him senior. What qualifications do you have? A group of dogs doesn't count. Hearing this sentence, Luo Chen looked at him coldly, and then said, are you the teacher here? Hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but froze for a moment, then nodded and said, what's the matter with you? Hearing his confirmation, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of Luoken's mouth. Your teachers are like this. Your words and deeds will determine their future. If teachers are like this, what will the students they teach be like? I can't imagine what they will be like when they grow up. Hearing this, the middle-aged man flushed with anger, and shot directly. This palm can be said to be full of power, and the falling dust flew out. Because he didn't use strength to resist, he was blown away. Shi Mengyao raised his brows. This elder's strength should only be at the cosmos level. However, Luo Chen didn't make a move. Remember, you are not qualified to question others. Don't use the suction park anymore. Nay. Chapter 567. Luoken sneered, what kind of thing are you? If you don't tell me, you won't come. For this teacher, he really didn't know what to say. There is no teacher morality at all. Do you still need to respect this kind of person? If it wasn't for his special status now, he would have killed him long ago. This West Park will be the site of the three of us in the future. If possible, you can prune the gardening yourself. We won't say anything, but we'll thank you. Luo Chen said coldly. Hearing this sentence, the teacher seemed to be choked. They are teachers, why did they prune and garden? Aren't these things exactly what they should be doing? Okay, you are fine, I hope you remember what you said today. After the teacher finished speaking, he left angrily. As for the injured student, he didn't even look at it. As his own student, he was so embarrassed, then why should I help him? Such a strong Luoken surprised the two of them. I thought that today was doomed to be bad, but I didn't expect it to be solved so easily. There is still a way for Luoken. You're right. These teachers are actually not good at all. Show me the way to your Juju Heaven prison. He lowered his voice and said to brother young master. The young master sighed. He knew that this day would come sooner or later, but he didn't refute it, and now he has no right to argue too much. And Shi Mengyao at the back also quickly followed. Luoken wanted to save people, she really didn't know. What kind of existence does such a man try so hard to save? Juju Tian Prison is located in the center of the West Park, surrounded by campus protection. There are very few people who can come here on weekdays. And no one is allowed to enter here. It is for this reason that this place is extremely safe. The three brought tools and slowly came to this central area. Looking at the surrounding buildings, they couldn't help but sigh, this family is really rich. I don't know how much people's fat and people's cream have been looted, and these things will be returned sooner or later. Several stop, this place is a prison, and you can't enter it without the permission of the patriarch. Just as the young master was about to speak, he was slapped on the head with a slap in the face. This slap made him feel a lot of pain. Damn, it doesn't give me any face at all. Now that you know the location, everything will be easy. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he threw a pokeball. This is Celebi. Celebi has the law of time. Although it is not as powerful as Hongmeng, it is more than enough to travel through time and space in it. After Celebi appeared, Shi Mengyao, who was beside her, couldn't sit still. Girls like cute things. It seems that this sentence is not false at all. Don't disturb her, Luokan said, and saw Shi Mengyao leave angrily. Celebi has his own business to do, and he has a heavy responsibility. He must investigate the situation here. And Luokan and others have already left. If they are here, the goal is too big. This place is very sensitive. After Celebi entered the time tunnel, people from the outside could not sense it, so they could safely infiltrate Jujutian prison. Luokan wouldn't give up his ideas because of these things. He clearly remembered his purpose. Destroy the entire celebrity family. That's his purpose, but before that, he must rescue Chao Meng first, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. In fact, he had an idea. He wanted to release Mewtwo, so as to judge the state of the ancient Mewtwo. It's just that this idea was quickly shelved. Why? For some reason, Chao Meng is reluctant to come out now. It seems that he was forcibly suppressed by the law. When it comes to the future, he can't judge or solve it himself. If it continues like this, Luokan doesn't know what to do anymore. Soon, they will return to the small courtyard, and the night will come soon. On this day, Luo Chen knew the name of the eldest son next to them. Celebrity Thunder. The name sounded a bit awkward. Maybe his father had some thoughts on him. As for the time when the woman was dragged into a dream before, already known. Shi Mengyao. Celebrity Jinglei was a little surprised when he heard the name. As far as he knew, this Shi Mengyao should have died more than 200 years ago. Why did he say that? Because more than 200 years ago, there was an elder in their family who went to exterminate the Shi family. The reason is very simple, because this Shi Mengyao was unwilling to marry the elder's son. That's what led to this result. After hearing the news, there was a haze on Luokan's face. If he had the strength, would he be able to mess around like this? Luokan doesn't want this kind of thing to happen, so he is trying his best to avoid it. His requirements for the Earth or satellites are extremely strict. XXX. If such a thing happened on his own territory, Luo Chen should reflect on it, and he would not allow it to appear. This does not allow two words, so he fully expresses his determination. It was finally getting dark, and the trio's gossip in the courtyard was over, and they were ready to go to sleep. But this evening's Shi Mengyao was a little weird. She actually wanted to blast the eldest son and celebrity out. Celebrity Jinglei learned about the incident and had no opinion, so he left the house with his own quilt. Fallen Chen was not at ease. After all, this is not a good thing. What if you let him leak the news? Only now, Luo Chen actually discovered a strange thing. Celebrity Jinglei is not in a hurry to go back. He seems to have fallen in love with the life of working here. Could it be that he changed his fate? This kind of thinking is fleeting. A dog can't change it and eat shit. This is a well-known saying in the world. His celebrity is a prodigal, and no one can change it. The only one who can explain this matter is himself. All in all, Luokan is absolutely against it. But he couldn't say anything about Shi Mengyao. There was no other way but to push him out. Just in case, Hongmeng's mother anger covered the entire small courtyard, just because he was worried that someone would make trouble. After all, this is his family. He is very familiar with the things here. Once he runs away, he will regret it. Entering the house, alone, with a man and a woman, in the same room, it was a little embarrassing. Shi Mengyao looked at Luokan with a different look on her face, and she didn't know what he was thinking. Tell me, what do you want to say by spending him? Looking at this beautiful and moving girl, Mo Chen snorted coldly. He is not a person who can't walk just by looking at a beautiful girl. For him, he is not willing to do some pointless things, like saying that children are in love with each other. Of course, he wasn't narcissistic, just in case, he didn't have the kind of charm that could make Xi Mengyao fall in love. Chapter 568. I want to know what kind of strength you have. Teacher Luo today, his strength should not be bad, right? You can be so calm, or do you have any other support? Xi Mengyao looked at her and said. Don't mention that everyone has their own secrets in the future. If I say I ask you to explain everything about yourself, would you like it? Just like me. After speaking, Luokan went straight to bed and put the quilt on him. Because Celebrity Thunder was not in the room tonight, Xi Mengyao was embarrassed to squeeze in again, but there was no quilt on the bed of Celebrity Thunder. Come and sleep. Luo Chen couldn't take it any longer, and then said slowly. Xi Muyao came here after thinking about it. He took off his shirt, and there was still a special thermal jacket inside, but from the thermal jacket, Luokan actually felt a tinge of heart palpitations. This power is so terrifying. This should be her secret. After all, she came to this mysterious celebrity family alone, without any support, it would definitely not work. It's just that he doesn't understand, this woman is too direct, that's all. What are you taking off? Lonely man and widow, are you really not afraid of letting you do it, Tilda? Of course, this is Luokan's inner monologue. In order to calm himself down as soon as possible, Luokan simply turned his head and put his body on the other side. Xi Mengyao watched this scene and couldn't help but pouted. This guy has no emotion at all. It's no wonder that you will be single for a lifetime. What can you do if you are single by your strength? She couldn't help but start to face herself. Could it be that she was not attractive enough? Even this little brat can't seduce. What the hell is this world? Or is it that men nowadays don't care about girls at all? She asked herself. She was of the highest quality in both body and appearance, but this guy is so ignorant, how could he still look down on her? Thinking of this, he felt aggrieved, went straight to bed, and hugged Luo Dust, from the warmth of the back. Made Luokan's body tremble violently. Is this girl crazy? Don't you know the instincts of men? In order to show his masculinity, he turned his head and directly pressed the woman under his body. It was the same plot as last night. His eyes were facing each other, as if he had some kind of emotion. The woman's heart was pounding. She couldn't help closing her eyes, as if waiting for Luo Chen's next move, but she waited for a long time, but only heard the heavy snoring. Mom, what happened to this man? She has already pressed me on her body, doesn't she have any desire at all? Well, it seems that she is indeed not attractive enough. When she thinks of this, she twitches her arm forcefully. But she found helplessly that her arm had been pinned down by Luokan, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free, which made her speechless. The time, place, and characters have all gathered, but such a strange thing happened. A man had already pressed the peerless creature under him, but he did not take the next step. Xi Mengyao even wondered, could it be that she is not doing anything? Thinking of this, she couldn't help coughing, maybe it was really possible. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Luokan carefully. She was surprised to find that this little boy is so young. Is this really a normal little boy? But why is his strength so powerful? Finally, Luo Chen turned over, and in just this moment, the woman pulled out her hand, but after she was pulled out, she didn't know where to put it. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. Should she continue to put it back? This kind of thinking was quickly given up. He is a normal girl, and he doesn't have too many thoughts on this aspect. After that, she felt the pressure greatly increased, and Luo Chen actually put all the weight on her. She couldn't help panting. For a while, she was about to suffocate. She put her hand on it and hugged Luo Chen. The smell unique to a man kept lingering on her nose. It was a strange smell, and he couldn't bear it. Live nostalgia. But because Luokan had already crushed her to the point where she couldn't breathe, she suddenly exerted strength and crushed him under her body. The posture of men and women looked extremely indecent, and at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Celebrity Jinglei watched this scene, couldn't help smirking, and immediately backed out. At the same time, waves surged in his heart. Is this woman so hungry? He actually fell asleep while he was finished, and wanted to take him away. Hey, what a pity for such a beauty. She actually went to do this kind of thing with other men alone, especially when the woman took the initiative. Shi Mengyao was speechless. This person would definitely be shocked and laughed at by this person. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. He was looking at Luokan. He wanted to leave him, but he was reluctant to give up his unique breath, so he directly followed its traces and laid it on him, and he was not as tall as Luokan. So after she got down, her forehead was placed next to Luokan's chin, and there was a quiet breathing sound in her ears, but Luokan couldn't lift her spirits at all. It seemed that he really had no feelings for women. It fell in the early morning, and one day the sun shone, awakening the whole land, and there was light snow falling sparsely in the sky, and the temperature on this day had dropped to freezing point. Luokan couldn't help feeling a chill, and seemed to feel soft on his body, which gave him an inexplicable warmth. The warmth on his tight body made Shi Mengyao stunned. Is he awake? Then I felt the cold, and looking at it again, Celebrity Jinglei didn't know when he had returned to the house. The elders have already said that you don't have to be on duty when there is a blizzard today. We gardeners can't work in this weather. Hearing this, Shi Mengyao was a little stunned. That is to say, is he still holding him like this? But it's so warm. At this moment, she is like a bird depending on a person. Enjoying the warmth to the fullest, at this moment, Luo Chen didn't know what was wrong. He raised his left leg, and actually pinched Shi Mengyao. The embarrassing position made Shi Mengyao smile bitterly, and then glared at Celebrity Thunder, telling him not to look around. The celebrity let out a dry cough, and quickly turned his eyes away, pretending he didn't see anything. Time flowed minute by minute, and this posture remained for more than an hour before Luo Chen opened his sullen eyes, but when he saw the state in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. He actually held her to sleep all night. Congratulations, brother Luokan, you have successfully bid farewell to being single. Based on my years of experience, elder sister Shi Mengyao will soon be pregnant with your child. Luo Chen. Shi Mengyao. It seemed that the atmosphere was not right, and the celebrity panicked and fled quickly, as if they were afraid of being caught by these two, and kept scolding in their hearts. These two were adulterers and prostitutes, and they were simply male and female. 100 million. Chapter 569. These two men and women are simply dog men and women. Such blatant dog abuse is really scary. But up to now, he still admires Luo Chen. This way of flirting with girls is too strong. The two have only known each other for 2 days, and it's just like this. He suddenly thought of something. Luo Chen's purpose was not simple. This woman is so close to him, could it be that there is something wrong with the woman? This is what I thought in my heart, but I don't think about it anymore. He suddenly began to doubt that in his previous life, he seemed to be too comfortable. Although he is a gardener now, in just 2 days, he has grown a lot. The first is from the tempering of the state of mind. In this case, it is from the degree of his persistence. Before, he could never have done so many things, but now, he really understands a lot, and he can even say that he has grown up one by one. Time passed by minute. He stood in the courtyard and quietly watched the snowflakes falling from the sky. He shot and caught one. The snowflakes were crystal clear and flawless, but turned into a drop of water in an instant. Perhaps the same is true of people's hearts. This is a very simple matter, but I don't know why I can't understand it now. He quietly looked at the sky, letting the snowflakes fall, and the snowflakes rolled on his face, making him unable to help feeling emotional. Maybe this is life, and Luo Chen has made him understand a lot. Power doesn't mean everything. Only when the true self is strong can a person grow up, and because of this, he is very grateful to Luokan. There was the sound of laughter from the two of them in the room, and he couldn't help covering his ears, because he was not on duty today, so he was extra leisurely. Following the flow of time, he slowly came to the door. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. He couldn't help but wonder, is there any new task today? Thinking like this in his heart, he accelerated his speed and soon came to the front, but when he opened the door, he couldn't help but froze in place. It was his personal bodyguard at the door. The guard couldn't help but be astonished when he saw the celebrity Jinglei's current outfit. It's really weird that Brother Gongzi is willing to be this gardener, but... Then he saw that there was a trace of unhappiness on Brother Gongzi's face. The door was slammed shut, the guard's face was dark. Did he eat the door? Fortunately, this is his son, his master, so he didn't think much about it. Maybe because of the inexplicable young man, his son's mentality has been completely changed. In his heart, he was still uneasy. Luo Chen's strength was too terrifying, even he himself would not dare to provoke it easily. What was his purpose for such a strong person to sneak in? You guys can go first, I think it's fine now. Celebrity Jinglei suddenly opened the door again, and said to the guard. Hearing his words, the guard was very stunned. Young master, is this a big change in temperament? It's not like him. However, he wouldn't try to make people feel bad. He had warned him before Luo Chen. Once the patriarch knew about these things, would they be the ones who would suffer? Moreover, the son's current appearance, he feels very good, at least he is willing to accept suffering, and is no longer as exaggerated as before. For anyone, it is a different kind of growth. He slowly left here, but this scene was seen by someone in the dark. This person is called Tianyan, and it is the secret that detects everyone in the celebrity family. The patriarch of a celebrity family is a ruthless man. It's impossible to be very ambitious. He has very low standards for recruiting new people. So the whole place is mixed. If it can't be solved properly, it won't work at all. The existence of the heavenly eye solves the problem in it. He was born with this kind of talent, he was born with concealment, and his talent was extremely terrifying. Even if a celebrity is shocked, they don't dare to make trouble easily. First of all, when he came here, Luo Chen didn't even realize that such a big secret was leaked out like this. If you let him know that if this character exists, he will definitely not be as arrogant as he is now. But no matter what, he is not arrogant. Just now, he doesn't have a deep understanding of the strength of the celebrity family. In this area, this is only the residence of the handyman disciples. The other party will come when he has nothing to do. However, celebrity families are actually very sensitive to this matter, and they don't want some bad things to happen. Especially the patriarch, be more cautious. When I found out that the elder was sneaking around that day, I already realized that there might be a problem, but I didn't expect him to learn such important news. It's just that the information is limited. In his opinion, it's just that the elder brother is suffering here. He also has some understanding of the elder brother. He is a big dandy disciple, and the patriarch has broken his heart a lot for him. For such an important matter, he will definitely not delay, and immediately left here and returned to the forbidden area of the family. In the mighty hall, a middle-aged man walked with his hands behind his back, looking at Xiao Shui in front of him, feeling lost. Then he said, "This year's snow is a little different." As he said this, he suddenly felt a breath coming. The body flickered, and he came to the side of Tianyan. "Have you found anything?" he thought to himself, and then looked at him. XXX. Report to the patriarch that your son, Jinglei, is currently in the gardening area and is working as a gardener. Would you like to stop him? Tianyan said respectfully. Knowing this sentence, the patriarch did not give a slight pause. What is his son's temperament? Will he not understand? He actually went to that shabby place to do a handyman job, and then asked, "Is it safe now?" Hearing the patriarch's words, Tianyan coughed dryly, and then said, "Young master is very safe now, but this chorus is too hard and tired, should we stop it?" The patriarch smiled, and then said, it's fine to let this stinky boy play. Nested at home, what has he become? Hearing this sentence, Heavenly Eye was silent, and then he didn't speak anymore. In the whole family, the patriarch is the most important, and the son-in-law is indeed a bit bad now, so it doesn't hurt to let him grow up well. You just need to protect her safety. After saying this, he frowned again. Forget it, there is no need to protect her. Since he is doing these things secretly, he definitely doesn't want others to find out. In this case, he hastily sent someone to protect him. Would this make him unhappy? The thought in his heart flashed, and then he let Tianyan leave, and he also planned to go and see this stinky boy. After all, he didn't care about such a big thing, and he didn't look like a qualified father. With this thought in his mind, he soon came to the so-called gardening area. And here, it is also the other courtyard where Luo Chen and others are. Chapter 570. The powerhouse in the Nirvana realm is already the pinnacle of the world. He came very quietly and didn't even disturb anyone. However, after he came, he actually found something wrong. The formation of the house is definitely not so strong. Could it be that there is something here that you don't know will be a secret? When he just wanted to go in, he was compressed by a terrifying force, which made him look horrified. You must know that he is now one of the top experts in the celebrity family. With his strength, he still can't be like a duck to water here. There is indeed a problem. His heart had settled, his speed increased, and his strength increased at the same time, as if he wanted to forcibly break through this field. At this moment, Luokan was still in the small room, and suddenly felt a panic in his body. Boom! A loud bang resounded around the courtyard, and Luo Chen's house was completely destroyed. Luokan couldn't help but feel astonished in his heart. This guy who appeared now has actually reached the realm of Nirvana. Who is this and why is it so powerful? At the same time, he also started to worry. Last night, he set up a formation, which can only be entered from the door. If anyone wants to break through, he will definitely be attacked by the formation. Father, why are you here? Celebrity was shocked and panicked, and then looked at this dusty man. Dad. As soon as this title came out, Luokan couldn't help it anymore. Nima, my dear, it's actually the father of celebrity Jinglei. Celebrity family, you don't seem to have come into contact with it yet, do you? I didn't expect it to be so strong. Master Patriarch. Luokan bowed respectfully, and Shi Mingyao by her side did the same. It was just morning, and she hadn't even had time to dress up. Did not expect to see this scene. Hee, take out the things. The patriarch looked at Luokan coldly, and then said. Luokan looked dumbfounded, what is it? And Shi Mengyao and celebrity Jinglei were also stunned and a little weird. Alright, Luo Chen, this stinky boy, actually steals things behind their backs. It even made the patriarch furious. I don't know where this guy came from to be so daring, to actually steal something from this place. Judging from the patriarch's appearance, the things he stole should be quite expensive. Lord Patriarch, I don't understand what you are talking about, Luo Chen said righteously. Hearing this, the patriarch frowned, and then locked onto Luokan. Hongmeng Chi. The 4 words were uttered, and Luo Chen's heart sank, and sure enough, he was still noticed. Okay. Luokan smiled wryly, and then took out a bead from behind. This thing was condensed by him with Hongmeng Purple Chi. Master Patriarch, I got this thing many years ago. I found that he can block the breath. And, my wife appeared here as a man, so, Luo Chen said, and pulled Shi Mengyao into her arms. Middle. When Luokan said this, Shi Mengyao blushed. The patriarch was stunned for a moment, then took it over, held it in his hand, and examined it carefully, but the more he looked, the more he realized something was wrong. This thing is so terrifying. It actually contains unpredictable power. Even his Hongmeng Chi was frustrated everywhere. In this regard, his shock can no longer be explained in simple words. Where did you get this thing? The corners of his lips trembled, and then he locked onto Luo Chen. This. Luochen gritted his teeth, as if there was an indescribable reason. Can't remember. It's okay, don't worry, think slowly. The patriarch's face was eager, and he couldn't see his calmness at all. Just kidding, completely suppressing the aura of Hongmeng, this kind of thing should not exist. Moreover, the condition for their survival is the aura of primordial aura. If the enemy gets this thing, it will not be a good thing for them. Of course, he also thought about Hongmeng's mother Qi, but after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. The reason is very simple. Hongmeng's mother Qi is extremely mysterious. If Luo Chen used Hongmeng's mother Qi under his nose, he would definitely be able to find out. After all, he could completely suppress his own things. He has already researched it thoroughly. Time flies, and the silence lasted for half an hour. Luochen never spoke, and was waiting for the forgiveness of the patriarch, but he waited for a long time. The patriarch has always looked at him with this look, and even found a trace of displeasure. He understood that the importance of the primordial spirit is self-evident, shouldn't exist. He also secretly rejoiced that he didn't use mother energy before, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable now. This old fox is so cunning. Once there is that thing, it is very likely that he will find it. Thinking like this, he said, "This thing was given to me by a senior. He is very big, and his eyes are like a planet. I was far away and seemed to be at war with a god, and then found me. This thing, he squeezed out at will, seems to want to kill me, but I was very lucky, and successfully escaped this murder, so I squeezed this thing in my hand." Hearing the completion, the patriarch fell silent. The body is very large, and you can fabricate such items at will. Could it be the Qi of Chaos? In other words, it is the mother Qi of Chaos. The Qi of Chaos and the Qi of Hongmeng are of the same level, but the Qi of Chaos can never suppress Hongmeng. This is a truth that many people understand, that is to say, the power contained in this stone is definitely the mother energy of chaos. In fact, it is not to blame him for being ignorant. Many people have never heard of the saying that Hongmeng Qi can be transformed into Hongmeng Purple Qi. Of course, his status is detached, and he may have a little understanding of this kind of thing. However, he didn't know one thing, Luochen's hidden ability. In this piece of stone, there is no trace of the primordial aura at all, and what is revealed in it is the pure law of the universe. At the same time, this also represents the highest realm of Hongmeng Qi, the form of all things. It can be controlled, destroyed, and the world can be turned into an ownerless thing. This is Hongmeng. When he thought of this, the patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. A creature with a huge body, one eye is bigger than a planet. There are only two in this world, the giant beast and the behemoth of chaos. He didn't know that the chaotic behemoth had shattered the void, so he always thought it was the product of the fight between these two big men. In other words, this may contain the power of Hongmeng mother energy. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with undisguised excitement. Has his long-cherished wish for many years finally been fulfilled? Even if there is only a little bit of primordial Qi, he can get rid of it. After all, Nirvana is not a joke. Chapter 571. Tell me, how to use this thing, how to summon the so-called enchantment. The patriarch looked at Luo Chen and asked. Hearing this, Luo Chen smiled, then took a step forward and held the stone in his hand. A weak force gradually began to ripple, and then filled the entire small courtyard. Among them, the patriarch just wanted to laugh, and sure enough, this thing can really suppress him. Even if the primordial Qi of Hongmeng cannot be found, the primordial Qi of chaos is not bad. He couldn't help but glanced at Luochen with admiration, and then said, "You boy, it's very good. Tell me, what do you want to do in 3 months?" The patriarch knows that they are only miscellaneous disciples, so the quota for a formal disciple is simply too difficult for them. Luochen was silent. To be honest, he didn't want to leave here, but if he stayed, it would probably bring bad results and make this old fox suspicious. He thought for a while, and then said, "Lord Patriarch, the three of us are in charge of the Western District, and we accidentally bumped into a teacher before. Therefore, the juniors are deeply frustrated by the education there." Hearing Luo Chen's words, Celebrity Jinglei's heart skipped a beat. What my father dislikes the most is the questioning of others. Moreover, this so-called teacher question cannot be raised. Among them, there is a huge problem. This West Zone was established by the leader of the group himself, and he chose all the teachers himself, and Luokan is now questioning, is there no problem in this? In your opinion, how should this matter be handled? He looked at Luo Chen and said. Luo Chen was stunned. Did he say something wrong? It does feel a little wrong. This guy's expression is a bit ugly. Some unqualified teachers are eliminated directly. They are not qualified to be teachers at all. My own morals are not enough. What qualifications does he have to manage others and teach his students well? Even in this situation, Luo Chen still insisted on not letting go. Hearing this, the patriarch laughed. Every year, the Xiuan district contributes tens of thousands of talents, and these people will basically become the tyrants among the outer disciples. For these disciples, the patriarch is very relieved. Although few of them can rush to the inner door, even so, it is enough to see how terrible they are. Well, how about I let you be a teacher too? The patriarch smiled. However, being a teacher has conditions. The patriarch. The villain will not be rewarded without merit. Luokan just crawls on the ground and worships him as a god. Ha ha ha, no, 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 who said you didn't deserve credit? Your credit is huge. This is what you contributed. Besides, what about a mere teacher? After speaking, the patriarch took a step forward and took out a jade pendant from his arms. You don't have to refuse. This matter has already been settled. As long as you take this token, your identity will be decided. I hope you can grasp it well. Let me see what the so-called teacher's morality is. Luokan looked embarrassed, but his heart blossomed with joy. If he became a teacher, in the West Park, he would be able to truly help him. Do whatever you want, It's not like doing whatever you want, at least do a lot of things, you don't need to worry about others poking your spine. With this thought in mind, Luokan bowed to the ground. Many thanks to the patriarch, the villain must do his part. You will never be disappointed. XXX. Hearing Luokan's words, the patriarch laughed loudly. In fact, he is the person who doesn't want to take advantage of others. He has obtained Luokan's treasure. Well, isn't it good to give him a little help? At least that's what he thought. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he watched the famous person get shocked. Brother Thunder, this time, you've done a lot, come on. Celebrity Jinglei nodded, with a resolute expression on his face, and now he has truly regarded Luokan as a friend, even if Luokan's purpose is to deal with them. Is this just the key? Celebrity Jinglei only knows that whoever treats him well and who is helpful to him is a good person. During this period of time, although Luo Chen caught himself, everything developed step by step. Luokan taught him a lot of truths, and he gradually woke up from his confusion. Upon seeing this, the patriarch said, well, all three of you should go to the West Park. I'll say hello there. Well, forget it, I'll take you there directly. After the patriarch finished speaking, he was ready to move forward. Seeing this, Luo Chen nodded, and the two of them followed in his footsteps. Celebrity Jinglei kept silent. Father didn't take care of himself. Could it be that he also understood a lot? A good piece of rough jade cannot be successful without hard work. This is the truth that many people understand. Celebrity Jinglei also understands that his father has really let go and let him do what he wants to do boldly. Diaresis Celebrity Thunder, from today onwards, you are no longer a son, your identity is the assistant of this little brother Luokan. How about it, do you have any opinion? The celebrity patriarch suddenly turned his head and looked at the confused Celebrity Thunder. He nodded, this was what he expected. Father's words are very pertinent. Actually, it doesn't need him to say, the celebrity Jinglei also intends to be a little brother honestly. This Luokan is not very old, but he really knows a lot. Make him grow. Okay. As expected of my celebrity Genshin's son. He has courage. He laughed and patted Luokan on the shoulder again. Little brother Luokan, I'll leave this to you. Well, your treatment is 3 times that of an ordinary teacher. At the same time, the family will provide you with a lot of cultivation resources, so that you can improve your level as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, there are also a group of little kids in the West Park. Well done, they are not small, but there are clear rules in the West Park. Whoever disrespects the master will be whipped directly. Even fired. Luokan had heard this sentence for a long time, so it was no surprise to hear it again. Well, thank the patriarch for the cultivation, I will definitely do it well. After Luo Chen finished speaking, a smile appeared on his resolute face. Because it's a freshman enrollment recently, you should be able to take a class, but I can tell you that if your student is not good in the city, you should know the consequences, right? Students are the last strength of the family and the foundation of our existence. Hearing this, Luo Chen frowned and asked him to take a class. This is a bit of a problem, but fortunately, it's a small problem. Now he just wants to save Mewtwo. However, having been in contact with the famous family for so long, he suddenly realized that this family is not as bad as he thought. Noon. Chapter 572. The distance is not far, and soon we will arrive at the West Park. Students and teachers are not afraid of wind and rain. No matter what time of day, they always have normal classes. But now here, it is overcrowded, with tens of thousands of people standing below. These tens of thousands of people should be freshmen, and some excellent head teachers are qualified to choose first, but only one can be selected. Hearing this, Luo Chen nodded. What he needed was this kind of fairness. Of course, this may not be good for the students. If they are allowed to continue to choose, the ones who remain are relatively weak teachers. The patriarch cleared his throat and then landed on the stage. Come on, friends, everyone be quiet. A voice sounded, and many people focused their attention and fell on the patriarch. The reason is very simple. His voice seemed to be piercing, which instantly silenced everyone. Lord Patriarch, why are you here? At the top, an old man came hurriedly and greeted the celebrity. At this moment, Luo Chen saw a familiar figure. Then, it was the teacher who had offended before. I didn't expect that he was still here. It's nothing, just introduce a new friend to everyone. After speaking, he pushed Luo Chen out. His name is Luokan. I brought him here from a handyman disciple. Now he joins the Xuan campus. Hearing this, the old man felt a little uncomfortable, but he still smiled apologetically, and then said, Lord Patriarch, you also know that now is not the deadline for enrollment, if you accept him directly. I'm afraid it will cause other people's problems. Not happy. Hearing this, the celebrity laughed heartily. Who told you that I asked him to study? Celebrity's shocking words, like a law, made several people tremble. Could it be, you want him to clean up the campus environment? However, I heard that he is a gardener. There is no gardening on campus. Hearing this, celebrity Genshin really wanted to slap him to death. What is this dog thinking? Are you stupid? Send him a sanitation worker. From today onwards, little brother Luokan will be the deputy dean of the Xuan campus. Celebrity Ben, please arrange and assign him a class. Celebrity Genshin seemed to have said something remarkable, causing many people to look at each other in dismay. What did he call this young man? Little brother. Could it be that there is a special relationship between the two? It just doesn't look like it. The aura on Luokan's body is not very strong, so he can actually talk about brotherhood with the patriarch. What a joke. Moreover, everyone understood that this so-called Luokan had a conflict with an elder last time. This person has a lot of bad deeds, the patriarch. Please think twice, this is not a joke. There was a trace of displeasure on the man's face, but facing the patriarch, she dared not say too much. Hearing this, The patriarch snorted coldly, and then said, "If this little brother hadn't made the report in time, you don't know what happened. Since you have been refuting, okay, you will be the vice president in the future. From now on, Luo Chen is the youngest dean of our celebrity family. Do you have any opinion?" There was a look of despair on his face, as if it was no longer possible. Follow the arrangement of the patriarch. He is almost certain that if he talks about it again, he will most likely be taken away by the patriarch. He understands this dear patriarch very well. Well, that's fine. In that case, take out the token. The patriarch looked at him coldly. He wanted to beat this old boy for a long time, but because of time, he never did. He doesn't have much respect for himself. What's the use of such a person? Thinking like this in my heart, I saw that guy took out a token from his arms and handed it to Luokan tremblingly. Luokan wanted to laugh very much, but he couldn't laugh. This guy, how to say, it's not very good anyway. The first is to protect his subordinates, and the second is to disrespect the patriarch. No matter who it is, it will not be happy when encountering such a situation. What's more, it's a celebrity. Who is he? Who in the whole world does not know? Who does not know? It is no exaggeration to say that he is so famous that he is an idol of millions. Because of him, the entire celebrity family stood at the top, and because of him, too many things in this world have not happened. Because of him, many people try to sprint to nirvana. It is no longer an unstoppable field. Thank you for the cultivation of the senior. The junior will definitely live up to this position, and let him bloom the flowers he should have. Hearing Luokan's words, celebrity Genshin smiled, and then glared at his precious son. At this age of falling dust, shouldn't he have a large number of his own son? He didn't expect to have this kind of appreciation, and when he thought of this, he couldn't help but want to draw a thunderbolt from a celebrity. Jinglei, listen carefully to Lao Su, and then stand beside Luo Chen and listen to his words. Once Lao Su knows what's wrong, I'll make your ass bloom. This seemed to be the first time he had said something like this to his son, and Luo Chen couldn't help but be stunned. I heard that the patriarch is very fond of his son, but now it seems rumors are unbelievable. Celebrity Jinglei also had a confused look on his face. He thought his father was going to get angry, but he didn't expect to be so quiet. Still use this kind of dog blood to deal with it. He looked at celebrity Genshin with an innocent face, as if he wanted to get his father's pity, but would the patriarch be merciful? Thousands of people are watching here. Well, face is the most important thing. Luokan, this is the dragon whip. If he doesn't obey, you can hit him with this whip at will, but... Speaking of which, his voice lowered a bit, approached Luo Chen's ear, and then said, "Be softer, don't make any mistakes." Hearing this, Luo Chen's face was black. The relationship history was like this. Many people also looked at Luokan with strange expressions, and they seemed to be gloating about misfortune. Actually, when I came here today, I just wanted to arrange Celebrity Thunder, but after thinking about it, I can't be ashamed of his identity, so I plan to let the dean take him, but it's a pity. I don't think you can do it. Speaking of which, he glanced at the guy in the corner. This look, like an eagle eye, pierced his mind. At this moment, he no longer had any resentment in his heart, instead he was full of excitement. Fortunately, he was fine, fortunately he had just been withdrawn. In the eyes he looked at Luo Chen, there was a hint of gratitude. Luokan had a black line on his face, and he couldn't help but glared at the famous thunderbolt. I don't know if it was because of fear of whipping the dragon whip or falling out of the dust. Celebrities shrank their heads in shock and lowered their heads in fear. Chapter 573. Time flies, it's already afternoon. Under the arrangement of the patriarch's meeting, Luokan successfully entered the West Park and became the dean of the house. Here, respect for the teacher and respect for the Tao means that no matter what, his status is unparalleled. Even the former dean had a lot of respect for him. As for Celebrity Thunder, they were surprisingly honest and didn't make trouble, which surprised many people. It seems that the dragon whip is quite powerful. Many people began to envy the ups and downs. Why didn't you get the favor of the patriarch? Draw the dragon whip. As long as you get this thing, it proves your status. Just kidding, can you play the sun? Ahem, low status. Today is also the day of class division. After the handover was settled, Luokan came to the square. He clearly remembered that today should be the day to choose his student union. The patriarch has already said, let him lead a class. Master Dean, do you choose first? The vice dean looked at Luo Chen and said cautiously. As he said that, he also handed Luo Chen a list, which is exactly the result of the students who participated in the exam. Luo Chen nodded and took over the list. XXX. Looking at the things above, Luokan frowned. There are two types of exams here. The first one is cultural morality, and the second one is the PK of personal strength. Looking at the first place, Luo Chen frowned. The first place in the combat power ranking is a first-level venerable, and his cultural morality is actually ranked out of the top 30. How many people are assigned to a class? Luokan asked. There are 50 people in a class. 50 people. You can choose, just leave me with 50 people in the end. After speaking, he looked aside and sat on the ground. Hearing Luo Chen's words, not only the vice president, but even the other teachers were stunned. But they didn't have any dissatisfaction, so they started to select people directly. Not long after, there were only a few hundred people in the tens of thousands of people on the field. Luokan looked at the 100 people, and then looked at the vice president. The last class, is there a little more people? Well, it's like this every year. After all, the number of our teachers is extremely limited. The vice president said with a smile. In fact, the rest are basically not very strong. There are many people who haven't even reached the super god realm. In fact, here, medium strength is super god, and if it is not even super god, it belongs to sinking people. Okay, then I want these 100 people. After Luo Chen finished speaking, a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then said. Ellipsis. Leaving with his students, Luo Chen went straight to the classroom they were assigned. After all, there were 100 people, and the classroom was the largest among them. Looking at the empty classroom, he was filled with mixed feelings, and felt a sense of loss in his heart. He didn't know whether he had gained it or lost it. Why do you say that? First of all, he got the opportunity to get close to Jujutian prison, but with it comes responsibility. As the dean of the West Park, this place is not just where the heavenly prison is. He is also a place for cultivating future generations. As the saying goes, the father's debt is repaid by the son. This is the problem we are facing now. Their elders made a mistake, why must these children be repaid? Legend has it that the cleanest eyes in the world are children's eyes. Because in their eyes, there is no dust at all. Celebrity Jinglei came behind him unknowingly. He was taken aback by his arrival, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled slightly, and then he saw another person. She is Shi Mengyao. Her complexion is not very good looking. From these children's eyes, she couldn't see anything wrong. Instead, I think they are cute. Because the dormitory was arranged for them this afternoon, the three Luo Chen didn't stay for too long, and they went along with the main force. In the class, there are a total of 12 girls, and the number of the entire class is actually as many as 118. Because girls are more sought after, so far, because of their good looks and good strength, they have all been selected away. What is left is basically that the kind of character is not very good, and the people are especially ugly. In other words, the class of Luokan was the most chaotic place in the entire West Park. Step, step, step. A series of footsteps came from behind, and Luo Chen looked back subconsciously. It turned out to be the dean who had just been dismissed. Master Dean, tomorrow is the opening ceremony, I hope you will prepare. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Hearing this, Luo Chen nodded and then left. Looking at the back of Luo Chen's departure, he couldn't help frowning. What kind of person is Luo Chen? He now realizes that he can't see through. I heard that he used to be a gardener, but now he has taken over his position. In this way, it seems that he has a very high status in the patriarch's mind. Thinking of this, a radiance appeared on his face. But it's just a scapegoat. Want to take care of the eldest young master, Celebrity Thunder. Wake up. Luokan didn't want to care about him at all, and kept walking at the end. I have obtained the list from the relevant elders before. Now, it's just a matter of leading the way. Actually, when it comes to leading the way, he doesn't catch a cold. After all, I am not familiar with the terrain here. In fact, the students are very familiar with the terrain here. After all, they have been here for so long. The selection for this period of time has made them suffer a lot. If they want to study here, the difficulty factor is not small. No. What if the family has already given enough benefits? At most, it is to bribe individual elders. This really to enter the academy, all the elders need to be assessed together, and they are the ones who stand out from the various exams. Only then can we get such a place. Of course, there are also people who directly bribe all the elders. However, not all elders accept bribes, and among them, only a few accept bribes. There are many others. They enforce the law impartially. If they find out about these things, they will definitely not encourage them, but they will try their best to suppress them. In short, in this regard, Luokan will definitely not help. Although he is the enemy, but doing this is to mislead the children. Many other people achieve their final goal through their own efforts, but some people are better, just go through it all at once. He would definitely object to this kind of thing. And, there is another problem. That is, all the 8 branch systems of the academy are removed, and the nobles and commoners will enjoy the same amount of resources. Luo Chen knew that if this method was introduced, many people would definitely be unhappy. It's just that this is extremely helpless. He must do these things. 100 million. Chapter 574. Taking the students into the dormitory, Luokan was a little speechless. This dormitory, is really luxurious. As expected of a place where rich people can come. First of all, there is a spirit gathering array in every bed. This kind of thing is a good treasure. The existence of the spirit gathering array can almost increase a person's cultivation speed several times. Moreover, Luo Chen went up to feel it, and in just a moment, he benefited a lot. It is indeed a noble area. 5 people in a dormitory, you can combine freely, the female classmates and I will come. After speaking, he turned and left. And the people behind him also started chatting. There seems to be something wrong with this instructor. I heard that the teachers here, don't they cover everything with one hand? But that's fine, the division of their strength is obvious. The powerful ones are obviously willing to live in the same dormitory with their peers. In this case, it will be much easier to communicate in the future. And those who are weak are a little uncomfortable. Because they, Ben and Ben are not qualified to choose here, the chickens peck each other, maybe that's the reason. After knowing the news, Luokan just smiled slightly. The reason why they were allowed to form freely was not for them to compare, but to make them more united. Because their class has already lost at the starting line. If they can't pull up the progress, I am afraid that the class competition and the grade competition will really be a problem. The night was coming. Luokan stood on the high platform, overlooking everything around him, putting all the scenery in his eyes. If possible, I really want to destroy the famous family now. For some reason, he clearly didn't hate this celebrity family, but it always made him feel a little uncomfortable. At the same time, not far away, a voice resounded through the sky. Mewtwo was tied to a huge pillar, and around him, there were dozens of electric whips, each with terrifying lethality. It's always scary. Aren't you willing to explain it? The earth is gone. Are you really still obsessed? A middle-aged man stood here, looking at Chow Meng coldly, and then said. Hearing this, Chow Meng glanced at him. This person is none other than the patriarch of the famous Lai Wu, and his nostrils really reveal his minions. I heard that you are not afraid of the power of Hongmeng. Hey, it really makes me sad. You are not afraid of such powerful things. I don't know how to make you afraid. Speaking of which, he summoned a trace of strength from his body. This power, nothing else, is the Hongmeng purple chi purified by Luokan. How can this guy have? Super Dream was horrified. Even if it is far away, because of the law of strength, he can know the news of Luokan well. Now, Luokan's unique power is actually in the hands of this big devil. Could it be that something went wrong with him? Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling sad. In his opinion, Luokan is full of infinite possibilities. It would be a pity if it fell like this. When he saw Cheomeng, he was finally scared, and the celebrity laughed loudly. It turned out that he was really scared, but he didn't know where else he could get this thing. When I learned the Tao from Luokan before, I only purified it a little. He couldn't help but blame Luokan a little. To actually waste this kind of thing, what a waste. Hee, do you really want to know? Chow Meng glanced at him, then said. Hearing this, the celebrity was so excited that he really paid too much for this news. You guys want to catch Ji Yu Yushi, However, I advise you to just die. Now that his strength has recovered, no matter how weak he is not comparable to a local chicken like you. Hope you have something on your mind. Hearing this, the celebrity shook his face with a black line, and directly picked up a whip from his arms and slapped him fiercely. Chow Meng couldn't help but howl. It hurts, this thing. It seems to be able to swallow the law. Because of the law of time, he and Luokan Cheomeng have been completely fixed together. Although there is no direct relationship between the two Mewtwo's, they have been inextricably linked because of the destructive factor. In the slow passage of time, Chow Meng did not know how much torture he had endured. This night, he was tortured by terrifying criminal law all the time. To entertain the boss here, just kidding, this kind of thing, it's weird not to make people angry. The night gradually passed. Luokan finally woke up. If I remember correctly, today is the opening ceremony of the school. Yesterday, I informed my classmates, so everyone came to the square at this moment. In the square, there are already many people waiting, and above, it seems that someone is talking about something. Looking at the scene, Luo Chen coughed dryly. It turned out that he was late. Mom, you actually delayed such an important matter. XXX. Master Dean is finally here. I don't know if it was an auditory hallucination, but Luo Chen couldn't help blushing when he heard such a sentence. My speech is over, and now I have to arrange some things for us. The elder above breathed a sigh of relief. The vice principal said before that he had to wait until Luo Chen came. Even if it is procrastinating, it has to be procrastinated. Luokan smiled and went on stage. Looking at the 10,000 people below, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Well, this is also the first time for me. My friends, I'm the newly appointed Dean of the West Campus. My name is Luokan. As soon as the words came out, thunderous applause sounded from below. Just kidding, don't give face to the Dean. Maybe everyone has any opinion on me. It's such a cold day, let everyone wait here, right? A smile appeared on the corner of Luo Chen's mouth. Gradually coming from below. Email protected. At S voice, Luo Chen ignored this. I did a lot of careful research, and found several extremely serious problems. Hearing Luo Chen's words, many people gasped. Just kidding, there are 3 fires when a new official takes office, and Luo Chen takes office only now. If he doesn't do something, what should he do? Isn't it that in the minds of students, the status has been lowered a lot? Many people understand this in their hearts. First of all, the first rule I want to announce is the evil spirit of our academy. After he finished speaking, he glared fiercely at the elders group. With this look, they couldn't help but shrink their heads slightly. Remember, since I have taken over the West Park now, if I find out that there is a bribery situation in the future, and directly remove him from his position, I think you should know, my majesty. As soon as this statement came out, many students complained, that is to say, if their younger siblings wanted to come here again, they would not be able to get through by relying on the relationship. Looking at the elders, their faces were not very good looking. Doing this kind of thing is to make a little extra money, and now that Luo Chen's words have been thrown here, they can't help shaking their heads. This guy, Luokan, is too ruthless. What, do you have any opinion? As Luokan said, he looked around. Chapter 575. Thinking of the last time I entered. As long as the people Luo Chen looked at, all bowed their heads and dared not speak. The decision that Luokan made was very bold, and it offended many people. The second rule. Starting today, the two campuses of the academy will be merged. From now on, there will be no difference between nobles and commoners. Introducing a ranking system, students in each region will enjoy different treatment according to their level of cultivation. As soon as these words came out, many people trembled violently. What does it mean? Confuse nobles and commoners? What a joke. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Master Dean, I'm afraid this won't work. On the other hand, the Vice Dean got closer and said in Luo Chen's ear. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but glance at him coldly. Huh, you mean, I was wrong? A sentence full of threats immediately let him go. Okay, I only have these two rules. At the same time, what I want to say is that since I came to the big family in the West Park, I hope everyone can get along in harmony. If there is trouble, I will be expelled from the school. It was the first time to issue such an order, the first time to take on this identity, and Luokan didn't feel any inappropriateness. Okay, I don't want to be here, you can get out of here. This afternoon is the official start of school. I hope everyone can learn knowledge here. Well, that's all I have to say. Everything is up to you. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he walked down the stage. In the back, there are some elders' daily routines, but because today's time has dragged on for a long time, a few people are too embarrassed to say too much, so they dismissed the students on the spot. Luo Chen stretched his waist and left with celebrities Jinglei and Shi Mengyao. Next, there is the issue of arranging teachers. Luokan looked at the timetable. The most important thing was the class teacher, that is, the tutor. This position was almost the most tiring. The so-called subject teacher is to teach the control of the law of elements. But here, Luo Chen also discovered one thing: the morality class actually had a class every day, and it was taught by the head teacher. Seeing this, Luo Chen didn't say much. To teach and educate people, the strength of the disciples may not need to be too strong, but they need absolute morality. Otherwise, after going out in the future, the shame is only one aspect, and it will make them not far. Time passed quickly, and Luo Chen came to his small courtyard in a blink of an eye. Tonight, he was going to investigate. What danger is there in this 99 heavenly prison? Celebrities are shocked. What's on your mind? Luokan frowned, then looked at the man in white on the side. Hearing Luokan's words, the celebrity was shocked for a moment, and then said, "What do you think? Although you are enemies, but I don't have a good impression of our family, as long as you don't go too far." Both Luokan and Shi Mengyao were silent. It's the first time I've seen this. You don't put your family in the eye at all. Okay, you can figure it out for yourself. But if you leak the news, you should understand the consequences. Although Luokan had never shown his true strength in front of him, the shock and awe just before had already convinced him deeply. Don't worry, if I wanted to speak out, you would have been arrested long ago. Celebrity laughed in shock. For some reason, looking at him like this, Luo Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. Okay, you have the best idea in your own mind. After speaking, he looked at Shi Mengyao again. Mengyao, what are your thoughts? Mengyao. These two intimate names made Shi Mengyao's face slightly rosy, but she didn't say much. It's up to you, I'm not in a hurry. Shi Mengyao shook her head. She has been here for hundreds of years. Do you still care about this period of time? However, she really admires Luokan, and she can grow up at such a time. Perhaps, this is not growth, but a different attitude. Dean of the college, this position is very large, and his subordinates manage tens of thousands of people. It is already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it is winter now, and the students should also be in the classroom. The corners of Luo Chen's mouth drew an arc, and then he looked at the two of them. You two, don't run around, I'll arrange the students in the class. They both nodded when they heard Luo Chen's words. Before you know it, Luokan has come to the teaching area. As soon as he entered the classroom, he had a black line on his face. These guys, hee, they are really funny. No wonder no one chose them. Do you know who I am? Luo Chen looked at them as he spoke, and inadvertently revealed a tyrannical aura. This change made everyone in the class change their faces. They got the news before that their head teacher is Luo Chen, that is, the dean. I was a little scared at first, but suddenly I heard that Luokan was just a young man in his 20s, and he was a gardener before. Thinking of this, many students felt lucky, thinking that Luokan was just a grasshopper. But who knew that his strength would be so terrifying? Starting from tomorrow, we will start daily training first. If anyone gives up in the middle, don't blame me for being cruel. As the head of the first hospital, Luo Chen has a lot of power. When everyone heard this, their faces drooped. They had been training for a long time, and they were still ruthlessly tortured by the elders of the academy. But this is the dean, and his words are the rules, who would dare not obey? Which of you is the strongest? Luokan yawned and picked up a list. This is the basic information for today's students. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and then they turned their eyes to the girl in the corner. Your name is Gongsun Dai. Looking at this woman, Luo Chen smiled slightly and then asked. The woman nodded. According to the records, your strength is in the first level venerable, which is the strongest among all the people here, but your moral achievements are ranked second. Do you have anything to say? Looking at Gongsun Dai, the corner of Luo Chen's mouth a slight smile appeared. What else can I say? Gongsun Dai was speechless. Her poor moral grades, was that the reason for her? Okay, you will be the squad leader in the future, but I hope you will hurry up and bring up your moral achievements, otherwise it will be difficult to convince the public. As we all know, our group is the weakest of all. I hope you can work hard to turn the weakest into the strongest. Of course, I don't mind giving you more help. Luokan laughed, and then said. Hearing his threatening words, all the students couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Horrible. This guy, Luokan, although he didn't clearly say what to do, the terrifying murderous intent that came out of his words really made people terrified. Chapter 576. The so-called hiding a knife in a smile is like this. Everyone secretly swears that they must not offend this new dean. No matter what, he is also the current boss. If you offend him, I am afraid it will not be easy in the future. These little brats are young, but their minds are very active. They have seen clearly who can offend and who cannot offend. Before Luokan, bribery was prohibited, and now it seems that if you want to work hard here, it will definitely not work. Looking at the classroom with hundreds of people sitting, a smile appeared on Luokan's face. Perhaps, this is life. Now, let him see, what is life. The process of teaching is actually very simple, but it is not easy for ordinary people. It is nothing more than to make everyone's body stronger and learn more practical experience. Then, it is a crucial quality issue. In a big family, if there are unruly people, then this family cannot develop for a long time. The night fell, and today was the time when Luo Chen went to investigate the local situation. Juju Tian Prison. This place has a net of heaven and earth. Celebi has been gone for so long, and he has not come back. I don't know what happened. XXX. Just as he was about to set off, a breath of air flowed, his face was shocked, and then he saw a figure. That was Celebi. At this moment, Celebi is mentally decadent, and I don't know what happened. At this moment, Luokan took out a pokeball and took him back. It's very dangerous. Mewtwo isn't inside. Be careful. Celebi was extremely weak, and said with a terrified expression. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help looking at the pokeball. You mean, Mewtwo isn't here? If this is really the case, then the trouble is too great. I thought I could find Xiao Meng here with peace of mind, but who would have thought such a thing happened? Well, but don't worry, there is a cage inside, and there is a super dream atmosphere on the cage. If I guessed correctly, it must be used for imprisonment tilde. It's very likely that he was taken away now, but he just doesn't know where he was taken. Luokan really wanted to summon his super dream, but for some reason, the Pokeball had fallen into a dead silence, as if it never existed. This made Luo Chen a little anxious. I'll go take a look tonight, and Shinado will cover me for a while. Luokan glanced at Shinado, then said. Shinado nodded. She understood that now is a critical moment, not to say anything about herself. All he wanted to do was to find his comrade. After all, after having been with Xiao Meng for so long, if he who existed in the ancient times is destroyed, he will also face destruction. It is for this reason that she is so motivated. Don't worry, you will find it soon. It was rare for Shinado to say a word, because she already felt the aura of Super Dream, and it was not far from here. And the direction he looked at was the inner door. Damn, what are these guys trying to do? Could it be that you really want to force yourself to death? The big deal is that the fish will die and the net will be broken. Resolute in his heart, he directly opened his pace, and his body was enveloped by a layer of mysterious Hongmeng purple energy, and he couldn't see any problem. Walking on the road, you can't even catch a trace. In response, Luo Chen smiled and then turned his gaze to the hall in front. Standing majestically, the hidden power fluctuations, even if he controls the Hongmeng purple qi, he will be suppressed. Hongmeng qi and Hongmeng purple qi are not the same concept at all. If Hongmeng qi can be created, then Hongmeng purple qi is creation. There is a strong relationship between the two. To travel tonight, Luokan didn't take anyone with him. After all, the celebrities Jinglei and Shi Mengyao are too weak. If they were brought along, it would only be a burden. I'm afraid it will still be discovered. What Luokan has to do is just to inquire about the news, not to startle the snake. This must be clear. Knowing everything clearly, he will come back. After all, he didn't dare to stay for long. After all, his identity is too sensitive now, and Kyun is an outsider. Once discovered, the consequences will be extremely serious. Taking these things to heart, Luo Chen couldn't help taking a long breath. Perhaps, only by clarifying these things can he be reassured. Before he knew it, he had already arrived outside the main hall. Looking at the majestic and luxurious hall, Luo Chen condensed his spirit to the extreme, and the shield of Shinado gradually appeared on his body. At this moment, the only way to ensure that he will not be discovered. Sure enough, after coming here, he also felt the power of familiarity. Isn't this a super dream? The power of his super energy system is extremely rich, and in the middle of this richness, there is a slight fluctuation. That's the destructive factor. This destructive factor can be said to be a variable, because he controls the lifeline of reincarnation of the entire Earth. If there is no destructive factor, the whole world will collapse. This is understandable, and everyone must understand this truth. It is for this reason that they took all actions to save Mewtwo and regain the destructive factor. Destruction factor. It must be taken back. As soon as he entered, he felt a stench behind him. It turned out to be just a smell of blood, coming from the slaughterhouse next to him. Now, it is night, and there will be no slaughter during the day. So, at night, you can smell this stinky fishy smell. Before he knew it, he had come to the middle of the hall. Looking at the throne above, Luo Chen felt a chill in his heart. There was an ambush here. This is the only thought in his mind. Diaresis, the atmosphere here is very strange, be careful. He didn't know who he was talking to, but it was night after all. Even if a needle fell, he could hear it clearly. Before he knew it, he had come to the front. He suddenly felt a mysterious flow of power, which made him look shocked, and then added to get Zhao to move forward. Mewtwo. That is the super dream. At the back of the main hall, there were endless thunderbolts, and even a single movement became a problem for him. Do not come. In the cage, Mewtwo yelled loudly. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help patting his feet, and began to look around, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I listened to Mewtwo's words, otherwise the consequences would be troublesome. The power here is very strange. If you are not careful, you will be caught. Walk. Well, be careful. Who brought you here? Luokan frowned and asked. Celebrities shake the sky. What is his purpose? The origin of the sabotage factor. The concise dialogue has completely changed the meaning in their hearts. Luokan frowned. The destructive factor came from Arceus. Could there be something wrong with this Arceus? Chapter 577. Did you know about Yuanxi Mountain? Asked the ancient Cheomeng. Luokan nodded. Yuanxi Mountain was where Arceus lived. How could he not know it? In Yuanxi Mountain, there are hidden secrets that control the world, and the purpose of celebrity families is for Yuanxi Mountain. Hearing this, Luo Chen's face was horrified. Arceus, how deep you are hiding. Such an important thing, do not explain to yourself. Actually, Lord Arceus's strength has already reached its peak, that is to say, it is close to the creation realm, but because of Ji Yushi's existence, he has always stayed here. He subordinates several gods of war, among them Girardes is the most powerful, and his strength has reached the late stage of nirvana. Knowing this news, Luo Chen finally couldn't calm down. Just kidding, late nirvana, what is this concept? In other words, if he came over, he could almost overturn the entire celebrity family. Of course, the premise is that nirvana on the opposite side doesn't make a move. But if you add Arceus, the result will be different. Two peak-level powerhouses, this is no joke. What exactly is the destructive factor? Why is there such a terrifying power hidden in it? Luokan frowned, and then asked. Hear this. The ancient Cheomeng stopped talking. Indeed, the destructive factor is very mysterious. It does not seem to be something that can be created by creation, but it is like a natural formation, that is to say, a product of heaven and earth. Otherwise, how can we suppress the reversal of the world? How is the situation on earth now? Luokan asked again. Because you brought people from the gold mine, Lord Arceus couldn't sit still, and he has already started the last step. For the law of rubbing grains, he paid a huge price to solve these things. I remember that Arceus is a creation elf. Does it really work for him to do this? Luokan frowned, and then asked. No, you may have misunderstood what I meant. The god of creation is not just talking about it. The so-called creation must be covered by thousands of laws. Therefore, Arceus spared no expense in the mad killing. Damn Arceus, he actually did this. He knew that you were still on Earth, so he didn't dare to be open-minded, and it was he who planned my arrest. Hearing this news, Luokan couldn't help clenching his fists. Damn Arceus, he actually did this kind of thing behind his back. Although Readaloud and Ji Yushi went back, is it really useful? These two people add up. I am afraid they are not the opponents of others. Going back, it's just a shame. After revealing the truth of some things, Luo Chen gradually understood a truth. The people around you are not so trustworthy. There are many things that are unclear. Arceus, this man is great, but it's a pity. For a while, he was dazed by the immediate interests. Hope he can wake up, otherwise he will face destruction. With his strength, killing casually on Earth is simply unstoppable. What's the use of Gyuyushi and Alaldo? They couldn't stop the violent attack at all. Rescue you as soon as possible and return to Earth immediately. There are many methods flashing in my mind, but none of them can be used. First of all, it is to discuss with celebrity Genshin. Just who is this person Genshin? He didn't want to bring wolves into the room. Now only by improving one's own cultivation, can he stop the terrifying Arceus. Of course, if you can get the mysterious inheritance that Chao Meng said, maybe you can really save the world. But it's all based on rescuing Mewtwo. Have you studied Yuanxi Mountain? Luokan frowned, and then asked. Of course, the inheritance in the destructive factor has already explained the secret of Yuanxi Mountain. In your knowledge, there are 18 layers of hell, and in Yuanxi Mountain, there are also 18 underground layers, but Arceus has now, and only explored the 9th floor. Luo Chen nodded. It seemed that the purpose of this time was not wrong. But what he didn't expect was Arceus. This guy is actually so arrogant, and under such circumstances, he dares to kill at will on Earth. They trapped me here tonight just to let me exhaust my patience and tell them the truth here, but don't worry, even if I die, I won't tell them. This sentence is a little sentimental, but Luokan doesn't have too many thoughts. At this moment, he just wants to end it quickly. Time waits for no one. He left here directly and went to his own courtyard. XXX. In my heart, I am very anxious. How can I save Mewtwo? Since they captured Mewtwo, there must be a secret, the destructive factor, and it is very likely to be discovered. The common man is not to blame, but he is guilty of his guilt. Something so precious would never be handed over like this. With this thought in mind, Luokan let out a long sigh, because now the temperature is very low, but many people have already fallen asleep. How is it? Are there any clues? At some point, Shi Mengyao ran over and looked at Luokan. Seeing him like this, Luo Chen couldn't help sighing. If I found it, but the environment is too harsh to save people at all. Hearing Luokan's words, Shi Mengyao stopped talking and fell into deep thought for a long time. Can Luokan's strength not save him? So what did they do? I went up, but it was just to make trouble for others. Thinking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help sighing. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. This is the only thought in my heart. Arceus, deterrence is too terrifying. If he continues to kill, the entire Earth will fall into a dead silence. No one can save it. Time passes, maybe, only I can save the world. In this era, there is no top talent. If you only rely on him alone, it will be difficult to succeed. It was for this reason that Luo Chen couldn't help sighing. Before, this kind of thing did not happen, but now it seems that it is because he disrupted the order of time and space. The sky is just right, the wind is blowing gradually, and no one can stop the storm. Perhaps, no one can ignore these things. Today's night, with bright lights and stars, Luo Chen couldn't help but look at the sky and put everything in front of him in his eyes. Actually, it's not impossible. Just when nothing could be done, Celebrity Thunder suddenly said. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help frowning. What did you say? Indeed, the threat posed by this sentence is too great. If there is a way, it must not be ignored. In addition, this person, Jing Lei, is the son of Celebrity Genshin, and he is very familiar with everything here. Your primordial spirit can dissolve his blockade. It's just that you didn't try. Chapter 578. Hearing this, Luo Chen was stunned. Can Hongmeng's mother Qi really dissolve the seal left by him? No. Thinking of the terrifying suppression, he kept shaking his head. In the opponent's domain, he couldn't even draw strength. You shouldn't have tried it, right? If you don't try to do something, how will you know the result? An expression flashed across Celebrity Jing Lei's face, which surprised Luokan. Yes, I really didn't try it myself. Before, Because I was afraid of being discovered, I was very careful, even if I didn't dare to show a trace of strength. Could it be that you forgot the characteristics of the primordial spirit of Hongmeng? Those whose realm is higher than you may even drop 2 levels unconditionally, while those whose realm is lower than you may not be able to exert any power. Now, what you control should not only be the mother chi of Hongmeng. If I'm not wrong, you should be Hongmeng purple chi now. This kind of thing is even more terrifying, or in other words, as long as it is Hongmeng chi, you can unconditionally suppress it, so you don't need to be afraid at all. Having said that, celebrity Jinglei couldn't help but sigh. Although he seems to be a slut, he is still reading a lot of books, and it is not too much to say that he is knowledgeable. Luo Chen couldn't help but look at him. What the hell is this guy thinking? Obviously he is the enemy of the famous family, but he still desperately helps himself. Should he be called stupid, or should he be called stupid? When your family is at night, there is usually no one to investigate, right? Luo Chen asked with a frown. No, the alert during the day will be much looser, and the alert at night is generally several times as much as during the day. Hearing this, I was horrified. Before I lost, I had foresight to cover myself, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Actually, you don't have to worry about ordinary guards. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the heavenly eyes of our family. He is almost everywhere. You mean, it's very likely that he's in our house right now? Luokan frowned, and then asked. Don't worry, he usually doesn't come to check on me. Celebrity Jinglei smiled and then said. Hearing this, Luokan couldn't help but change his face, because he felt a trace of abnormal power. At this moment, a force rushed in. Entering the eye, it was a middle-aged man, holding a long sword in his hand, his eyes locked on Luo Chen. I found out that something was wrong with you, and finally let me find out. When the voice came, Luo Chen couldn't help frowning. This guy, the so-called heavenly eye. Are you the eye of the sky? Luokan frowned, then asked. Haha, your eyesight isn't bad. The middle-aged man sneered, and then glared at the famous thunderbolt. Seeing Tianyan like this, the famous person shrank their heads in shock, as if they were a little scared. Eat the dog things inside and out, this time, the patriarch can't keep you. He snorted coldly. Although he represented the patriarch, there were different factions among the elders, and not all of them were the confidants of the patriarch. The celebrity gritted his teeth in shock, and then used a force to suddenly come to Luo Chen's side. Don't worry, he doesn't dare to do it directly. Celebrities are not in a hurry when they are shocked. As the eldest young master, do you still need to be afraid of a servant? Hearing this, Lord Tianyan's eyes became gloomy again, and then he used a force. He slapped hard in front of Luo Chen. It goes without saying that Luokan moved slightly, and a function appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Lord Tianyan was stunned. How could this guy control Hongmeng? You must know that this primordial energy is not something that ordinary people can control. What background does this young man have to be in control at such a young age? Or, there are secrets that he doesn't know, even the team leader doesn't know. He also gave him such an important task, and gave him the Dean of the West Park. Since you're here, don't leave. His words were like rules, and he was stunned when he said them. Little brat, where did you get your self-confidence? You want me to stay here, don't you want to see how much I have? Speaking of which, his aura suddenly released. His strength seems to have reached the peak of Nirvana realm. This kind of strength is terrifying, if it were before. He was too frightened, just now. The results may not be unique. Hongmeng comes out. With a loud shout, Luo Chen's Hongmeng Mother Chi was released directly. Now it is equivalent to doing an experiment. Whether it can suppress him or not depends on luck. Hongmeng's Mother Chi did not let him down. At this moment, he had already seen Lord Tianyan's expression terrified, and his realm had actually regressed by 2 great realms. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. What about the peak of nirvana? At this moment, there is still only the peak of the universe realm. Next, let's see the effect of Hongmeng purple chi. Listening to the famous thunder, the release of Hongmeng's purple energy can even make him have no power at all. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately withdrew his Hongmeng mother chi. But at this time, the body of Lord Tianyan came in an instant, and a palm suddenly enlarged in front of Luokan. The terrifying pressure directly caused Luokan to vomit blood. Damn! He said silently in his mouth, and then took a step back, and Hongmeng Zichi was pushed out by him at this moment. PFFT. Lord Tianyan, who was moving at high speed, was horrified, and his eyes immediately turned red. Damn guy, it's too scary. Hee, how is it? Don't you feel surprised? Luokan asked with a smile. Sure enough, this guy has become a waste. He has no strength in his body, not even the strength to speak and raise his hand. Who the hell are you? What is the purpose of coming to the famous family? Hearing this, Luo Chen smiled. He was dying, and there were still so many questions, but Luo Chen would never give him a chance to resist. He immediately grabbed the long sword in his hand, looked at his head, and slashed fiercely. Blood splashed. Luo Chen couldn't help sneering. He glanced at the famous thunder. Being looked at by Luo Chen, the celebrity could not help but tremble in shock. Could it be that he wanted to kill himself? Thinking like this in his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, after being in contact with Luo Chen for so long, he didn't think he had a bad temper, so he was relatively relieved about this. Celebrity Jinglei, you finally did a good thing. If you can survive, I will definitely spare your life. Celebrities are shocked with black lines. What does it mean to survive? Cough, I will try my best. I will try my best to live. Facing Luo Chen's words, he couldn't refute it, so he said this. Hearing this, Luo Chen smiled slightly. I just wanted to get some information from this Tianyan, but such a character is too dangerous. He didn't dare to touch too much. Shi Mengyao, don't worry, I will definitely help you get revenge. The entire celebrity family, I will kill 1,000 pieces without leaving behind. Yi. Chapter 579. It was late at night, and no one knew what would happen. A young man was sneaking along, walking slowly on a long and secluded path, ignoring all the surrounding scenery. Luxurious family, terrifying family, murderous family. You and other famous people should not be left behind. When I rescue Chao Meng, I will definitely kill you and others. No one expected that this final battle would come so quickly. Who? XXX. A voice suddenly came, and Luo Chen couldn't help being shocked, and then said, it's me. Hearing the voice, someone finally walked out from the dark. It turned out to be the principal. It's so late at night, where are you going? The guard carefully stared at Luo Chen, and then asked. Hearing this, Luokan smiled coldly, and then said, hey, the night is too lonely, so I want to go out for a walk. Hearing this, the guard breathed a sigh of relief. 117. Shangtai's sentiments are good, but if that's the case, I'm afraid it's not enough. The guy winked and looked at Luo Chen with a dazed expression. What are you doing? Don't come here soon. Luokan coughed dryly, and hurriedly followed. Now, it's not suitable to offend people. But when he got close, he was completely stunned. The guy in front of him actually gathered a crowd to gamble. Yo, isn't this President Luokan? Come on, hurry up and bet. Fallen dust. God made a bet, thinking that he, like you, is a gambler. But of course he wouldn't say it. Well, I'm in a hurry to leave today, I didn't bring any money. When the people around him heard it, they were not happy. It's alright, we believe that Dean Luokan, you play first, and, who said you would definitely lose. Hearing this, Luo Chen smiled wryly, and then looked at the table. There are several chips on the table. Unlike gambling on the earth, the chips here are divided into gold, silver and bronze. Of course, gold is the most precious, and then silver and copper. The matter has developed to this point. Luo Chen smiled, and then started to walk and came to a corner. Look carefully at this so-called gambling game. To put it bluntly, it is just rolling the dice. Come on, make a bet quickly, be sure to leave. Tonight, if you don't lose, you're not allowed to leave. Fallen dust. And there is such a saying. Do not lose or go. I'll open the buns. Luokan smiled slyly, then said. After hearing this, everyone laughed dryly. It seems that Luokan doesn't know how to play. Such a big guy is here to give money. Come on, how much do you want to bet? Luokan heard this, and then asked, what is the ratio of gold, silver, and copper? The ratio of gold, silver and copper is very simple. Among them, gold is the Milky Way coin. You must understand this reasoning. I see. That's fine, I'll bet 100 galaxy coins. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. 100 galaxy coins. Are you sure it's not galaxy coin? Of course, maybe this fallen dean is too rich. 3, 2, 1. Open. Big. Small, must be small. Luokan looked at them and didn't say anything, just twitching his fingers at will. He felt the box twist. When they opened, the 3 dice had already overlapped. It's actually 3 threes. Do you want to be so coincidental? Everyone looked at Luo Chen, a little dumbfounded. Come on, pay. Zhuangjia is the captain of the escort team, who is the one who opened the market. Looking at him now, his face has turned the color of pig liver. Just kidding, 100 galaxy coins. What concept? You can buy a top mansion on a nearby planet. Thinking of this, he took out a banknote from his arms with great pain. It was 100 galaxy coin. Luokan smiled and took it directly. Yes, the young man is very talented. Luokan laughed, and then wanted to continue betting, but several people around him glared at him, making him embarrassed. That's fine, you can play first, then I'll leave. After he finished speaking, he ran away quickly. Is it so easy to get 100 galaxy coins? Cough, is it too easy to make money? But they didn't know that what Luokan did next almost made them lose their heads. Before he knew it, Luo Chen approached the main hall, and there was still that stinky smell, which made him frown. What are these guys trying to do? Or to say that the famous family can eat so much, but they have to kill so many livestock. You are finally here. A solemn and majestic voice resounded through the hall, and Luo Chen's face twisted. He was shocked to find that he was actually trapped in place. Luokan, right, it's a pity. I wasted money on me to train you to become the dean. I didn't expect you to repay me like this. Hearing this, Luo Chen was really sad. Celebrities are amazing. Don't you know how to repent? Do you know that you almost made a big mistake? A hysterical roar. I was wrong. I caught a beast. What was wrong with me? I see, you are a person from the earth. Celebrity Zhenshin sat in the first place, watching Luokan. Being looked at by him like this made Luo Chen extremely uncomfortable. If he could, he would even want to go up directly. Kill this celebrity Zhenshin directly. I've always been curious, where did your special energy theory come from? Moreover, I also discovered it in Cheomeng, don't you think, the reason for your earth. Hearing this, Luokan raised his brows, and then came in front of him. His feet seemed to be stuck in the mud, making him unable to extricate himself. But still can't stop him from moving forward. Lord Tianyan, you are already dead. Luokan looked at him and smiled sullenly. Hearing Luokan's words, celebrity Zhenshin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he came with a pair of terrifying eyes and locked onto Luokan. What do you mean? Tianyan was killed by you? Like a law-like suppression, Luo Chen was completely unafraid, and a more pure Hongmeng poured out of his body, rushing directly to the Tianling guy, completely defeating the power that suppressed him. Hee, Celebrity Genshin, you've been smart all your life, but you're just confused for a while. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Celebrity Genshin was stunned again. Where did he go wrong? Your heavenly eye is indeed very strong, and your strength has reached the peak of nirvana, but he is facing me. It's me falling into the dust. The number one master on earth, do you think he has the power to resist? But I'm curious, how do you know I'm here? Tianyan was really killed by Luokan. Also, this fallout is the number one expert on earth. What about Jiu Yushi? Has he really become a jerk? It's not easy to want to know you. Do you know the inherent realm? When he said this, Celebrity Genshin secretly worried about his IQ. Damn, it's already this state, isn't there an inherent realm? Huh, what do you mean? There was a worried look on Luokan's face. Could it be that there is something wrong here? The existence of the inherent domain completely subverts your thinking. Maybe you don't know that this hall is my inherent domain. Chapter 580. This great hall is the incarnation of the inherent realm. Luokan couldn't help being horrified. He heard that the inherent domain is powerful, but he didn't know it was so terrifying. You come to my understanding, wouldn't I know? Humph, naive. It's no wonder that this place will bring him such terrifying law suppression. It turned out to be because this is the inherent realm. Hee, so what? You should be curious, where did my power come from? I'll tell you now. Luokan sneered coldly, and then summoned a trace of Hongmeng's mother Qi to appear, impartial, and it has fallen on the Celebrity Genshin so far. Hongmeng's mother Qi, you finally appeared. Ha ha ha, it turns out that the most powerful Hongmeng's mother's Qi is actually in your little doll. Even if his strength is forcibly reduced, he is still not afraid, like a tiger, coming towards Luokan. Feeling this breathtaking power, Luokan's body fluttered extremely fast, and at this moment, he came to the corner to avoid. Hongmeng, suppress. Words are like rules. One sentence made the whole ground tremble, and the hall was shaking. You need to know that this place is the inherent domain of celebrities. Now, he was swayed by the fallen Hongmeng mother's anger. It really deserves to be the mother energy of Hongmeng. If I get it, I can definitely sprint to the creation realm. All the time, let alone the whole world, even the whole world, I am a celebrity. Hearing his arrogant words, Luokan frowned and then landed in the center of the hall. Before attacking him, he had to smash his inherent domain. Smashing the inherent domain will not only make him suffer backlash, but also make his strength plummet. At the same time, the suppression of oneself will not be so obvious. Thinking of this, he also began to sacrifice his own rules. It was an extremely terrifying force, burning wildly above his head. Also have a taste of my own realm. Writing wheel eye, blast. Boom. One sound. It exploded directly above his head, and the residual power released around him filled the air, causing the celebrities to look horrified. This power is so terrifying, if it hits him head-on, I'm afraid there won't be any good fruit to eat. Boom. Then came the collapse of the main hall. This force directly shattered his domain. Damn. You're going to make trouble for yourself again. Celebrities were so embarrassed that they became angry. For so many years, no one has ever been able to break through their inherent realm. Luokan was the first, he believed, and the last. Causing trouble for yourself? I don't think so. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chen felt several tyrannical breaths coming, and he couldn't help frowning. The strong nirvana in the family has all arrived. Do you think you, a little baby, can really stop it? I'm afraid you will lose your title as the number one expert on Earth. XXX. Hearing this, Luo Chen gritted his teeth, took out the pokeball from his arms, and threw it in the air. Brothers, this is our last battle and our glorious battle. I believe you will not regret it. All the elf chrysalis emerged, and Shinado was the first, and went straight to the celebrity. This is an ancient battle. This battle will be recorded in the annals of history, and I am afraid no one will forget this battle. Hee, do you think you can really subvert us? Come on, don't leave a living hole. I'm coming too. A loud voice sounded, and a woman came directly. She was holding a long sword in her hand. She was Shi Mengyao. What are you doing here? Luo Chen couldn't help being displeased, and then looked at him. You're all here, can't I come? Luokan fell silent. This battle was tragic. For a time, the night was rendered into day, and spells flew everywhere. All the enemies, you, will not be worthy of having power, the greatness of God cannot be blasphemed. Luokan slowly closed his eyes, and his body gradually flew into the air, and then scattered one after another of Hongmeng. Unparalleled power, unparalleled faith. Hongmeng God, these stubborn people have violated your will, I will help you and clear the door. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he opened his eyes and looked around again. They were all wrapped in a layer of purple air. This is the first time that Hongmeng has been used on a large scale, and it may be the last time. Damn, what kind of sorcery is this? I can't actually draw up my strength. Yeah, damn, what the hell is this? Could it be that there really is a power higher than Hongmeng in this world? You ignorant and ignorant, a mountain is taller than a mountain, don't you think that Hongmeng's mother Qi is the peak? Today, I will tell you. The real Hongmeng is to create all things, and create the origin with Hongmeng's purple Qi. No regrets, willingness to do anything for the common people. You have mastered the laws of the gods, but you are blindly killing and breaking the ground. Is this really good for you? Celebrities shake the sky, what do you think? Celebrity Zhenshin stood on the spot, as if he had an epiphany, seemed to be thinking again, and didn't say a word for a long time. Could it be that my way has always been wrong? After a long time, the celebrity shocked genius murmured. When Luo Chen heard this, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. Only now do you know what was wrong. It's too late. It is impossible for me to spare them and control Hongmeng, it is unfair to this world. Now, most cultivators are still based on the laws of the universe. Once they are exposed to Hongmeng, it is very likely that it will make people miserable. Leaving his purple aura, this thing is likely to be the legendary Hongmeng purple aura. It is a more domineering existence than Mother Aura. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, and immediately wanted to run away. Everyone, what are you still doing? Take this opportunity to beat the drowning dog. Luokan sneered, and then heard screams after another. Xanadu, come back. It was also at this time that Luo Chen noticed that Shinado had actually approached the celebrity Zhenshin in silence. Celebrity Zhenshin's strength is very strong. I'm afraid it's not far from the creation realm. Luokan can feel that there is a trace of danger on him. Late. Celebrity Zhenshin shook his head, and then received a violent blow. Shinado couldn't dodge it, and was actually knocked away. Haha, an existence like an ant. You want to be comparable to me. Looking at Shinado who was knocked away, Luo Chen hurried up and picked her up. Are you alright? Shinado was dying, obviously seriously injured, but looking at him, it was extremely uncomfortable. It's okay, you, be careful. They are very strong. When Shinado finished speaking, his entire body fell down again. Seeing this, Luo Chen was furious. Chapter 581. You must die. Luokan roared angrily, and a huge writing wheel appeared on the top of his head again, as if it was about to destroy the world. The terrifying deterrent force shocked many people. Go back. Celebrity roared loudly, no matter what, he felt the threat of his life from here. However, before they could step back, they felt a burst of heat above their heads, followed by the arrival of a terrifying force. Boom. The terrifying lethality directly turned everything around it into desolation. When the ruins became clear again, there was only one person left on the opposite side. Celebrities are amazing. I'm surprised that your pupil technique has actually become your inherent domain, but in the face of absolute power, you are only qualified to bow your head and be a servant. He shouted loudly, not giving Luo Chen any time at all, and the next moment, he came to his side. With me, no one wants to hurt him. Suddenly, A shadowy figure appeared, and it actually stood in front of Luokan. The original situation of certain death was directly rewritten. It's Shi Mengyao. She actually used her own body to help Luokan block this terrifying blow. Damn guy. Luokan looked at Shi Mengyao with a hollow belly, and there was a ripple in his heart. Is this dying for himself? Don't scare me. Luokan gritted his teeth, and then said, I didn't scare you, I just wanted to die for you to see. Celebrity Genshin laughed, as if he didn't care about Shi Mengyao's death at all. You are a beast. Luokan roared loudly, from nowhere, and burst out with another power, but the realm's strength is limited. No matter how he is, he can't stop the terrifying attacks of celebrities. Haha, do you think you are strong? Celebrity Genshin looked at him coldly, and then said. Luokan gritted his teeth and then got up from the ground. All the elves were already standing in front of him, as if they were ready to take him away at any time. The law of time. Hee, do you think the law of time is still useful here? Tilda. No, your breath is not right, you are from the past. Or, it is from the future. Suddenly, he spoke the truth, causing Luokan's body to tremble violently. How could such a secret thing be discovered? So what if you found it? Do you think it's still useful? After Luo Chen finished speaking, a miserable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you uncomfortable? Celebrity Genshin looked at him with a half smile. So what if the whole family was destroyed? He is so famous that all he wants is the power to dominate the world. You want to get the Hongmeng Purple Chi. Don't think about it. Even if you die, it will never be given to you. This is a real crisis of death. There is no backer behind it. If we continue, there will be no result at all. He can understand that this person is shocking, and controlling Hongmeng is only one aspect, and more importantly, he still has the aura of chaos. This reminded him of the previous true spirit, as if he also possessed chaos. Boom. From the inside out, the foundation of the main hall was destroyed, and the ancient Cheomeng finally broke free from the cage. His speed was extremely fast, and he came to Luokan in a blink of an eye. It's too late, it's too soon. The cracking seat directly opened a space crack, and all the elves followed. This. Celebrity Genshin was dumbfounded. Under such circumstances, Luokan actually ran away. This. Nima, it's just a joke. Looking at the space channel that was about to close, he directly threw a punch and slapped it in the space crack. Kaikonza vomited blood, and layers of chi appeared on his body, and he slowly recovered. Damn. Luo Chen gritted his teeth, and then said. This punch directly penetrated into the internal organs, causing his cultivation base to retreat, and the vitality in his body is close to collapsing. Earth. Hee, you ruined my celebrity family, and I'll ruin your Earth. What about the #1 master on Earth? After all, it's just trash. After he finished speaking, he increased his speed and ran towards the Earth. In the space tunnel, Luokan kept coughing, and every time he coughed, there would be traces of blood. Perhaps, the end of life is here. Came to his mind the bits and pieces of the original, and they seemed to be gradually dissipating in it, becoming mist. I'll settle the contract first, so as not to implicate you. You don't have to worry about me. Live strong, remember, don't let me down. All the elves were weeping, and it was a little hard to tell. Shinado even rubbed Luokan's calf with his head affectionately, as if asking him not to lift it. Hee, little guy, are you alright? It's fine, it's fine. He was out of breath when he spoke, and he was out of breath. I'm afraid that after a while, he would really die. If you don't want him to die, speed up. As long as we reach Yuanxi Mountain, we will have a solution. The ancient Cheomeng shouted loudly, and then said. Hearing the words of the ancient Cheomeng, all the elves were shocked, and they were about to summon their own blood to continue their lives for the dust. This thing is actually very important, but in order to get rid of the dust, they have to sacrifice it. Without fallen dust, they would not have such a present, and they would not have their current strength. Now is the time to embody a person's worth. When Luo Chen subdued them, he didn't know how much treatment he gave them, and how much benefit he gave them. It wasn't that Luo Chen was trying to please them. If you really think this way, you are wrong. What Luokan did was to just treat them as brothers. Brother. Such a heavy word. Good fortune and bad fortune are the same. This sentence is easy to say, but in the end, it is still a disaster. At this moment, Kai Kongzai worked hard again, using 3 drops of divine blood to open the way. I don't know how much torture he endured. The purpose is very simple, just to reach Yuanxi Mountain as soon as possible. At this moment, there is a middle-aged man who is tens of thousands of light years away from the Earth. He is traveling at extreme speed in the universe. Moreover, his speed is actually 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times that of light. Twice as much. If he passed by people, I'm afraid people wouldn't react, thinking that he was wrong. XXX. He seemed tired, and gradually stopped in place. Looking at the surrounding environment, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Diaresis damn Luokan, I want you to experience the feeling of no home too. After he finished speaking, he mentioned a force again, and it was 1,000 times the speed of light. In just a moment, it was thousands of light years away. After all, this is the universe, and his speed is not too fast, because of his strength. It can't be said that he is invincible. If he encounters the overlord of the universe, he can still only bow his head and bow his head. Maybe those big guys are not as strong as him, but their explosiveness is truly unparalleled. They are the real powerhouses, he. Just an ant. In fact, he was very afraid of encountering the behemoth of Hongmeng. This guy has a strange whereabouts, and maybe he will appear beside him in the next moment. Chapter 582. To be honest, he is very guilty now. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid it won't be the solution. Thinking like this in his heart, he couldn't help feeling sad. After all, he is also a Nirvana-level powerhouse. To be tortured so much is really a good thing. It's just, is it really a good thing now? I don't think so. The speed is getting faster and faster, and before he knows it, he has come to the solar system, where he can even feel the scorching temperature. Damn, this broken place is so terrifying. Thinking like this, they entered the solar system unknowingly, and Luokan was still struggling to travel. They only had a vague direction, and they couldn't tell where it was. Now, all I have to do is move on, feel the familiar atmosphere, and then come out, and everything will be fine. You're going in the wrong direction. The ancient Cheomeng came out indifferently, making Kai Kongza look embarrassed, and then he said, well, you come and tell me the direction, I can move forward at full speed, and I don't have to be so afraid. Hearing the words of Kai Kongza, the ancient Cheomeng was extremely helpless, but for the sake of falling dust, standing is only like this. Go west, keep going, use your full speed. Don't hesitate, if you hesitate, it's very likely that celebrities will arrive first. After he finished speaking, he looked in a hurry. He actually had a bad premonition in his heart, and he didn't know why. Hearing his words, Kai Kongza nodded and started to move forward at full speed. Exactly how long? He asked suspiciously. If you can keep up this speed, you will arrive in 2 days. The ancient Cheomeng said that after speaking, the face of the cracking seat is not very good looking. Just kidding, the opponent's strength, but Nirvana, he wants to quickly reach a place, almost in the blink of an eye, even if the distance is very far, it can be easy to reach. Hearing his words, the ancient Cheomeng coughed dryly, it seemed that he didn't know the normal speed. Generally speaking, it took Ji Yushi and the others 3 months to get to that place. And they, in only 3 days, actually disliked this guy. But this is also excusable. After all, Luokan Station is too dangerous, and time cannot be delayed. Help me up. Shinado coughed and wanted to get up from the ground, but because of overdrafts, she couldn't do it anyway. Celebi quickly stepped forward and helped her up. Give me a specific location, and I'll take you there directly. Don't hesitate, hurry up. As the controller of the law, he wants to it's easy to get to a place. Hearing his words, all the elves almost didn't think about it, but the ancient Cheomung looked at her with a look of Taoist friends. No, I can't let you take risks. You are seriously injured now. If you force the shuttle, I'm afraid it will leave you with indelible injuries in the future. Hearing his words, Shinato's heart warmed, but she still looked determined. At this moment, it is not the time for children to love each other for a long time. She has to stand up, she has to get there quickly. Listen to me, on Earth, I have a brand. At this moment, celebrity Genshin has arrived. I'm afraid that in a short while, the massacre will begin. Do you really hope that our hometown will become a slaughterhouse? Hearing this, the elves fell silent. To be honest, they really don't want to see this. Hurry up, tell me the location, and then catch me. After Shinato finished speaking, he locked onto the surroundings. Risakusa stopped and surrounded Shinato. 6,000 light years to the west. Shinato let out a long breath, and then let out a breath of turbid air. The surrounding power was constantly circling, and gradually formed power around him. In the next moment, they saw an azure planet. Then, it is the Earth. We're here. Before Shinato could finish speaking, he fainted, and he didn't even have time to say too much. The elves hurriedly helped him, and then put Luokan on the back of the cracked empty seat, and headed for Yuanxi Mountain in a mighty manner. According to records, there is no one in the current Yuanxi Mountain, not even Arceus. Remember, no matter what you encounter in a while, keep calm, and I'll take you down. After speaking, the ancient chaos dream opened an energy barrier, which is the destructive factor. That old dog thought he took the destructive factor, but in fact it is not. The destructive factor has always been in my body, he can't get it at all, unless he kills me and then deprives it from my body. After speaking, the elves let out a long breath. At this moment, there is another variable, Luokan's Cheomung still can't be summoned, and I don't know why, I must wait for him to wake up. You don't have to worry, I will have a transformation every 1,000 years. He should just catch up now. Maybe after he comes out, his strength will directly reach Nirvana. Of course, this is just an assumption, and the specifics remain to be considered. Now that things have come to this point, the elves are not in a hurry and become extraordinarily quiet. Because they felt an energy of annihilation from this Yuanxi mountain. If this energy explodes, I am afraid it can directly destroy the earth. Here, in fact, the power of worship, the silent place of the Sifang martial emperor, here, left his Taoism, Luokan is very suitable, because their temperament is very similar. Speaking of which, the ancient Cheomung's eyes flickered with a dim light, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Quarterly martial emperor. When Shinato heard the sound, he bounced off the ground and looked at the ancient chaos dream. What? You know him? The ancient Cheomung frowned. These things were all he learned from the destruction factor. He didn't know how. Actually, I was created by Emperor Sifang, or in other words, I am his only descendant. Damn it, so bloody. The only descendant of the first powerhouse in the universe. Shinato. What's going on? Maybe you don't know, in ancient times, it was very chaotic. Moreover, the strength of the Sifang martial emperor was not the strongest. In order to protect the universe, he took out 99% of his cultivation and put it in the enchantment. The entrance, that is to say, the universe has survived safely until now, and it is all his credit. Hearing this, the elves didn't know what to say. Emperor Sifang was just a human being, or in other words, the only human being at that time. For the sake of the universe and everyone, he resolutely gave up his cultivation. So righteous and awe-inspiring, in this world, who can do it? Forget it, as long as you go in for a while, you can get the answer, and the Tao lineage that was left behind is also among them. Perhaps, no one can explain the affairs of Zhonghu, or perhaps no one can match Zhonghu. In short, if you want to live in this world, you only have tyrannical strength. Chapter 583. A tyrannical force. To solve all problems. Time flies, and the earth does not know how many years have passed. At this moment, there is an uninvited guest Tilda. He stood in a place of fascination, looking at the Hongmeng teleportation array here, the endless stream of people, he came, gas. A group of ants is also worthy of using Hongmeng. After speaking, he landed on the teleportation formation with a punch. Whew. Damn, the teleportation array was destroyed. Quick, call Master Mu Jie. In an instant, it was all messed up. What's the situation? In the endless sea, there was a goat-like existence. He frowned, and then said, damn, this guy actually came after him. Respected Master Creation God, do you need your subordinates to do it for you? Go, remember, play nice. Arceus looked around coldly, and then said. The other guy is the Pluto dragon Girardes. Haha, finally someone who can fight is here. He looked around coldly, and then said. Can you call me? It's really good. But is it really useful? The little guy of the celebrity family, huh? After Girardes appeared, the body covered half of the sky. Pluto dragon Girardes, why are you here? Celebrities Genshin secretly shouted badly, this is their territory, if they do it here, they will suffer. Hehe, you've already come to Earth, why can't you come? Girardes smiled, then looked at him. I'm curious, you are doing well in the celebrity family, do you have nothing to do when you are idle? Was the punishment back then not enough? Girardes looked at him with an extremely threatening expression, and then said. You don't need to tell me this, but what if you're here now, what's the use of you when Arceus isn't here? Hearing this, Girardes was so angry that he immediately pulled away, and then charged frantically. XXX. The huge energy directly made the land of fascination whistled and rolled up gusts of wind and waves. As expected of the Pluto dragon, this level of strength is really not comparable to that of some disciples and masters. The number one expert. Girardes looked bewildered, who would dare to say that he was the number one expert? You don't have to think about it, at this moment, you only have to die. Hearing this, Celebrity Genshin smiled slightly, and then said, I think, you should need me as an ally, not my enemy. You must also know that a monk at the peak of nirvana is crazy, how destructive is it? You. Girardes gritted his teeth, and then started to attack. The majestic and terrifying power was released and detonated directly on the ground, but the famous person remained motionless. Your laws of the universe are useless to me. Celebrity Genshin looked at him coldly, and then said. Tell me, what is your purpose? At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly came, and the entire sky seemed to be crushed. And Girardes also consciously stepped aside and vacated the seat for Arceus. Dear Arceus, presumably my purpose, you should be very clear. Now, I have reached the third level of nirvana, you should understand what I mean. Celebrity Genshin said with a smile. 3 layers of nirvana. Arceus' pupils shrank suddenly, no wonder he was so powerful. You are on the 3rd floor, what does it have to do with me, get out. How domineering he is, he immediately made celebrities dumbfounded. Hey, give me some face, I came all the way, and I was blocked like this. Okay, since I won't give me a celebrity face, why should I give you face? 2nd layer of inherent domain. As soon as the voice fell, a high tower appeared in the place of fascination, and above the tower, there was a glimmer of light. Hehe, your inherent realm is like this. It really disappoints me. Arceus looked at it coldly, shot at will, and with a single blow, actually turned this tower into powder. Puff. Celebrity Genshin vomited blood, this was backlashed by the inherent realm. Damn it, what a powerful force. He gritted his teeth and said. You've already reached the 4th level. This is what he suddenly thought. If it is true, it will be bad. Nirvana 4 layers, what is this concept? In other words, you can reach half-step creation and half-step peak at any time. Such strength is already unmatched in the world. He once thought that his strength at the third level of nirvana was enough to crush everything. Everyone in the world knows that there are 9 realms of nirvana. Among them, the initial stage, the middle stage, the later stage, the peak, and then there are 5 levels. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. 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 It is equivalent to 9 stairs. It sounds mysterious, but it actually exists. Remember, don't think that you are awesome, you never know how strong your enemy is. Arceus sneered, grabbed him, and returned to the sea. This time the turmoil gradually subsided. Many people looked terrified. What was it that appeared just now? It was so terrifying. That's our patron saint, Arceus. Arceus. It's really strong. It's just a pity, this teleportation formation. Wait for Lord Luokan to come back. He has something to do and has already left. Celebrity Genshin was caught by Arceus and returned to the sea, and Celebrity Genshin also saw a figure that made his scalp tingle. 0. Gu Yushi. Arceus, you wolf-hearted thing. Gu Yushi reprimanded him, but he couldn't do anything about it. Now, that's all he has. Hee, wolf-hearted and dog-lung. What do you think of you, Gu Yushi? I can tell you clearly. You are not in the creation realm now, you are just an ordinary person, a weakling without the power of restraint. This sentence is extremely sad, but what can I do? Yes, I am now a cripple, and I have absolutely no dignity at all. Tell me, what's the matter with you? Sitting on the crystal chair, Arceus looked at him. Celebrity Genshin is so aggrieved, he is also a person with a head and a face, and he has become such a state. I think we can cooperate. Cooperation. How do you want to play? Celebrity Genshin was silent, he didn't seem to have any bargaining chips. Damn it, it's so uncomfortable now. You should know that, doesn't it? Celebrity Genshin asked suspiciously. After all, Arceus must know such a young man. Well, what? Is he dead? Dead, now he can't die any longer. The celebrity laughed loudly. He was seriously injured and suffered a violent blow. If he didn't die, he wouldn't deserve to be called a Nirvana powerhouse. Gu Yushi was stunned. Luokan. Dead. These people are kidding. Impossible. Luokan is a genius, and it is impossible for you to kill hundreds of millions of ants. Chapter 584. Gu Yushi was immediately excited, joking, who is Luokan? Perhaps, there are not many people in the whole world who can kill him. Is the news accurate? Arceus frowned and asked. Don't worry, the news is very accurate and absolutely true. If there is any lie, my celebrity will be thunderous. At this moment, he suddenly felt a force coming, detonating above his head, and before he even had time to resist, he turned into ashes. Luokan died. Haha, it's really a good thing. It also saves me trouble. Arceus sneered, he didn't even regret his actions in his heart. If you die, you will die. Maybe no one knows the secret inside. Girardes laughed, then said. How about the preparations over the sea area? He asked with a smile. Everything is being done step by step. Besides, the collection of gods and gods prepared for you is ready, just waiting for you to harvest it. Very good, tomorrow at noon, I will be robbed in Yuanxi Mountain, whether it is successful or not, this is the move. He glanced at Gu Yushi coldly, and then said. Are you really obsessed? Could it be that you still can't see the truth of this world? The truth? I only know that there is an unpredictable guy. If I had known you like this earlier, I should have killed you 10,000 years ago. It's just a pity, you don't have a chance. If you tell me the secret of your breakthrough now, I can leave you with a whole corpse. He looked at Gu Yushi coldly, and then said. Hearing this, Gu Yushi felt angry in his heart, and then said, Gu Yushi, is a godlike existence, and I'm definitely not swayed by interests. If you are afraid of death, you will already be wandering around in the underworld. Understood. Push Elalado up. Hearing this, Gyuyushi's pupils shrank suddenly. If that's the case, the trouble will be big. Sure enough, Elalud was being helped all over his body at the moment, and was escorted up step by step. There were still bloodstains on her body. You say it, or don't you say it? Arceus looked at him, and the killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. If he could, he even wanted to shoot directly. It's just that he didn't dare. Now he is eager to know what secrets there is in breaking through to the creation realm. Just kill me. Elalado looked at Arceus and immediately gave up resistance. Seeing this, Gyuyushi felt sadness in his heart. Could it be? Is life supposed to be so sad? Sorry. I'm sorry in life. When did Gyuyushi ever say it? Today, maybe the last one. No, you are for the whole world. Death, what else? As soon as the words fell, Gyuyushi and Elaldo were pulled in front of him. You say it or don't say it. Arceus was about to go berserk and locked him tightly. Impossible. Creation realm, there is only one person in the whole world who deserves it, and that is Luo Chen, and he has already told Luo Chen the secret of breaking through. If he can control it, he might be able to turn the tide. Our two old fellows have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. According to reason, we should have been buried long ago. However, I would rather let the breakthrough secret disappear forever than tell you. Arceus was so angry that he wielded two powers so far. These two, after all, are my seniors, although the cooperation is not pleasant, so killing them is already the best face. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would immediately become a piece of scum. Gyuyushi and Elaldo are like this. They stay here forever, their souls are floating around, and there is nowhere to put them. Just like that, a generation of supreme-level powerhouses have fallen. Died so peacefully, so beautifully. In his arms, he is still holding Elalado. Love is a thing, born on the same day in the same year, but please die in the same year, the same month and the same day. Maybe you will never know how terrifying my strength is. Arceus looked at the fallen Gyuyushi and sighed. At the same time, Yuanshi Mountain, which is far away, has already started the final sprint. Luoken was seriously injured and urgently needs to recover at this moment. Then there's trouble. Unconsciously, in a hurry, time has passed, and the next day came inexplicably. Luoken is still in retreat, and there is a trace of energy in his body, flickering on and off, and no change can be seen. XXX. But that shaky posture has disappeared. At this moment, he can be said to be full of vitality. What is even more surprising is the change in his strength. Without their knowledge, Arceus also came to Yuanshi Mountain. He finally made up his mind to solve these things. Even if he didn't get the answer, he had to do it. Standing on Yuanshi Mountain at the top, he slowly stared down, and then a force surged out. A bang. The energy hit Yuanshi Mountain, but it didn't have any practical use. Instead, it made him vomit blood. The backlash of this thing is very powerful. Do you want to know the reason? At this moment, a voice came, and Arceus was taken aback for a moment, and then he focused his attention on the guy in front. Super Dream, didn't you get captured? Arceus said with a horrified expression. Respected Master Creation God, do you want us to be captured? The ancient Cheomung looked at it coldly. There was no way, only by saying this can we make Arceus feel a little pity in the heart. Of course not. How did you get back? He couldn't help but think of falling dust. If this guy was rescued by Luoken, that would be troublesome. There is only one thing that can be proved, that famous people will pit him. Of course he was rescued by Luoken. As soon as Chao Meng's words came out, he immediately became uneasy. Nima, what a joke. In other words, Luo Chen, his opportunity has already been taken first. Luo Chen, this little brat, not only did not die, but also came back to snatch his things. Congratulations on your coming back alive. With a smile on his face, he said. This smile is too hypocritical. The ancient super dream looks down from the bottom of my heart. But what can be done? Who made Luokan be so strong? After all, the threat of falling dust is really too great. I'm afraid most people can't imagine it. But where is Luokan now? Why didn't you come to see me when you came back? Arceus frowned and said. Why did I come to see you? Are you a beauty? Tit for tat. Anyway, you have to tear your face, so what are you afraid of? Very good, you are so courageous now. Arceus looked at him coldly, and a wave of energy rolled up in his hand, as if he wanted to smash him to pieces. I'm sorry, I've always been very courageous. Hearing this, Arceus was even more angry, and he really gave too much face. Boom. Chapter 585. Looking at Arceus. Luokan and Cheomung burst out with momentum, and the void shattered, forming a terrifying scene. And Arceus is no exception. The collision of the three. Let this place become the end of the world, and the scene is terrifying. But in the collision, Arceus's aura was too strong. Fallen Dust and Mewtwo are being repressed in defeat. Luo Chen felt a lingering in his heart. As expected, he is indeed the god of creation, but he is far worse than him. May be planted today. Tilde. Suddenly, the depths of space shattered layer by layer. A dense breath came out and filled the air. Arceus, face changed greatly, weak point in the world. The weak point of the world. At this time, Luokan was covered, and suddenly, a wonderful feeling circulated in his heart. That's what it looked like during time travel. He suddenly widened his eyes. The whole figure suddenly disappeared, the weak point in the world. He suddenly realized, the passage to other worlds at this time. Boom. Jugoyu's reincarnation eyes are flowing. The terrifying Hitomi marked the world of Pokemon in case she couldn't come back in the future. He completely disappeared. Arceus wanted to catch up. But, soon the weak point disappeared. Ellipsis. Hey! A masked ninja was flying up and down in the woods, and behind him, 22 ninjas from 3 other countries were closely following him. The masked ninja looked at the menacing team behind him, frowned slightly, and secretly planned to speed up and shake them off. Blast! Who knew that in the next second he stepped on a detonating talisman, and almost instantly, with a dazzling white light and a roaring explosion, everything turned to ashes. And here is the ninja world full of killing and war. Konoha village is located in the land of fire. This place is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the 3 generations of Hokage with the strongest combat power and qualifications, as well as countless ninjas who shed their blood for the village's heads. Thanks to the dedicated care of the 3 generations of Hokage, Konoha village lives and works in peace and contentment. Luokan slowly opened his eyes, and what appeared in front of him was a landscape of green mountains and green waters, like a paradise. Host, it seems that you are awake. The voice of the system came from my mind, but it brought more chaos. Am I not? In the world of Pokemon? Why does it feel like I've never seen it before? Luokan leaned close to the tree and tried to sort out his chaotic thoughts. Congratulations to the host, for reaching the Pokemon world achievement and unlocking a new world, Naruto world. Ding! The identity has been arranged. Ding! In order to train the host and not attract the attention of the origin of the world, the host's ability is temporarily sealed 80%. Ding! Identity has been arranged. Ding! In order to train the host and not attract the attention of the origin of the world, the host's ability is temporarily sealed 80%. Ding! Identity has been arranged. Ding! In order to train the host and not attract the attention of the origin of this world, 80% of the host's ability is temporarily sealed. After a burst of joyful voice prompts beating gongs and drums, it took Luokan a long time before he slowly reacted. You mean, I came to the world of real ninjas? There was a hint of excitement in his final voice. This is the world of ninjas that is accompanied by wars and decisive killings. However, the ability has been sealed, which is a little uncomfortable. However, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. If there is no crossing, you and Mewtwo may die in the hands of Arceus. When it is time to leave. He also saw that Mewtwo was wrapped in the weak point of the world. Did Chow Meng also come to this world? Shaking his head, he will forget about these long-term things. They come, the security. Then what is my golden finger this time? Since he came to such a dangerous world, what he cares most about is that he can settle down and dominate the world. Sorry, the golden finger is currently locked, and it can only be unlocked after the host completes the task assigned by the system. Luo Chen frowned slightly, and couldn't help feeling a little nervous in his heart. Then what is the task I need to accomplish? The host needs to activate his own chakra and achieve beginner ninja. What? Activate your own chakra? Luokan Gujing Wubo's eyes suddenly widened a little. Although he is familiar with dozens of ways to form a seal as a Naruto fan, he really doesn't know how to activate his chakra. After all, even the great god of Shishi Kishimoto has not explained this kind of thing in detail. Luokan looked up at the sky and was stunned for 3 minutes before he said, "System, can I choose to quit this world?" "Sorry, host, your request has exceeded the authority. The system warns you about it, please pay attention." Hearing the system's icy machine sound, Luo Chen sighed and stood up reluctantly. Since there is no retreat for yourself, the only way to do your best to achieve the achievement of Introduction to Ninja is the most important thing. Otherwise, in this ninja world where swords are everywhere, a little shrimp like him without chakra is expected to soon become the soul of the ninjas of other countries. Luokan found a relatively secluded place, and after confirming that there was no danger around him, he meditated on the spot and calmed down. Chakra is the energy that ninjas run from their dantian, so perhaps holding one's breath and concentrating all the energy in their dantian is the key to activating chakra. Quack quack quack. After the third crow above his head mocked him for being an idiot, Luo Chen finally realized that simply meditating like this is useless. Just as he was about to stand up, his legs fell to the ground. What is the mystery of activating chakra? Frustrated, Luokan digs his fingers deep into his hair, with a trace of panic in his eyes. Shouldn't chakra be a natural skill in the ninja world? Does this kind of thing still need to be activated? No matter how good-tempered Luo Chen was, Rao couldn't help roaring in despair at this time. With this roar, he gathered 10% of his strength, and suddenly felt a strange warm current pouring into the depths of his dantian. XXX. Ding. Congratulations to the host, activate your own chakra, and achieve the achievement of beginner ninja. Luokan ignored the little man who was wriggling around with flowers on the panel. If he hadn't been born to be a taciturn person, he would probably have complained by now. What the hell is the activation ceremony? I sat in silence for several hours, and all the mosquito bites on my body were bags, but the way to activate it was to roar vigorously. System, are you sure he's not making fun of Lao Su? Although there was a storm in my heart, my reason still occupied the high ground. Then you can always tell me now, what is my golden finger in this world? Good host, in this world, your golden finger is gossip channeling. Gossip channeling. Luokan recited it silently. Could it be that this golden finger has something to do with the psychic technique? How is this used? Gossip psychic, as the name suggests, is the ultimate version of the psychic technique. As long as the host's own ability meets the psychic requirements and is approved by the ninja beast, you can summon the ninja beast under any circumstances. How about that? Great, right? Luokan was silent for a while, that is to say, his golden finger in this world is a ninja beast that can channel countless kinds of powerful ninjas. In other words, whether it is Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes, Tsunade-sama's slugs, or even the 3-generation Hokage's ape demon, he can summon it. At the thought of being able to fight against so many excellent and powerful ninja beasts at one time, a big stone in Luokan's heart was finally put down. These ninja beasts can almost match the combat power of dozens of Jonin, and he doesn't have to worry about his life being in danger at all. Then I'm going to sign a contract with Todeyoshi now. The corners of Luo Chen's lips rose, and there was a fire in his eyes that he was determined to win. Well, I'm afraid you can't, host. Why, does Gossip Psychic still need me to achieve anything? Luokan's eyes darkened. Why was there so many tasks to be completed in such a crucial world? Ahem, that's not it. It's just that the host may not have heard clearly. I'll say it again. It's only after the host's own abilities meet the psychic requirements and obtain the ninja beast. Only with approval can you summon ninja beasts. What? Self-capability, recognized. What is the difference between this and no gold finger? The rules for obtaining the approval of ninja beasts are all kinds of strange, but the stronger the ninja beast, the more hope that the ninja who signed a contract with him is a strong man who can conquer himself. Ellipsis. Chapter 586. Chapter 2 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, please go. Looking over, a pair of dark brown eyes widened, staring at the unexpected visitor in disbelief. I couldn't understand what the term, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, meant, nor could I deal with this sudden change. You are. Who are you? How could someone break in here? It shrank, and even the turtle shell on its back was shaking. That's because I'm not just the current Luokan, let alone summoning Toji. I guess even summoning a ninja dog is difficult. Then, with my current ability, what kind of ninja beast can I conquer? Cough, this is. Don't tell me I don't have one. Luo Chen had already made the worst plan in his heart. No matter what he could summon, as long as it could be used to save his life, he wouldn't ask for anything. Well, yes, since the host has requested, then ask the host to check his digital panel to confirm. As soon as he heard the system's hesitant tone, Luo Chen guessed that the other party must be a little shrimp like him. Just when he was mentally prepared to open the digital panel in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked by the creature in front of him and didn't know what to say for a while. Luokan looked at the panel in front of him and saw countless familiar figures in the anime. It's just that the panels of the battle beasts he is familiar with are now a desperate gray. There are even those from the first tail to the 10 tails at the top of the list, all of which are rated at the enviable SS level, but these powerful beasts can only make Luokan temporarily addicted. He carefully studied the panel in front of him, and found that the classification of ninja beasts can be searched according to 4 general directions: ninjutsu, taijutsu, illusion, and ninjutsu rating. As for Luokan, the first 3 are naturally clear to him, and the 4th ninja beast rating is probably the so-called ability strength. The ninja beasts are arranged from SS rank to D rank, and the most disappointing thing just now is that on such a bullish panel, the turtle is the only ninja beast showing color. This means that his current ability is only worthy of summoning such a scumbag. Luokan opened it with his thoughts, and still had a bit of luck in his heart. Since it is a ninja beast, then it still has certain abilities, right? Type of ninja beast: turtle. Ninja beast rating: D grade. Ninjutsu: none. Open black lens bracket. Physical skills: close black lens bracket, none. Open black lens bracket. Illusion: close black lens bracket, none. Special skill: escape. Location: Nether Deep Stream. Open black lens bracket. Character: close black lens bracket, timid. Holding status: can sign a contract. There is no ninjutsu, no physical skills, no illusions. Where is this ninja beast? It's simply a 3-0 product. Nothing will be a ninja. If there was a mirror, Luo Chen would definitely be able to see a big, character popping up on his forehead. Ding! The system has checked that the host has met the contract signing requirements, and the teleportation mode is very activated. Luo Chen sighed and said, "Hold on, let me ask first, do I have to defeat it before I can sign a contract with it?" Cough, well, because each ninja has different personalities, the conditions that allow them to decide to sign a contract with the host are also different. This requires the host to practice. Drip drip drip. A sound came from the system, and Luo Chen saw that a circular aperture suddenly appeared on the ground that was originally empty. This aperture is composed of blue and red, it looks like its own chakra and the chakra of the tailed beast, and it is like a strange blend between water and fire. The gossip teleportation array is open, please confirm the teleportation from the host station in the array. Luo Chen stared at Kongfei with a big white eye. It turned out that this was the legendary gossip psychic. Really worthy of the name of this middle school. Luokan stood in the halo, and it seemed that in the blink of an eye, the scene in front of him changed from the open-air outdoors to an extremely dark cave. Luokan opened his eyes, and it took a long time to get used to and he could barely see the scene in front of him. Ta-ta. He heard the sound of water droplets hitting the deep pool, and it was obvious that he had reached the legendary deep gorge. It was only now that he realized that the so-called golden fingers in this world seemed to be more useful than he imagined. After all, in the world of Naruto, the contract between ninjas and ninja beasts is basically summoned by the ninja who signed the contract before to summon their own ninja beasts. Even if such conditions are created in time, the ninja beasts may not necessarily be with the new ones. The ninja who came to sign a contract. Obviously, Gossip Psychic is like a universal teleportation talisman that can be used unlimited times. As long as he wants, he can be teleported to the habitat of any ninja beast. After he is full of wings in the future, this is definitely an excellent artifact. After all, what if they don't want to sign a contract then? If Lao Su blocks your nest, even if you beat him violently, you will kneel down and sign a contract with me. One thinking of this, the corner of Luo Chen's mouth raised an evil smile. After standing in the dark for a long time, the range in front of me became much larger. Luokan felt that there seemed to be a ray of light ahead, so he groped and walked forward cautiously. After walking for about 10 minutes, my eyes suddenly opened up. There was a rustling sun shining on Luokan's body. When he looked up, he found that the position he was in was right in a deep canyon. A somewhat turbid river flows slowly by his side, with 3 or 4 tender green leaves floating on the river. Without saying a word, Luo Chen walked towards the place where the leaves were floating. Diaresis diaresis dang 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 dang. Not long after walking, Luokan heard such a strange noise, that's right. He suddenly mobilized the chakra of his dantian. Although the chakra available to him now is really pitiful, he can still deal with the cabbage, which has no 3 abilities, such as the turtle. Dang 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 dang. The closer you get to the source of the sound, the more ethereal the voice sounds. Until Luokan finally saw the object that made the sound. In the cave, a turtle that looked no more than the size of a football was carrying a turquoise shell on its back. At this time, it was lying on a large raised stone in the cave and kept beating its body with its hands. A stone 10 times larger than it made a sound. Luokan held his breath, and when he confirmed that there were no other turtles around, Luokan didn't plan to cover up, and stood up directly. You are the ninja turtles living in the deep gorge, aren't you? Hearing the words, the little turtle turned his head to the person who came, and there was panic in his eyes. Chapter 587. Chapter 3 Sign a contract and become my ninja beast. It was neither clear what he meant by Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, nor the purpose of the person who came. This is not the place you should come, there is danger, hurry up. Luokan raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously ignoring the little turtle in front of him, and said, because I'm a god, and now I'm about to become the god of this new world. Hearing his arrogant speech, the little tortoise instantly shrank himself in the big tortoise shell with only one head exposed, looking at him in fear. I advise you to leave here quickly, here not where you should be. Seeing the little tortoise in front of him shaking like a sieve, Luokan continued to walk forward indifferently. Sure enough, the data given by the system was not wrong. He just said a few big words, which scared the little guy in front of him to the point that he couldn't even speak. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, where is your contract? I'm here to sign a contract with you. You go away. The frequency of the little turtle's shaking seemed to have increased a lot, and Luo Chen originally wanted to make fun of him. Immediately afterwards, he couldn't laugh anymore, because he found that it was not just the little turtle, but the whole cave seemed to be shaking slightly. Wow! With a loud noise, Luochen opened his eyes wide, watching the slow but incomparably real transfer of the big stone in front of him. Could it be that the person in front of him is not the stone, he thought at all, but a big ninja turtle? What kind of brat is he who is over his own strength, dare to disturb my rest? The huge tortoise stuck out its head and looked like a black giant python. XXX. Dad, it's him, he said he would. Before the little ninja turtle could finish speaking, he was guarded by the big ninja turtle and propped up his forelimbs abruptly. Luo Chen couldn't help but raise his neck to see it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the new quest Death Contest. After completing it, you will receive random rewards. Please be sure to stick to it for 30 minutes. With the loud noise of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking, the sound of the systems beating resounded in his mind. This kind of new task, let alone 30 minutes, in 5 minutes he will be trampled into flesh, okay. Seeing the big ninja turtle walking towards him, Luo Chen immediately ran forward without hesitation. Didn't you say that the character of the good ninja turtle is timid? How can you meet such a grumpy guy? There is simply a chakra bonus, plus the terrain. When the big ninja turtle climbed out, because of its huge body, it was directly caught in the canyon and could not move. Ow! The great ninja turtle let out a roar and looked at Luo Chen, who was panting heavily in front of him. Huh, it's okay, there's no way out of the sky. It seems that it can't get away in such a short period of time, or take this opportunity to sign a contract with it. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? Why did you sign a contract with the old man, you stinky boy? Who let you in? Big Ninja Turtle's breath hit Luochen's face, and he washed his face firmly. Cough, you don't need to worry about how I got here, as long as you agree to sign a contract with me, I will let you out, how about it? Dream, this old man is unwilling to sign a contract with a little-known kid like you. Then are you stuck like this? Let's see if you will starve to death first or if I will starve to death first. Luo Chen simply sat cross-legged on the ground, intending to start a tug-of-war with it. Even if he did not successfully sign a contract with it in the end, as long as the task is completed, a random reward will be awarded. It won't be too much of a loss if you get it. Run! At this moment, the little ninja turtle came out panting heavily, but these words were obviously not addressed to the big ninja turtle. Run! You can't beat Dad, hurry up! Luo Chen felt that compared to the big ninja turtle, this little cutie looked a little more well-behaved, but it was too young to drink enough soup. Click! Luochen suddenly found a strange sound coming from under him, and he was shocked. Ruined. At the moment when he used the chakra to bounce, a huge palm seemed to rise from the ground, rushing out of the hard stone. Immediately afterwards, the big ninja turtle had already emerged from the picture and opened its bloody mouth towards him. This is the legendary special skill belonging to the ninja turtles, escape. There was not much time left for Luochen to think. He immediately turned around and planned to run first, but he was slapped by the big palm that followed like a mosquito. Well. A fishy sweetness poured into his mouth, and Luochen coughed out a mouthful of blood. A string of familiar words already appeared in his mind. The rivers and lakes are so dangerous, please come over again. Didn't expect that he would receive a lunchbox on the first day he came to Naruto World. What about becoming Hokage, collecting ninja beasts, and fighting Kagaya Otsutsuki? Dad. At the juncture of crisis, the little ninja turtle said, I want to sign a contract with him, please don't kill him, okay. Luo Chen immediately opened his eyes and sat up, and saw the little ninja turtle crawling to his side and protecting him. Dad, no one has ever been here before, I also want to be a ninja turtle, I want to become stronger. The big ninja turtle finally put down the raised palm, turned his head and said, as you like. The little ninja turtle happily retracted its body into the turtle shell, and after a while, took out a scroll and carefully opened it in front of Luo Chen. "Hey, sign it." The process of signing a contract takes no more than 3 seconds. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for harvesting the ninja beast Peppa. Peggy. Well, why did you call me? Luokan felt the stench in his chest rise again. He actually had a little turtle Peppa. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task death contest, and obtaining the Uchiha clan's blood successor limit, single Guyu Jade writing wheel eyes. Luokan really doesn't know now whether he should cry or laugh. He thought he was fighting to the death, but he didn't want to be saved by Peppa, and felt extremely ashamed in his heart. He looked at Paige holding his contract with great excitement, with a happy smile on his face. "Dad, look, I've signed a contract. I'm going to become a real ninja beast. I must exercise well from now on, or I'll be embarrassed by the master." I didn't expect that just signing a contract would make Peppa so happy, and Luo Chen didn't know what to say for a while. Ding. The gossip teleportation array is open. Please ask the host station to confirm the teleportation in the array. Standing in the gossip array, Luokan looked at Peppa who was jumping up and down, and he was worried for a while. The signing of the contract is just a matter of circumstance. If Paige waits left and right in the future, or can't wait for his call, he will give up one day, right? Chapter 588. Chapter 4 Suspected by Kakashi. Owner. Paige looked at Luo Chen standing in the halo, smiled, and waved to Luo Chen. "I will try my best to become a qualified ninja, please believe me." The forehead circle around Luokan became brighter and brighter, and then the scene in front of him, together with Peppa's voice, all turned into dazzling white. When Luokan opened his eyes again, the open space in front of him was once again. He rubbed his head and felt that the series of things that just happened was as incredible as a dream when he thought about it now. Thinking of this, Luo Chen quickly opened the digital panel in his mind to check the details. Among a group of God-level SS ninja beasts, he saw the only light-up ninja turtle pattern at a glance, and then clicked on it. Type of ninja beast turtle. Open black lens bracket. Name of ninja beast close black lens bracket, page. Ninja beast rating, D grade. Ninjutsu, none. Open black lens bracket. Physical skills close black lens bracket, none. Open black lens bracket. Illusion close black lens bracket, none. Special skill, escape. Location, Nether Deep Stream. Open black lens bracket. Character close black lens bracket, timid. Holding status, can be summoned. Current mode, studying. Luokan confirmed it. The previous data has basically not changed, but the holding status has changed from the previous contract signable mode to the current summonable mode. However, compared with before, the panel in front of me has two very novel data: ninja beast name and current mode. Luokan automatically ignored Peggy's name that made him complain every time he saw it, and put all his attention on the latter. Obviously, the newly added current mode is the style of a progress bar, and it is obviously still at the starting point. System, what does this mean? It's such a host. Every ninja can enhance its strength through learning and fighting. The progress bar is a display of the ninja's growth. In layman's terms, the farther the progress bar goes, the more the host and the host will grow. The cooperation of the ninja beasts will be higher, and the fighting strength will be greatly enhanced. Luo Chen lowered his head and thought for a while. Next, you can understand the meaning of the system. In the world of ninjas, quick reflexes and flexible adaptability are the key points for victory in addition to strength, just as the fourth generation has achieved many records that the younger generation can't reach through the ability of astute prediction and the technique of Flying Thunder God. And this is equally important when it comes to ninja beasts. The longer you spend with ninja beasts, the more mutual understanding between ninjas and ninja beasts can be achieved, and sometimes a battle strategy can be conveyed with just one look, and the importance of the improvement of ninja beasts' strength in battle naturally goes without saying. Luokan looked at the 3 words he was learning, and he could almost imagine how Peppa was studying hard with a big turtle shell on his back, so he couldn't help but smile. But basically, few ninja beasts will take the initiative to learn by themselves. After all, ninja beasts are not human, so the way to improve their own strength is basically to fight together. Do you have any questions for the host? Luokan pondered for a while and said, there is one more question. What is the problem? How to get to Konoha village? When Luokan was almost exhausted, he finally saw the gate of Konoha ninja village not far away. God knows that the place where he was born is so far away from Konoha village. It took him almost a whole day to finally find the gate. After all, Luokan was just a kid who was just able to gather chakra, so when he saw the gate of Konoha village, his eyes darkened and he fell down. Sandemu, I don't think it's inappropriate for you to do this. After all, we don't know his identity at all. It's too risky. Kakashi, he's just a child. There have been some unrest in the major countries recently. I think this child is also a villager who has been implicated. Sandemu, this is just speculation. As far as the matter is concerned, his identity is unknown, and it is very likely that he is a spy sent by another country. Luokan's brain was dizzy, and he only vaguely heard the voices of two people talking, and these two people were very familiar to him. It turned out to be Kakashi, the third generation of Miko Hatake. Luo Chen was startled. He didn't know if he should open his eyes now. He came directly from the world of Pokemon to the world of Naruto, and he didn't even have time to change his clothes, so it's no wonder Kakashi thought he looked suspicious. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Kakashi, we understand that you are only thinking about the village, but Anbu has just confirmed that there is no memory of other countries in his brain at all, just some novel things, which may be affected by very traumatized. Luokan was already startled. No wonder he felt that his brain was in severe pain as if it had been taken apart. It turned out to be because someone from Anbu had entered it before. When he thought that they entered his head and saw a scene of a group of cute Pokemon fighting with him, the expression on his face must be quite interesting, right? 3 generations, I think. Cough cough. Luokan felt that if he pretended to be dead, he would definitely be discovered, so he had to sit up with his body reluctantly. Since Sandemu thinks he has suffered a lot of trauma, he just doesn't bother to make up reasons and just pretend that he has amnesia. XXX. Here, where is it? He saw Sandemu standing behind the desk at a glance. At this moment, he was looking at the scenery outside through the window with his hands behind his back. Hearing his voice, he turned his head with a kind smile on his face. You finally woke up. Luokan looked around and found that Kakashi was looking at him with a wary expression at the moment, and the single exposed eye was looking at him with an inquisitive meaning. Child, don't be afraid. I'm Hokage from Konoha village. You can also call me Grandpa Sandame. You were found by our ninjas at the entrance of the village. What's your name? Which village do you live in? Go back, okay. Luokan blinked and saw Sandamu's kind smile at this moment, which made him feel soft in his heart. My name is Luokan, except for this, I can't remember anything. At this moment, Luokan's heart was beating like a drum, and if he was caught by them, he would have nothing to do. Can't remember anything. Then, what about Mom and Dad? Do you still have any impressions? Luo Chen pursed his lips, lowered his eyes, and shook his head. Sandemu and Kakashi looked at each other. Their gazes conveyed their respective messages in the process of meeting. Luokan saw all of this in his eyes, but couldn't understand the emotions in their eyes at all. 100 million. Chapter 589. Chapter 5 Naruto Uzumaki debuts. Then let's do this first. You are staying in Konoha village. I can help you find your parents when the time comes, okay? Luokan nodded, and the big stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. 3 generations, Kakashi seemed to want to say something, but the third generation raised his hand to stop him and said, "Kakashi, you have worked hard for you today, go and rest first. Here, I have my own arrangements." Kakashi paused for a while, and finally nodded, and said, "Yes." 3 generations. Luokan didn't expect to live in Konoha Ninja Village. It's such a simple thing. Damn it, it's that stinky boy again. At this moment, the sound of running came from outside the door, and Luo Chen looked outside the door thoughtfully. Sandemu opened the door, looked at a Junin who hurriedly ran over, and said, "Did something happen?" Shengren didn't expect that it was Sandemu, so he stopped immediately, with a look of embarrassment on his face, but there was disgust and resentment in his eyes, and after hesitating for a long time, he said, "Sandemu, yes. It's that guy. It's starting to break again." "What guy? He also has a name. His name is Uzumaki Naruto." Jonin frowned, with a look of dissatisfaction in his expression, but the words of the third generation were irresistible, so he rushed out without saying anything. Luokan seemed to hear a very low sigh from Sandemu's mouth. At this time, the night outside the window was getting darker, and he felt that Sandemu's originally straight waist now seemed to have some hunched feelings. This good old man, if only there was no such thing. "It's also time to go see that child," the third brother murmured, and after turning around, he still had a gentle smile on his face, and said, "Sorry, I should have brought you to get acquainted with the village, but it seems that there is no chance. I will arrange for someone else to take you with me." Familiar with the village. Luokan originally thought that, as usual, the person who brought him to know the village should be the teacher Iruka, who was in charge of the children's education, but when the other party appeared in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. "Little devil, does it look like you're afraid of me? Why, is it because there is some hidden secret that you're afraid of being discovered by me?" Unexpectedly, the person that Sandemu arranged to bring him to familiarize himself with the village turned out to be Kakashi. Although Luokan admired Kakashi's cool character for a long time while watching the anime, but now Kakashi obviously thinks that he is intending to come to the village to seek information with bad intentions, so he can't help but feel a little restrained. It's just that people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. Luo Chen sighed in his heart, but on the surface he still looked indifferent. It's work. Kakashi was really conscientious and responsible and brought him to familiarize himself with some daily life in the village, and finally brought him to the rented house temporarily arranged for him. "Thank you for today, Mr. Kakashi." Kakashi nodded and didn't say anything. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, he immediately disappeared in front of Luokan's eyes. After a whole day of torment, Luokan finally couldn't take it anymore. He sighed and fell asleep early. What he didn't know was that on this night, on his roof, Kakashi sat from night to day before leaving. After a few days of getting acquainted, Luokan was gradually able to live in Konoha village. With the living expenses given by the 3 generations, although it was a little meager, there was no problem in maintaining a basic survival. But Luokan didn't come here because he didn't want to live and work like an ordinary person. His purpose is very clear. He does not want to be Naruto, but wants to be the strongest ninja in this world. It's just that now he doesn't have any special skills at all, and his identity has been suspected by Kakashi, which makes him in a very passive state. A skill. Luokan instinctively felt that he seemed to have forgotten something very important. He sat cross-legged on the bed, resting his chin with one hand and pondered for a long time before he finally understood one thing. In the deep gorge, he seemed to have obtained it from the system, sharing wheel eyes. Luokan couldn't help but get excited when he thought that he actually had a wheel-shaking eye. Although it was only a single Guyu wheel-shaking eye, it showed that he could perfectly copy other people's ninjutsu without attracting others' attention. Thinking of this, the corner of Luo Chen's mouth twitched into a smile. It's just that since he has a shaker, why didn't Sandemu and Kakashi say anything? Thinking of this, he immediately ran to the mirror, only to find that although his appearance in the mirror had not changed, his eyes were plain black. All go. System, are you kidding me? Luo Chen clenched his fists and threw a few punches into the air, feeling a burst of anger in his heart. Host, don't be impatient. This is just to help you better hide your abilities. As long as you recite Sharingan in your mind, Sharingan can appear. According to the system's instructions, Luo Chen stood in front of the mirror, closed his eyes, and recited the shaking eye in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that he actually had a pair of blood-colored writing in the mirror. Round eyes. He leaned in sharply and looked at it, and there were black hooked jade marks below the blood-red center. Sharp. It turns out that this is the legendary writing wheel eye. He immediately mobilized the direction of the chakra in his body, and found that the meridians flowing with blue chakra appeared in front of him instantly. Luokan closed his eyes with satisfaction, and when he opened them again, he still had those unremarkable black eyes. Since he has an unparalleled copying ability, he can no longer stay at home. After making up his mind, he hurried to the street, but as soon as he entered the street, he was slammed by someone. Before he could react, he saw a touch of shining yellow hair running towards the distance. Such a familiar figure. Is he Naruto Uzumaki? Don't run. Stop, stinky bastard. Behind him at this time, he was chasing a group of slightly older children, and looking at the forehead guards on their heads, it was obvious that they were a group of shinen. Naruto Uzumaki, who was running in front, was wearing only a pair of green goggles on his head at this time. Hearing their swearing, he looked back at them as he ran. Catch up with me, you cowards. As he said that, he made an extremely ugly face at the people who were chasing him, which made those people chase him even more fiercely. But in the end, a little devil who only learned fur can't outrun a group of shinobi. After a while, Naruto Uzumaki was blocked by that group of people in the dark and damp alley. Chapter 590. Chapter 6. Where there is light, there is shadow. Hey, where are you going now, kid? The head of the genin had a look of ridicule in his eyes. He raised his eyebrows lightly and said, if you are sensible, then quickly kneel down and beg for mercy for us, otherwise don't blame us for being rude to you. Bah, young master, when have I ever been afraid of you? It's almost as if you kneeled to me. A fat man walked out and said, kneel down to you. Stop dreaming. It seems that you won't know what strength is if I don't teach you a lesson. Immediately afterward, this group of gentis attacked Naruto, and Luo Chen stood at the alley and looked at it, frowning. At this time, even he couldn't provide any help, so he immediately planned to ask adults for help. Not far away, there was a jonin walking towards here. He recognized at a glance that this person was the jonin who appeared at the door of Sandame's office in the morning, and ran over immediately. Someone is fighting. Shengren also clearly recognized Luokan and nodded at him, but when the two walked to the alley, Shengren suddenly took his hand out of Luokan's hand. Luo Chen turned his head and looked at him suspiciously, only to see deep resentment and hatred in his eyes. HMPH, that kind of guy 22, it would be better if he died. Before Luo Chen could say anything else, the name Junin left. Luokan used the same method to find a few people who seemed kind and warm-hearted, but when they saw Naruto Uzumaki being beaten badly in the alley, they all loosened their hands and chose to leave. Until the sound in the alley became weaker, that group of genin probably got tired, put down a few cursing words and left. Luokan raised his head and looked at the curved moon hanging in the sky. For the first time, he realized that he felt a little cold. Where there are leaves flying, the fire will also burn, the shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and new leaves will slowly sprout, but the dust has forgotten. Where there is light, there will be a steady stream of darkness. And Naruto Uzumaki is the source of darkness. After a long time, Naruto Uzumaki walked out of the alley tremblingly in pain. His originally blue eyes were now covered by swollen eyelids, and his whole face was like a pig's head. There are traces of bruise all over. But Luokan knew that even though he was beaten so hard, he still didn't say a single word of begging for mercy. Naruto. He stopped Naruto and handed over the trauma medicine he had bought. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you? My name is Luokan. I came to the village a few days ago. I'm sorry, I didn't help you just now, but I think I will be able to help you in the future. Cut, no wonder I have to hate me, it turns out that I'm not from the village at all. Naruto sighed, but there was an unconcealed loneliness in his voice. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I only said that because you are a newcomer. If you want to stay in the village in the future, stay away from me, otherwise the two of us will be beaten in the future. In the end, Naruto Uzumaki did not take the medicine that Luo Chen handed over, but limped and walked slowly forward. Hey, bad luck, I actually saw this morning star again. Why hasn't he been killed yet? If I gave birth to such a troublesome child, I really wish I could strangle him to death. The streets were still very lively, but everyone automatically kept a very long distance from Naruto, as if he was like some kind of terrifying virus, and they avoided it. People's eyes seemed to carry extremely sharp knives, and Naruto was still lingering at the scarred Naruto, but Naruto continued to walk alone as if he didn't feel it. Although they deliberately lowered their voices and cursed, Luo Chen could hear them clearly, so it was probably the same for Naruto. He paused, took 2 steps to walk with Naruto, but was grabbed by an ant and pulled back by the sleeve. Whose child is this? Your parents never told you to stay away from that guy. That guy. I think you were young. I feel sorry for your mistakes. In short, you'd better stay away from that kid. He is a monster. Monster. It wasn't until his figure disappeared from the street that everyone regained their happy appearance. XXX. For the first time, Luokan felt that the way home was so long. He carried the bag and kept walking forward, his head bowed, and he felt a burst of emotion in his heart. I still remember that when he saw Naruto's sluggish beatings and casual mouths in the later period, he also complained about him. It was only after he really saw the attitude of the villagers towards Naruto with his own eyes that he understood why Naruto became so good in the later stage. Bang! Luokan felt that he had bumped into a soft wall. He rubbed his head, looked up, and saw Kakashi's expressionless face. Mr. Kakashi. Luokan, I think it's better for you to go back to sleep so late. Sure enough, Kakashi was still worried about him, but when he met Kakashi on such a street, he always felt a little tricky. Just like Kakashi has been watching him in the dark. Thinking of this possibility, the chills all over his body stood up. If Kakashi finds out that he has a wheel eye, it will be bad luck. For some reason, Luo Chen felt that his whole body was shaking even when he looked at Kakashi. Then, I'll go back first, Mr. Kakashi. You haven't had dinner yet, Luokan. What? When Kakashi brought Luokan to the Yil ramen shop that he was very familiar with, Luokan thought in a trance, could this be the legendary Last Supper? With this thought in mind, Luo Chen looked at the fragrant ramen in front of him, without the thought of moving his chopsticks. Have no appetite. I don't know if it was an illusion. Luokan felt that Kakashi's question seemed a little gentle. He shook his head and sighed silently. Is it because of what happened just now? Luokan's body froze suddenly, and sure enough, Kakashi knew everything just now, that is to say, he was really monitoring him all the time. He nodded, then shook his head again. I don't think it should be like this. A wave of warmth slowly poured in from the top of Luokan's head. He felt the temperature brought by Kakashi's hand, opened his eyes wide and turned his head to look at Kakashi beside him, excitedly not knowing what to say. You are still too young to understand many things. I can't tell you everything about the village. But there is one thing you must understand, that is, it's not very pleasant to be hungry. Chapter 591. Chapter 7 Fire Escape. Art of Asuka. Guru. As if it was specifically to cater to Kakashi's words, Luo Chen's stomach protested loudly. Luokan blushed, so he nodded, picked up his chopsticks and ate. Luokan, can't you remember what happened before? Luokan shook his head and said, Mr. Kakashi, I know you don't like me, but I have already decided that I want to leave Konoha village. Yes, that's right, he himself planned to say goodbye to Grandpa Sandemu today. To say why, of course, it is because only after leaving Konoha village can he use Sharingan to learn more ninjutsu to enhance his own strength. Why? These days in Konoha village must have caused a lot of trouble for you. I think it's better for me to leave. Maybe one day I'll be able to recall my previous memories. Luokan said it very seriously, and he was already planning the future route in his heart. Have you ever thought that it's dangerous for you to go out as a child? Kakashi sighed, as if he had made a very difficult decision, and said, Luokan, I'm sorry, I have to admit to you that I did doubt you before, but through the observation of the past few days, I think I was wrong. So, is Kakashi apologizing to him? No, it's not your problem. I know that as a ninja, the village should come first, So can you give me a chance to reform? Do I want to go to the ninja school tomorrow? Kakashi's words blocked him firmly. Ninja school. What are you kidding? How long will it take him to be strong enough to let him go to school honestly? However, Kakashi's eyes couldn't hold back, so he finally nodded and said, Okay, I see, Mr. Kakashi. Kakashi smiled and nodded, the guilt in his heart finally dissipated. He had always been afraid that the taciturn child in front of him might be a spy sent by another country, but when the whole village was rejecting Naruto Uzumaki, he was the only one willing to approach Naruto Uzumaki and help him by instinct. He believes that there is no way to disguise the instinct of a human being. Since he can take the initiative to care about others, it probably means that he is also a very kind person, right? Thinking of this, Kakashi lay on the dusty roof and took out the string of bells from his trouser pocket. Obito, Lin, my decision should be correct, right? Hello everyone, I'm Luokan, a newly transferred student. Please take care of everyone in the future. Luokan was led by Mr. Iruka to the crowd, where he found many familiar faces. Among this group of students, stands the 12 Konoha, who will rise up in the Konoha ninja village in the future. It's strange that there are still transfer students at this time. That's right, but I heard that he doesn't seem to be from this village. My parents said to stay away from him. They whispered to each other and kept talking to him. However, Luokan had already expected this point. After all, his origin is unknown. It is estimated that in this village, aside from Naruto Uzumaki, the most disturbing forehead exists. Yo, my name is Whirlpool Naruto, I will cover you from now on. Unexpectedly in email protected. In the midst of S discussion, Naruto Uzumaki stood directly in front of him and smiled confidently at him. I'm strong. His remarks successfully aroused the dissatisfaction of others around him. Don't talk too much, Naruto, did you know the escape technique you learned yesterday? That's right, it's clear that every test result is at the bottom, but I'm too embarrassed to say that I'm strong, haha. If you are considered strong, isn't our Sasuke as powerful as Hokage? That's right, if you overestimate yourself, you will brag. Because of Naruto Uzumaki's words, the original discussion around him turned into a ridicule meeting against Naruto Uzumaki. It was just that Naruto Uzumaki, who was being discussed by them, didn't say anything. Instead, he snorted and stood at the very edge of the crowd. Luokan looked at it, and silently stood beside him. Naruto, just now, thank you. If it weren't for Naruto Uzumaki, he would probably be the one targeted, right? Okay, everyone, stop arguing. Today we are going to learn a kind of ninjutsu that is quite difficult for ninjas, so be sure to watch it carefully. As soon as Iruka said these words, everyone immediately fell silent and opened their eyes wide to listen carefully. After all, no one wants to be the tail of the crane at the bottom. Today I'm going to teach the flying bird flow, which belongs to a type of fire escape. By quickly forming the seal, the chakras run at high speed in the meridians, and then they are released to attack the enemy, because the shape of the fire is like a bird flying high. That's why it's called the bird flow. While speaking, Iruka stood in an open space, ready to demonstrate. Diaresis fire escape, the technique of flying birds. His hand quickly formed a seal, almost to the point where it was hard to see with the naked eye. After a short pause, a blazing fire spewed out of his mouth, lighting up the entire open space. Wow, it really seems like a bird all the time. Haruno Sakura opened her eyes wide, and a little fire was reflected in her green eyes. This ninjutsu, it's amazing. Hinata pointed his fingers, looking at the flames for a while, and Naruto Uzumaki standing on the side for a while. 2 red clouds appeared on his fair little face. But, it's still not as powerful as Naruto. Everyone was attentively watching Teacher Iruka's demonstration, so no one noticed at all. Standing in the far corner of the crowd, fortunately, Luo Chen silently recited the wheel eye in his heart, and then opened the blood-like single go jade. The writing wheel eye silently copied the entire process of printing, including the operation of chakra. Okay, let me talk about the main points. First of all, try to find an open place to train. Although you can't learn it in a short time, you still need to avoid the possibility of hurting other people. Secondly, pay attention to the speed of the knot every time you train. Don't finish it when the chakra is exhausted. Finally, pay attention to the feeling of chakra running at a high speed in the meridians, and if you understand it, dismiss the training. Okay, Iruka-sensei, servant. With the teacher's order, everyone happily spread out in the open space and practiced individually, but as Iruka said, this ninjutsu has too high requirements for the practitioner. Even the most talented person, it is estimated that it takes about 3 days to train. But falling dust is excluded. Chapter 592. Chapter 8 Rich, Willful. Because he doesn't need training at all. Now he is sitting in the shade of a tree watching their practice figures, secretly planning what kind of ninja beasts he needs to get in the future. Wow, as expected of Sasuke, he can seal the seal so quickly. Sure enough, even sitting in a corner away from the crowd, Luokan could hear Haruno Sakura's tone of envy and admiration. Don't think about it. Now, led by Haruno Sakura, a large group of girls with red hearts in their eyes should have surrounded Sasuke, right? Urzuzi is so damn popular. Luokan smiled and was about to lean against the tree to rest for a while, when he heard a silver bell-like sound from above his head. Hey! Other children are practicing hard, why are you being lazy here? As soon as Luo Chen opened his eyes, he saw Tien, who had 2 meatballs on his head, was looking at him angrily with a steamed bun face. You. Luo Chen was a little shocked. Tien had already graduated from the ninja school, why would he come here again? What's wrong with me? Hey, Teacher Kai also said that there are many excellent ninja seedlings in this batch. But I didn't expect a lazy pig like you to be hidden. Lazy pig. Luokan's whole person is like swallowing a fly, he can't tell the pain. If someone else said that to him, no matter how good-tempered he was, he wouldn't be polite in the face of successive provocations, but whoever made it happen to be his favorite ninja, now he can only cry in his heart secretly. Probably because Luokan is from the Celestial Empire, many otakus watch Hokage. Either like Tsunade-sama who is hot and charming, or like Hina's gentle and cute, soft and kind-hearted type. There are also some. Many people like Haruno Sakura's strange power and irritability, but it seems that few people will really notice Tien who can channel many ninja tools and is good at long-distance attacks. Of course, Luokan is the exception, and the female ninja he admires most is Tien. Probably because he was from the Celestial Dynasty before Luokan. The clothes he wore every day gave him a very strong sense of belonging, and he felt like a pungent and capable heroine in the Celestial Dynasty. But another reason, of course, is because Tien is a local tyrant. Who can summon so many ninja tools every time they don't want money and don't feel bad? Everyone else is flying out with 1 or 2 shuriken, but every day, hundreds of thousands of points are flying, without blinking an eye, without feeling distressed at all. What is this called? This is called being rich and self-willed. Luokan stared at her without blinking. Seeing all this in Tiantian's eyes, he thought he was frightened by his own reasons, so he felt a little embarrassed. XXX. Hey, hello, what are you doing looking at me? I'm telling the truth, what's wrong? Falling dust. What? I don't call this guy. My name is Luokan. Next time you see me, you can call me by my name. Luokan felt extremely excited in his heart. Who would have thought that one day the person he liked would call him by his name? This is simply too happy. Oh, so you're the one who didn't. Tian thought of his miserable life, and suddenly his heart softened. My name is Tian, but unlike you, I'm already a genin. If you want to become a genin, you have to work hard. Luokan nodded and watched Tian leave. The original anxiety in his heart was swept away a lot. As the sun went down, Mr. Uruka called everyone together to test their learning results. It turned out that Sasuke was able to blow out a little firebird, and at most, the others could only emit a puff of black smoke. However, all of this was within Uruka's predictions. He didn't intend to let them master such a powerful ninjutsu in one day. Okay, then through my inspection just now, I found that there is no problem with everyone's Kyuyin gestures. As long as they practice for a few more days, they should be fine. Then the get out of class is over now. Luo Chen tilted his head and smiled lightly. The reason why he failed is because he didn't run his chakra at all. He just wanted to keep a low profile. After all, his identity is still being doubted by many people. Wow, Sasuke is really amazing, only he can do it. After school, the Nympho girls went home in 2s and 3s, and they didn't forget to continue to praise Gao Lengerzuzi. Luokan scratched his ears impatiently. He just listened to it for a day and felt that his ears were about to grow calluses. He really admired those who had been living in the shadow of Urzuzi before. Luokan turned around and walked into the small shop, planning to buy some quick food for dinner, but unexpectedly met a group of familiar people here. It's the group of ninjas who blocked Naruto Uzumaki in the alley and beat him yesterday. HMPH, the more I think about it, the more angry I get. It's really annoying to let that stinky boy go like that yesterday. Me too, my fat wife has never been scolded like that before. Sure enough, they seem to be plotting to bully Naruto again, right? Let's see, brothers, my brother happened to be in the same class with him, and told me that Naruto would go to the woods to the east to practice the ninjutsu he learned today. Brothers, what do you mean? Humph, what's the point? Continue to teach him a lesson. Since he doesn't have the education of his parents, let's just let some of our seniors teach him how to behave. Following their frolic, the group finally left the small store. Luokan held the bread in his hand and frowned. They really were a bunch of ghosts. It seems that it is time to educate them. As a Konoha village's genin, what should be learned first? The moonlight was dark, and Luo Chen was walking on the cold street, worried for a while. He knew that even if he told others about it, no one would save the nine-tailed demon fox in their eyes, so this time it was up to him. It's just that although he already knew that they were in the woods to the east, it was just that the woods were too big, and he got lost after walking for a while. Hey, it's you guys again, what are you trying to do, looking for a fight? Hearing Naruto's voice in front of him, Luo Chen couldn't help but quicken his steps. When he arrived, he found that the group of smirking genin had surrounded Naruto Uzumaki, and the fat lady in the lead stepped forward and kicked Naruto Uzumaki to the ground. Humph, yes, we're here to beat you, but don't you say a few words. We're here to beat you. Along with his unconvinced clamor, the others immediately laughed wantonly. Ellipsis. Chapter 593. Chapter 9 Chakra Potion. It's not certain who will fight whom. You bunch of rubbish have a kind of fight. Even if Naruto Uzumaki fell to the ground, there was still a stubborn flame burning in his eyes. Che, a fatherless guy has a bad mouth, let's teach you how to speak. Tilda. It seemed that this sentence touched the pain in Naruto Uzumaki's heart. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he stood up with his lower teeth clenched. You say it again. HMPH, let's just say, a fatherless guy is. Before he could finish speaking, he was knocked to the ground by the angry Uzumaki Naruto. Going up, seeing that the other lower ninjas were already planning to step forward, Luo Chen immediately jumped out of the woods. To bully the less with more, is this your ability? What? After seeing Luoken's face clearly, the group of genin changed from panic when they were discovered to disdain. Che, who am I supposed to be? It turns out to be a fatherless guy. We didn't want to teach you a lesson, but you brought it to your door. Luoken, what are you doing here? Hurry up, you can't beat them, run away. Naruto Uzumaki was pressed by two people, his expression was full of pain, but by the moonlight, Luo Chen saw a smile on Naruto's mouth. He has already been bullied like this, he still has time to care about me. HMPH, let the horses come over. Fallen Chen's black pupils reflected their menacing figures, and immediately formed a seal with both hands to condense chakra. Fire escape, the technique of flying birds. In an instant, two giant birds transformed from flames flew out of Luoken's mouth, roaring and flying towards the unsuspecting genin. My god, this kid can actually do it. It's just that before they could sigh, they were wrapped in a big bird that was born from the fire, and they couldn't take care of themselves. Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes wide, and for a moment, he felt that Luo Chen, who had a calm face in front of him, had a very strange feeling, as if he had never known him before. This is Asuka. He actually uses it even more powerfully than Iruka-sensei. After a brief shock, Naruto looked at Luoken walking from the fire, and felt that his body was covered with a warm glow from the flames. Come on, Naruto. You kid, that's not bad. Naruto stretched out his hand and grabbed Luo Chen's hand, and the two escaped quietly when those genin didn't react. Hey, Luoken, you are so powerful, why didn't you show it in front of Iruka-sensei today? Luoken laughed and said, actually, I just wanted to scare them. It might just be a coincidence that I could use it. Naruto nodded and said, but Luo Chen, do you really not remember what happened before you came to the village? Luoken sighed and said, I don't remember, but it doesn't matter. Well, yes, it doesn't matter, from now on, it's absolutely fine to have my little Lord Naruto covering you, haha. Looking at Naruto's knowing smile, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. Ding! It is detected that the host has fulfilled the conditions. Befriend Naruto unlocked, summon 9 tails. What? Summon the 9 tails? Luo Chen blinked his eyes, almost thinking he heard it wrong. He looked at Naruto and his back at the corner of the street, and was shocked. This is such a big move. Summon the 9 tails. Is it so powerful? System, are you sure you're not mistaken? Isn't the 9 tails still living in Naruto? How do I summon? And, my ability is far from enough, right? Well, the host is quite self-aware, but don't be too complacent. Please open the Ninja Beast digital panel. Luo Chen resisted the urge to beat the system violently, and called up the Ninja Beast's digital panel. Please, host, click on the 9 tails information to view it. Check. Only then did Luo Chen realize that the originally locked 9 tails didn't know when it was unlocked. Haha, presumably the host has already discovered it. Because the space where the tailed beast is located is within the body of human Zuli, which is strictly different from the different dimensional space where other ninja beasts are located, so if you want to summon, you must first unlock it, and the condition is to contact the human pillar force of the tailed beast and gain the trust of the human pillar force. As soon as he heard such an explanation from the system, Luo Chen clicked on the data of the 9 tails. Type of ninja beast, tailed beast. Name of ninja beast, Kurama. Ninja beast rating, SS grade. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Ninjutsu unlimited. Open black lens bracket physical technique close black lens bracket unlimited. Illusion to be discovered. Special skills tailed beast jade unlimited chakra. Location inside the Uzumaki Naruto. Open black lens bracket character close black lens bracket irritable and jealous. Position status, no contract can be signed. Current mode, undetectable. As expected of an SS-level ninja, it seems to be quite lethal. Coupled with the endless supply of chakra that seems to have no end, there is no need to worry about bringing it on the battlefield. But the system, why did you ask me to check this? Are you making me jealous? Hee. Host, please shock the picture of the nine-tailed fox, there is a surprise tilde. As soon as he heard the system's beating sound, he knew that it must not be a good thing, but he did it obediently. Open black lens bracket befriend Naruto close black lens bracket achieved. Open black lens bracket get nine tails chakra close black lens bracket unfulfilled. Open black lens bracket conversation with nine tails close black lens bracket unfulfilled. Open black lens bracket challenge nine tails close black lens bracket unfulfilled. Ellipsis. Of course, after reading such a long message, except for befriending Naruto, everything else is embarrassingly unfulfilled. Because the strength of the tailed beast cannot be underestimated, here is a guide for signing a contract with the tailed beast. Of course, if the host's ability is strong enough, you can go directly to the last step, defeat the nine tails and sign the contract. Defeat the nine tails. When the nine tails rations are almost the same. Hee, but the host should not be so disheartened, because the system will give you corresponding rewards when the conditions are met. Luokan nodded. This poor system finally said a human word. Has the host recently discovered that in the process of practicing, chakra is not enough? Nonsense. Even the third generation doesn't dare to pat his chest and say that he has enough chakra. The host calms down, so the system specially prepared a chakra potion for the host, which can be used to replenish the chakra when the host feels that the chakra is not enough, but it can only be used once a day, and it is restored to double the chakra it can create. So the more chakra the host can create, the more the potion can replenish. Luo Chen's heart moved a little. Before he got the nine tails, such a potion should barely be enough for him. 100 million. XXX. Chapter 594. Chapter 10 The Sealed Book. Time still slipped through the fingers, but since then, Luokan and Naruto have become a pair of good friends from the two who were originally alone. Naruto talked about his glorious image that night when falling dust saved him, but because he used to brag a lot before, everyone didn't take his words seriously. At this time, Luo Chen smiled and comforted Naruto, promising to invite him to eat Ikiraku ramen to ease Naruto's dissatisfaction. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the graduation exam. Iruka took the list and looked at the classmates who were sitting in the classroom, clapping his hands, and said, "Okay, classmates, today is the graduation exam." After speaking, he sat next to Mizuki and started the exam. Because Sasuke has always had good grades, he was drawn to the first 1, 2 or 7 exams. Of course, he completed the exam perfectly, and with almost a perfect score, he became the leader among Konoha Murakami's shinobi. Wow, Sasuke is so handsome. Where there is Sasuke, there is a group of fans who never give up or give up. Luokan pouted, lying on the table, and said, "Che, why don't I think Urzuzi is so powerful?" Ah, what did Luokan say? What pillar? Hearing Naruto Uzumaki's inquiry, Luo Chen was startled to realize that he had just said what he was thinking. Maybe it's because he has been with the heartless Naruto for a long time, and even he has become a bit open-mouthed. No, I said you should do well in this exam. Hearing what Luo Chen said, Naruto's face immediately turned pale, and he said, "My worst is my clone, damn it. Naruto grabbed his hair irritably, and groaned in his heart. Seeing that the other students reluctantly completed the exams one after another and got their forehead guards, finally it was Luo Chen's turn. "Luokan, let's get started." Luokan looked at Mr. Iruka in front of him, and at Shueimyu next to him, sighed, and finished the exam with ease. "Congratulations, you will officially become a genin from today." Teacher Iruka smiled tenderly, put on the forehead guard for him, and leaned over to help him fasten it. "Thank you too, so that Naruto can no longer be so lonely." This sentence was whispered by him close to Luokan's ear. Apart from the two of them, no third person could hear it. Luokan was stunned and looked at Iruka blankly. Congratulations, you are a student I am proud of, you must do your best in the future. Next, Naruto Uzumaki. Even with his toes, Luo Chen knew that Naruto would definitely not be able to survive. Luokan didn't know how he got out, but even when he was lying on the bed, he still couldn't forget what Iruka said. Even though his identity is unknown, he still treats him fairly and impartially. Such a teacher is completely different from the teachers he has met before. Almost for a moment, Luo Chen had the idea that he would just stay in Konoha village as a ninja. But he shook his head quickly, at least tonight, he couldn't be bothered by other things. Because tonight, Naruto will be instigated by Mizuki to steal the sealed book. Of course, he knew that he didn't have to save anyone tonight. It was just the legendary Book of Seals, written by Hokage through various generations of powerful ninjutsu. No matter what, he seemed to take a look, even if he could only learn a few. A lot of forbidden techniques have already made him much stronger. Since he came to Naruto world, his goal has always been one, and that is to become stronger and become the ruler of this world. Luokan looked at the Dark Knight, the home he had left secretly by himself. He had to leave early so that he would have enough time to find Naruto and the others. It was only when Luokan was sitting on the ground so tired that he realized how naive his previous thoughts were. It really looked the same everywhere. Apart from expending his stamina, he got nothing. If only someone could take me directly to Naruto. Someone. Luokan clapped his hands violently, almost forgetting that he still has a ninja beast who signed a contract. The art of psychic. The light spot dissipated, and a Peppa who was much bigger than before appeared in front of him. Before he had time to say anything, a tortoise shell was directly stuck on it. His face. Woo, Master, Peppa misses you so much. I thought Master would never summon me in this life, woohoo. Master is so nice. With the only strength left, Luo Chen took Peppa, who was holding his head firmly and didn't let go, and found that Peppa in front of him had already reached the height of his shoulders. He didn't expect tortoises to grow so fast. Peppa, actually I called you out today because I have something to ask you. What is the Master's request? Peppa's eyes looked like stars were hidden, staring at him, making Luokan a little embarrassed. Well, don't you know how to escape? Can you help me find someone? When Luokan finally sticks his head out of the ground, he feels that the world he lives in is so beautiful. After he took a sharp breath of fresh air, he eased the hypoxia caused by the underground confined space. Master, it's just ahead, do you need me to help? Luokan paused and said, wait for me here, and I'll come over in a while. This time, you decide on the shortest route. I don't have enough oxygen. Page nodded, lying on the ground obediently. Luo Chen lightly paced, and sure enough, he heard the sound of fighting not far ahead. He lowered his body and walked forward, and he saw hundreds of Naruto hanging and beating Shuimu, who was surrounded by the center. That scene was really spectacular. But Luokan didn't come to watch the fun. He quickly found the Book of Sealing, next to the big tree. While covering her stomach, Iruka persuaded Naruto, who had red eyes, and didn't care about the situation here. The timing is just right. Luokan sat down cross-legged and carefully opened the tightly wrapped scroll. As the scroll slowly opened, the blood-red color of the writing wheel appeared in his eyes. Needless to say, the technique of multiple shadow clones, but using this ninjutsu is a bit too expensive for chakra. After Luo Chen silently wrote it down, he flipped the scroll backwards again. Open black lens bracket spiritualization technique close black lens bracket. Ninjutsu is a ninjutsu that separates spiritual energy from physical energy, and materializes spiritual energy to form a spiritual body, and use it to fight. Attaching the spirit body to others, manipulating others to fight, the main function is to perceive the specific location and situation of the target, and it can fly directly to the target. Chapter 595. Chapter 11 Everyday's Gift. Luokan looked at such a series of introductions, and felt that such descriptions seemed to have the same effect as their celestial dynasties borrowing the dead, but to fight with only the spirit body, without fear of physical attacks at all, it seemed to be very useful. Open black lens bracket multiplied detonator charm close black lens bracket. Quietly stick a single detonating talisman on the enemy's vitals, and take the opportunity to detonate. Open black lens bracket reincarnation of dirty earth close black lens bracket. Summons the soul of the dead and resurrects it in physical form. It is controlled by the caster, and the caster can remove the seal by himself if he knows the way of the seal. After the image, there is the ghoul seal that Luokan is familiar with, and the 4-image seal, which is a foolish technique that will kill him. He still watched it cooperatively, but unknowingly, the fighting sound in his ears turned out to be much quieter. Luo Chen was shocked. Although he hadn't finished reading half of his long scrolls, he had to take the opportunity to leave first. He sighed and walked slowly to the place he had agreed with Peppa. From a distance, he could see a huge turtle shell in the grass. At this time, Peppa was lying on the grass and sleeping soundly, with snot bubbles on his nose. Cough cough. Master, you are here. I have just thought of a very close route. Shall we go? Luo Chen looked at Peppa rubbing his sleepy eyes, clearly not waking up. But it was also his problem. He summoned Peppa in the middle of the night, so he shook his head and leaned against Peppa's turtle shell. Don't worry, I'm a little tired, let's sleep for a while and then go. Paige blinked, but didn't say anything. Oh, and, Peppa, thank you. Paige reacted for a while, and then smiled embarrassedly. Master, I just want to thank you. After sending Peppa away, Luokan went home and tidied up a little, then he put on his forehead guard and planned to gather at the appointed time. It's just that as soon as he went out, he encountered Tian, who was sneaking around nearby. Day by day, Tian looked at Luo Chen with a tangled look in her eyes. After dawdling for a long time, she slowly walked in front of Luo Chen with her hands behind her back, but her eyes were still looking at the ground. Congratulations, you will become a genin from today. Luokan smiled. It turns out that Tian was here to send him his blessings. He said it long ago. Tian is a knife-mouthed tofu-hearted man, and he really still cares about him. Haha, then thank you, but I believe that we should have many opportunities to meet again in the future. Tian bit his lower lip, frowned, and a sentence slowly popped out from between his lips and teeth. Luokan, I'm sorry, I didn't know you before, but I said too much to you, I hope you can forgive me. Yes, the gift of apology for you is also a gift of congratulations. Luo Chen took a closer look and found that Tian was holding a scroll in his hand. Just by looking at the material of the scroll, he knew that it must be expensive. This is. Luo Chen looked at Tian in front of him, and there was a hint of joy in his heart. This is the space scroll contains a lot of ninja tools. I think you will become a lower ninja in the future. When you go out on a mission, you will definitely encounter danger. More ninja tools can also be used for self-defense. Wow! As expected of a local tyrant, he even gave him a small arsenal. Now that's all right, with the guy by his side, he can walk sideways in the future. Then thank you, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will treat you to Yil ramen. Let's talk about it when I have a chance, I'm going to training, goodbye. Before he could say anything, Tian left in a hurry. Luo Chen looked at the back of Tian leaving, looked at the scroll in his hand, and smiled. Ding! There are new ninja beasts who can sign a contract. The system's voice sounded in his mind, but Luokan didn't want to fight with any ninja beast now. Therefore, he just cherished the scroll and put it on his body, and then spread his legs, wanting to see who the teacher who would guide him would be. After Luo Chen left, Tian slowly walked out from behind the wall. She didn't leave immediately, and saying that she wanted to train was just a lie to him, but fortunately, he's easier to lie. Luokan, I hope we won't become enemies in the end. She recalled that day, she practiced long-range attacks in the deep forest as usual. Because of her relatively high lethality, she often came to the deep forest to practice alone, and sometimes she practiced until the night. Therefore, she estimated that she was one of the few people who witnessed the entire process of saving Naruto Uzumaki from the group of genin with the power of one person. She is not brainless like Naruto Uzumaki, who can be fooled by Luo Chen with just a chance. She is quite aware of Teacher Uruka's strength, but even Teacher Uruka, his flying bird flow is only able to conjure a bird. He is just a young child who can conjure two birds. A firebird. XXX. As far as she knows, Asuka is a ninjutsu created by a very powerful cage-level ninja. If the caster is strong enough and skilled enough in the use of the technique, he can create countless wings by himself. The high-flying flamingo, because of its spectacle and powerful lethality, has become a flying bird stream. And such a difficult ninjutsu, Luo Chen seems to be mediocre. Even someone who started learning halfway through the ninja school can use it at a glance. He is either a genius or a monster. In general, for people of his age, who doesn't like to show off, he actually made a mistake in the assessment, which proves that he is just hiding his strength. Then why did he hide his strength, and what was his purpose in coming to this village? Tian couldn't help frowning. In the scroll she gave to Luo Chen, there was a spell to confirm the location. As long as half of the weapon was used, she could sense the location of Luo Chen. No matter what, if Luoken is really dangerous to Konoha village, as a ninja of Konoha village, she must fight him to the death. Luoken wandered all the way to the classroom. At this time, there were already a lot of familiar faces sitting in the classroom. Everyone only got the ninja forehead protection the day before, so they all wanted to let everyone see their own protection. Forehead. Luoken looked at it and found that Naruto and Sasuke were still surrounded by a group of chattering girls, especially Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, who were arguing over who was qualified to sit next to Sasuke. Luoken shook his head and sighed, and finally decided to sit next to Hinata. Chapter 596. Elimination at the end of Chapter 12. So it's classmate Luo Chen. Hinata smiled and nodded at him as a greeting. Well, good morning, Hinata. After that, the two of them were embarrassed and neither of them spoke again, as if they felt that the atmosphere was a little tormented. Hinata gathered up the courage and said, that. Classmate Luoken, I heard that you are going to be divided into classes today. Do you want to be with us? Who is in the class? Luoken thought about it for a while, but he really didn't want to be with anyone. Actually it doesn't matter, but Nara Shikamaru, I think he is very smart, and it should be much easier to do tasks together in the future. Hey, Luoken, don't get involved with me, okay? It's very troublesome. Shikamaru, who was sitting in the front, pouted, and then lay lazily on the table, looking at Sasuke and Naruto who were arguing in front of him. Actually, Naruto, provoked unilaterally, shook his head and sighed. Why does this year's people seem to be difficult to deal with? It's really troublesome. Luoken looked at Shikamaru lying on the table like a sea cucumber, and felt that he was really leisurely. But what about you, Hinata, who do you want to be with? Me, I. When asked this kind of question, the shy Hinata immediately turned on the frantic finger-pointing mode. As she raised her head and looked carefully at Sasuke and Naruto who were in a quarrel at this time, she blushed and fumbled softly. After Luo Chen saw the sign of a fair-skinned young Tien gradually turning red in front of him, he let her go in a funny way, and said, okay, I know you're shy, so I won't embarrass you. There's no Luoken. Actually, I want Hemming. Wow, look, it's amazing. In an instant, the entire classroom seemed to have been blasted, and Hinata's voice was completely drowned out. Luo Chen looked at the prestige, and immediately understood why everyone was so lively. At this time, Naruto was squatting on Sasuke's table, and the two completed the much-anticipated kiss between friends. Luo Chen couldn't help standing up and applauding, and said in his mouth, sure enough, Zuo Ming is the true love tilde. Luokan, what are you talking about? Luokan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, it's nothing, I guess I haven't woken up this morning. I was just talking in my sleep. Accompanied by a loud noise, Baruka-sensei pushed open the door with a notebook and walked in. Okay, everyone, first of all, congratulations on you graduating from ninja school, but because of your limited qualifications, we will arrange a team of 3 for you, and a joinin will lead you to complete the task. Baruka looked around and said, because each of you has different abilities, I will take into account the comprehensive distribution of everyone's strength, and I will start to announce the team groupings below. The first team, Tsukiyama Mei, Kanda Mo, Toda Toda. Your mentor is. With the cheers of the 3, they can go to the designated place first to find the leader of the team. The second team, Chen, Luokan, Yugong Faimu. Your mentor is. Baruka paused obviously after seeing the name, and then slowly said, Kimura Shweni, now please go to the western part of the village to find him. The last person will be directly removed from the team. The originally boiling classroom became quiet in an instant. Luo Chen looked at the other 2 people who had been temporarily formed into a team, and the strings that had not been tightened for a long time immediately tightened a lot. The last person to arrive will be removed. What a strange rule. But he couldn't help but complain more in his heart, because in the blink of an eye, the other 2 had already rushed out, and he sighed secretly in his heart. He secretly scolded Kimura Shweni as a big piece of trash. It's not good to choose where to gather. If you have to choose it in the forest, he is a complete lunatic. This is not fair at all. Luokan dashed between the roofs, and suddenly felt a chill from the left side of his body. Almost relying on his body's instinct, he quickly jumped away to dodge. Hey! Only then did he realize that there was still a shuriken deep in the place where he was just now. Luo Chen suddenly widened his eyes, looked at the silver-haired Chen without any guilt, and even gave him a light snort to express his dissatisfaction because he missed the shot. The team has just been formed, and his team members are about to kill him. What a monster level! Luokan's heart sank, knowing that his current position is not friendly. Although Chen seems to be reticent, but in his daily training and learning, he has some understanding of Chen, and he seems to be better at long-distance attacks, but unlike Tian who carries a space scroll with him, his weapons it's all hidden in oversized clothes. Therefore, there is no need to delay the time of using the scroll, and you can kill people invisibly. Those who don't know him have no idea how many terrifying lethal ninja tools are hidden under his clothes, so the shuriken just now may only be regarded as a small warning to him by Chen. Speeding between the roofs again, he obviously became a living target in Chen's eyes. Luokan gritted his teeth and decided to go down to the ground and use his physical strength to fight. Unexpectedly, before his feet touched the ground, he was directly forced to face the gust of wind that burst out of the air. Oops! Luokan couldn't react in time, so he could only barely raise his hand to resist the gusting wind in front of him. The clothes that were originally intact were also torn apart by the sharp wind blades. It turned out to be a rare wind escape. When the wind was a little weaker, Luo Chen reluctantly opened his eyes and saw a black-haired man in black holding a white folding fan, smiling and looking at him, who was very embarrassed at this time. Got Zhao. The big, diaresis wind character on the fan made him feel extremely depressed. It seems that he didn't read the almanac when he went out today, but he was going to be caught by his teammates. Even people who have never practiced ninjutsu know that Feng Dun will only explode its power when it is at a high place. Because there is no building block, the wind blade can attack the target without any scruples, and even drive the surrounding people. Airflow causes secondary damage. So, if Yugong Faimu really wanted to win by surprise, the person he attacked should be Chen, not him. Then the reason why he downgraded his power and also attacked himself, Luo Chen has already guessed. These 2 people, when he didn't know it, seem to have reached a consensus, that is, kill him. It's just that he and the 2 people in front of him had no relationship in the past, so why did he have to kill him? This difficult scene made Luo Chen puzzled. Chapter 597. Chapter 13, Chen and Moonlight are not wood. HMPH, who are you showing that look? Yugong Faimu shook the folding fan in his hand and looked at him with disdain in his eyes. Instead of letting you drag us down in our second team, it's better to clean you up by yourself. Anyway, in the second team, it's enough to have Chen and I. While speaking, Chen on the roof had silently stood behind Luo Chen at some point, and his hand, holding a shuriken, facing him sideways at this time. At this moment, Luoken was completely surrounded by the two of them. Judging from this posture, it seemed that he planned to fight 2 against 1. He looked at Yugong Faimu who was shaking his fan in front of him, and then looked at Chen, who was staring at him behind him. He sighed and planned to make a final compromise. Aren't we a team? Unity is the most important thing, I said. Unity. I don't want to have an adventurer, the enemy's subordinates, to save you such a waste every time I go out on a mission. Chen spoke coldly, and what he said sounded extremely harsh. Luoken frowned and said, as long as we cooperate well, things like falling into the hands of the enemy shouldn't happen frequently. Why can't we? Because there are only 2 places in the team. Yugong Faimu thought out loudly what Luo Chen said. He frowned impatiently, and said, me and Chen are both at the top of the ninja school, how about you? All day long with that kind of bragging crane tail. What's the use? If it wasn't for the average team strength, how could we have met you, the second to last? Second last. Luo Chen secretly complained in his heart, if Lao Su showed his true strength, you 2 little shrimps would be second to last, probably not even qualified to join the team. But after what they said, he basically understood what they were thinking. He who often hangs out with Naruto Uzumaki is obviously regarded as the tail of the crane by the 2 murderous people in front of him, but they are more selfish. This is because he intends not to give them a chance to compete fairly. It's really troublesome. Luoken slowly stretched his waist and looked at them helplessly. I originally planned to be friendly and teammates with you for a few days. It seems that you will not see the Yellow River without tears. Now they are just in a state of no one around. Luoken wanted to try it for a long time. Has he improved in those moves he learned at the ninja school? Arrogant. Yugong Shuimu gently shook the folding fan in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge 3-meter-high fan, and he couldn't help but fan to him, and Chen, who was behind him, was already planning to throw the shuriken in his hand. The corner of Luoken's mouth twitched lightly. All this is exactly what he wanted. He suddenly leapt into the air, quickly forming a seal in the air, condensing his own chakra. Fire escape, the technique of flying birds. In an instant, 2 red firebirds flew towards Chen, who threw the shuriken. With the blessing of the Moonlight Faimu Fengdun, the firebirds rushed towards Chen, who was stunned, at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the chirping of firebirds, Chen had to fight with 2 firebirds. No, impossible. You are obviously, dragging your feet, how could you? Yugong Faimu shook his head in disbelief. His ethereal gaze met Shang Luoken's eyes illuminated by the firelight, and for the first time felt that the person in front of him was a little terrifying. Luoken walked towards him, lifted it up slightly, firmly clamped the flying shuriken between his 2 fingers, and flicked his knuckles. The cold shuriken swiftly flew towards the stunned Yugong Faimu. The cold light of the shuriken made Yugong Faimu slowly recover from his daze. He hurriedly picked up his proud folding fan and blocked it in front of him. Yugong Fei's black eyes were wide open inconceivably, and he clearly saw that his indestructible folding fan was slammed open by a shuriken. How can that be? The fan slipped from his hand. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Luo Chen, who was slowly walking towards him, shaking his head. Luoken chuckled. I said Faimu, you might as well change your name to Yugong and shake your head. Why do you only shake your head when you encounter anything? That's not good. You, don't come here. Yugong Faimu's voice revealed fear, and he crawled back with his hands in embarrassment, trying to get away from the monster in front of him. Am I a monster? Luoken pondered for a moment, shrugged, and said, it doesn't matter, monsters are monsters. Soon, the two wounded people were tied to ropes with their hands and feet tied. Luokan sat on the spot and sighed, saying, "Do you know what?" In the end, Luo Chen still didn't plan to kill them. After all, if he killed them, he would become the target of being hunted down. Second. In fact, it was because he was lunatic, and with his own ability, he couldn't justify the direction at all. XXX. I don't know. Chen, who was disgraced by the smoke, lowered his head, a little timid. He doesn't know, so what about you? Yugong Faimu, you should know a little more, right? Yugong Faimu saw that Luokan actually called him, and shook his head awkwardly, and said, "I used to judge the direction based on the wind direction, but the fan just was not damaged by you." As soon as he mentioned the fan, Yugong Faimu couldn't help crying 3,000 feet in his heart. That folding fan was a special gift given to him by his parents as a congratulations to him for becoming a genius. He could beg for a long time at that time, but who knew it would be the first day of the genius? Before he had time to build momentum, he was easily damaged by Luokan. Luo Chen scratched his head, still somewhat embarrassed. How could he know that the fan looked so powerful, but in fact it would break when it was poked? What? It's not that I broke it. Don't ask me to pay for it, I will pay you to find him. Luo Chen said and pointed at the General Chen, saying, "The shuriken belongs to him, and he also threw it out. If you look for him, don't look for me." Every day, he could only live on the meager living expenses of the third-generation grandfather, and there was really no way for him to compensate him. After searching in the forest for a long time, the three of them still found nothing, but they were still relatively young, and they saw no hope, so they simply stopped looking and sat down and started chatting. Luo Chen also loosened the tie for the two of them. For the first time, everyone sat down and chatted calmly. Although there was still some estrangement in their hearts, when they thought that these two guys together were not their opponents, their hearts relaxed a lot. It doesn't matter, anyway, let that weird teacher wait a little longer. Chapter 598. Chapter 14. Only one person left. Yugong Faimu sat down next to Luokan, paused, and said, "That. Luokan, I'm sorry, I admit that what we did before was wrong, but to be honest, I really want to make achievements to give my parents saw it." Luokan kept silent. Before today, he didn't know the two people in front of him at all, but the first impression they gave him was really bad. "We didn't plan to kill you before, we just wanted you to be eliminated directly." Chen also patted the dust on his clothes, wiped his face, and sat beside him. "What about now? Should I just knock you out because of my strength?" Luokan asked with a smile, still feeling a little stuck in his heart. Chen and Faimu looked at each other for a while, nodded, and walked to Luokan. "I'm sorry, Luokan, we shouldn't have looked down on you before. I hope you can forgive us in the future, okay?" Luo Chen looked at the sincere expressions of the two people in front of him and sighed. After all, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. He nodded and said, "You shouldn't apologize for looking down on me, but you should be for this." As he spoke, he raised his finger and pointed to the forehead guard on his forehead. The shiny Konoha logo on it made the two of them a little embarrassed. "We are all Konoha's ninjas. The most important thing in a mission is to cooperate, not to see who is better than who, you know." The two of them bowed their heads in shame after being lectured by Luo Chen. Just as Luokan was about to get up, he suddenly felt a chill coming from around him. "Who is it?" He turned his head sharply and saw a figure hiding in the depths of the woods. He secretly gathered chakra, tilted his head to signal to the other two. They immediately understood and made a defensive action. "I heard that in the deep forest, they often encounter ninjas who defected from other countries. If they encounter such people, it is a question whether they can survive or not." Pa pa pa. A man came out of the shadows, and he applauded as he walked over. "Okay, you little brat, what you said is really good." After the three confirmed that the other party was also wearing Konoha's forehead guard, they breathed a sigh of relief. The visitor raised a smile, and there was a deep scar on his right cheek, extending from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, looking a bit terrifying. A pair of blue eyes looked at them amusingly, but Luo Chen could feel his own terrifying strength. But you three little devils still have to teach a good lesson. Let me, my teacher, wait for you for so long. Do you still have time to talk about the will of fire here? Luo Chen's pitch-black pupils suddenly enlarged and said, could it be that you are Kimura Xueni? Chen and Faimu breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that they were their captains. It really scared me to death. I thought I was going to die just like that. Kimura Xueni raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I don't know if Aruka told you about my additional requirements. There was a sternness in his voice that was not angry and self-possessed, which made Luokan suddenly feel a little headache. Why does he seem to be so difficult to deal with, whether it is his teammates or teachers, and even a little bit of secondary school? Well, Mr. Kimura, I'm sorry, because we got lost, so. Oh. Kimura Xueni didn't wait for Luokan to finish before interrupting him, and said with a smile, I can't see more than that. If you're just lost, why do the three of you look like you just got into a fight? As soon as he said these words, the three of them looked at each other in dismay, seeing how embarrassed the other was at this moment. Is it because I said that the last person will be removed from the team directly, so you are in conflict? Kimura Xueni actually explained what happened before, and the three looked a little embarrassed. Then, since none of you have reached your destination, then I officially announce that Chen, Luokan and Yugong Faimu, all three of you, will be eliminated from the second team. As soon as these words came out, Luo Chen was shocked. Kimura Xuani's extremely serious expression at the moment doesn't seem like a joke at all. It's just a serious matter of setting up a team. Is it because they can't be found and they are directly removed? He obviously didn't even do a single task, yet he was about to be fired. Mr. Kimura, it's not fair at all. Your plan was to eliminate the last person to arrive, and you didn't set a specific time. How can you follow suit like this? Willing to make a decision. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Chen clenched his fists tightly, and the blue veins on his forehead burst out. Obviously, he was also quite unwilling to the result of such a sentence. Hehe, I think you have made a mistake. In the second team, I am the rule. Kimura Xueni raised his finger and pointed to the scar at the corner of his eye, smiled and said, Little devils, do you know how this is left? Luo Chen was shocked by his powerful aura, and he could only keep silent for a while. Did it stay because of the battle? Faimu saw that no one answered, so he began to guess. Kimura Xueni shook his head with a smile, and said, No, of course not. If you are injured on the battlefield, then it will be a good medal, but unfortunately, it was not left at that time. What's that for? Kimura Xueni sneered, looked at the sky, and said, If you want to know, it's not impossible, since you like to follow the rules, then I will tell you, continue to implement the rules I announced before, and the time limit is before dark. The first to find a big tree with a red rope in the western forest, I will wait for you there. This time, only the person who is found first can stay in the team. As soon as he said this, Luo Chen frowned suddenly. This is clearly to provoke the three of them to strife. Is this Kimura mentally ill? When you have nothing to do you like watching children fight? Okay, now, start. Following Kimura's order, his figure disappeared behind the tree behind him, and he was nowhere to be found. Luokan clenched his fists tightly. The problem in front of him was getting more and more difficult. Hey, everyone, why don't we go find that big tree together this time? My ability alone is definitely not enough. Faimu pursed his lips, and it could be seen from his nervous expression that after hearing Muchuan's perverted regulations, he was not confident enough to say this. Oh, then I'll join in too. Anyway, I'm just good at long-range attacks, right? Yi. Chapter 599. Chapter 15 Kimura Genye and his people. After Chen finished speaking, together with Faimu, they turned their eyes to Luokan, who was in deep contemplation. Everyone had their own thoughts, but they didn't dare to say it easily. Seeing that a group that had just improved slightly, it fell apart again because of the perverted rule of Kimura Shweni. Luokan, how about you? When Chen Yi thought of the scene where he was hanged and beaten by Luo Chen, he was a little terrified. This time, only the person who finds a place first is eligible to enter the team, but Chen and Yugong Faimu together may not be Luokan's opponents. So now he is also very uneasy in his heart. For fear of making Luo Chen unhappy, he will kill them here without hesitation. The atmosphere was instantly stagnant to the extreme. Just when Chen and Faimu had lost their confidence, Luokan nodded slowly and said, "Well, let's go together." The three of them worked together in the deep forest, each performing their own duties. Because Chen is better at long-range attacks, he is in the front row to detect the danger ahead, and Yugong Faimu's proud folding fan was rubbed 3 times by falling dust and turned into a piece of useless waste paper, so he became a piece of waste paper. The key target was protected by the two in the middle, and Luo Chen, the strongest among the three, was in the last position, protecting the safety of the entire team. Because I just witnessed Kimura Shwanya's strange rules, no one can confirm whether Kimura Shweni will hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to attack them at this moment. The aura on that man's body is completely unlike Konoha's other joinin, it seems. More like a cold and terrifying killing machine. Hey. Chen sighed and said, "I think God is probably punishing me. Why is the tutor of our second class? It's Kimura Shweni." Hearing Chen's listless complaints, Yugong Faimu's smiling face couldn't hold back. He nodded and said, "I heard from my uncle that Kimura would be arranged this time, but I didn't expect that it would be assigned to me by coincidence." Hearing the appearance of low morale, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little curious. Although he has been in Konoha Ninja Village for a long time, apart from regular schooling and self-study every day, his knowledge of Konoha Village is basically just a few familiar faces. Is Kimura Shweni really as scary as you say? Luokan, you probably don't know many things, that's why you are so calm. Kimura Shweni was born in Anbu before. Anbu. Luokan was startled, but he calmed down immediately and said, "It's nothing to be born in Anbu, why do you all seem to be afraid of him?" Hey, I think Luokan, you haven't heard the legend about Kimura Shweni, right? But yes, that's a secret that people of the previous generation kept silent about. Hearing that it was a secret, Luo Chen couldn't help but be a little curious. What secrets are hidden behind that mysterious man? What secret? Yugong Faimu sighed and said, "Luokan, you probably don't know what this teacher Kimura did in Anbu before, right? It is said that he was specially in charge of chasing down the defected ninjas from Konoha Village, many of whom were a ninja who was at the same time as him or had a hypocritical attitude, but those people, without exception, were all killed by him." When Luo Chen heard this, he was shocked. No wonder he always felt that Kimura Shweni had a powerful murderous aura. It turned out that before that, his hands were already stained with the blood of the ninjas from the same village. It was no wonder that he would make such a perverted request. The 3-person team fell into a brief silence, but unlike Luo Chen, Chen and Yugong Faimu's expressions at this time were a little tangled. Because they have already seen the big tree with a red rope not far ahead, as long as they find there, it means that the battle is about to start. At this time, Luokan is in deep thought, and he doesn't pay attention to it at all. The expressions of the two changed. Chen silently used his eyes to signal that Yugong Faimu was abusive. The two nodded in agreement and landed on the ground together. Because finding the destination is not the end of this test, but just the beginning. Kimura Shwanya's words are still in my ears. Only those who arrive at that place first are eligible to be included in the team, and those who arrive later are all unconditionally sent back to school to reread. This is undoubtedly the heaviest blow to Chen and Yugong Faimu. Both of them grew up in the ninja family. Although they don't have the unparalleled boundaries of blood like the Hinata and Uchiha families, they also gave birth to many excellent jonin and even special jonin. The two of them have been relatively good students since the ninja school, and they both wanted to make great achievements by doing tasks, so they fought against Luokan tacitly at the beginning. Why did it stop? XXX. Only then did Luokan come back to his senses, and followed them down to the ground, but obviously it wasn't the so-called destination in front of him. Luokan, do you know? Whether it's me or Chen, we are a ninja family. Besides being ninjas, I don't know what else I can do. Luokan paused in his heart, and his brows furrowed almost inaudibly. This kind of feeling is not very good. Chen and Kimura Shueni slowly came together and stood in front of Luokan. The two looked embarrassed, as if they had made an extremely difficult decision. But you are different. You don't need to be a ninja yourself. No need, he is the one who needs to become a ninja the most, okay. What exactly do you mean? Luokan said, his body has slowly mobilized chakra. Even if he fights 1 against 2, he still has the certainty of winning, but in the end, he still yearns for the mission mode of 3-person team cooperation. After all, after watching Hokage, he more or less hoped to experience the will of fire in person, but the reality always disappointed him time and time again. So, Yu Gongfeimu sighed, and Shang Chen nodded, then the two of them began to take something out of their clothes. I warn you, don't move. There was a terrifying killing intent in Luokan's eyes at this time. He had no intention of hurting anyone, but there were always people who challenged his good bottom line again and again. But apparently the two of them didn't take his last warning close to their ears. Chen turned a deaf ear to this, and still silently took out a bright cross shuriken from his wide sleeves. Chapter 600. Chapter 16. Is it an acquaintance? The cross shuriken, as the name suggests, is a special shuriken with the appearance of a Chinese character, 10. When ninjas fight, they hold the middle part of the cross shuriken with their hands, and both ends of the cross shuriken are polished into sharp weapons. In many cases, in order to make a fatal blow, many ninjas who are good at using hidden weapons will be on both sides. They are all poisoned, killing people invisibly. The cross shuriken is mostly used when the ninja is facing the enemy. No matter which direction the enemy is attacking from, the ninja can easily attack it, so it will be extremely difficult to get close-fitting uniforms. On the other hand, Yu Gongfeimu still took out another scroll, and Luokan couldn't guess what kind of tricky hidden weapon was hidden in it. Chen looked at the cross shuriken in his hand with an embarrassed expression, and then looked at Luokan in front of him with great determination, and slowly said, I'm sorry. Shish. Between the lightning and flint, Luo Chen rose to his feet, stretched out his hand to lock Chen's throat firmly, and pressed his entire body against the big tree behind him. The other hand grabbed Chen's wrist suddenly. Chu-er took the sharp cross shuriken, and used one sharp edge to press against Yu Gongfeimu's throat. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Cough cough. Chen felt the huge pressure on his throat, except for his increasingly red cheeks, he couldn't say anything. Moonlight Feimu, who was pressed against his throat by the shuriken, was so frightened that he dropped the scroll in his hand to the ground in an instant. Luokan's hand paused, and his pupils trembled inaudibly. Since Yu Gongfeimu wanted to kill him, he didn't need to spend a lot of time to come up with this thing, because this is a contract signed with a ninja beast. A psychic scroll. Luokan, I think, have you misunderstood something? Feimu trembled and tried hard, taking a step back. Luo Chen simply did not continue. Didn't you guys just want to kill me? Ah, so you thought we wanted to kill you. No wonder, but no, we just want to give you the treasures we cherish. Dang clang. The shuriken that he had been holding tightly in his hand fell down and was deeply embedded in the soil. Hearing Yu Gongfeimu say this, Luo Chen's hand that was holding Chen gradually loosened a little bit of strength. Was it all because of his overthinking? Luokan, I know that because Chen and I fought against you before, you doubted that we should, but through that stop, we also know that even if we add up, we may not be your opponent at all, so we want to give you the only spot in the squad this time. Give it to me, didn't you say? That you were from a ninja family. Ah, yes, Chen and I are both from a ninja family, so compared to you who can choose more careers, we are only forced to become ninjas, so even if we don't have this opportunity, we will train at home. There will always be a ninja, but you are different, you are so strong, you should be a good ninja. As for the two of us. Yu Gongfeimu scratched his head and looked at Chen, who was finally relieved, and said, we are not as good as others, so we should go back to the ninja school for training. Luokan paused for a while, still a little unbelievable, and said, then these things you brought out are. Yu Gongfeimu immediately rolled up the scroll and handed it to Luokan, saying, these are the apology gifts that Chen and I intend to give you, to apologize for our recklessness before. You were right, as a ninja in Konoha village, it is true that we are too disqualified. This is the ninja mongoose that we have signed a contract with our family for generations. I think it should also be very happy to choose you as its owner, right? Luokan bent down and picked up the cross shuriken inserted into the soil, as well as the contract scroll handed over by Yu Gongfeimu, feeling that somewhere in his heart became extremely warm. Then what do you do? Chen smiled and hugged his chest and sighed, and said, what else can I do, but I just go back and be scolded by my parents by their ears. It's probably not going to be a good year for the next year. Hearing Chen's words, Yu Gongfeimu's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He made a bitter face, and wrote his frustration on his face, saying, you are okay, only if your parents scold you. I will be miserable. It is estimated that I will be ridiculed by my special uncle Junin for a long time. Hey, have you forgotten my violent old lady? It's terrifying when she knows that she will take me to train with her in the devil's way. Luokan looked at the constipated expressions on their faces, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. Feimu, is that uncle of your special Shanjin really so scary? Ah, you don't even know him. But yes, my uncle's reputation doesn't seem to be that big, but hey, it's not me blowing it, my uncle is the most powerful Konoha special in my eyes, Moonlight Blast. What? Your uncle is Moonlight Blast? Luo Chen's eyes widened suddenly. This village is really small, and he was actually assigned to a team with Moonlight Gale's nephew. But as soon as he heard Feimu's surname, he should have guessed it more or less. At first, Jing was thinking of looking for the forest. Feimu, you should worship your uncle especially, right? Of course, my uncle is a special Jonin. Do you know what it means? There are not many in Konoha village. Luokan nodded, and the picture of the moonlight rushing through his head, the upper body of the roof falling, flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Then, it's okay to spend more time with your uncle. I think he will be able to teach you a lot of things. Since Fei Mu's uncle is the famous Moonlight Blast, then according to the fixed and vulgar routine. He turned his attention to Chen, who was sitting beside him, adjusting his breathing. According to the system's mental retardation's ability to urinate, the somewhat violent elder sister in her mouth would not be a great acquaintance, right? Ding. I found out that the host is disrespectful to the system. Please be careful with your words and deeds. Luo Chen silently rolled his eyes in his heart. This system is really useless, and no one will complain. Forget it. Don't complain if you don't let it go. Who would let yourself be controlled by others now? Buchan, your sister. Who is it? Chen leaned cross-legged against the big tree, sighed, and said, my sister is not as famous as his uncle, so you probably don't know, so.